emeritus professor at the University of Princeton, but best known for, even notorious, his rejection of the scientific consensus on climate change. Professor Happer, thank you for your time.
Thanks for having me.
You've had a remarkable life. Can you tell me a little bit about your early years, where you grew up, what your life was like?
Well, I'm a physicist, but I was actually born in India. My mother was a medical missionary there, and my father was in the British Army. He was a physician too, so Army doctor and a missionary doctor were my parents. And I was born just before World War II started, so when World War II began, Japanese were moving rapidly in Burma. They took Singapore quickly, and people thought that they would soon take India. So my father would have to go to war with the rest of the British Army, and he was worried about his family. He thought the Japanese might overrun India, so he sent my mother and me back to America. My mother was American, and so we took a ship from Bombay around South Africa. So I don't remember it, but I've been in Cape Town at the age of, 12 months or something like that. And so we came to America, and my mother needed a job, and my uncle was a physicist who was working in the Manhattan Project, to make the American atomic bomb.
Mm-hmm.
So he recruited my mother to go to Oak Ridge, where they did the uranium separation for the Hiroshima bomb. And so as a small child, as a toddler, preschooler, I was surrounded by physicists and chemists and mathematicians and engineers, and a fascinating way to make a living. So I thought then, even before I'd gone to school, maybe this is something I could do if I work hard at it. And so I did, and so here I am many years later. I'm a physicist, and so it was because of these sort of accidents of my early life.
When was, if in fact there was a specific moment that you looked at the data and the prevailing science on climate change and just thought to yourself, something's off, this is not right?
I got interested in climate because one of my jobs was Director of Energy Research, U.S. Department of Energy in the 1990s, early part of the decade. And so I was responsible for all of the basic research done in the Department of Energy, and that included many different fields. There was high energy physics, there was plasma physics, material science. We even were a major player at the Human Genome Project because, Department of Energy had long been interested in effects of radiation on heredity, on genes. But one of the other areas I was responsible for was environmental sciences and climate. And so I had never paid much attention to this before. I'm a hard physicist, and I'm interested in these areas, but I hadn't focused on them. And I tried to understand what we were spending taxpayers' money for, to do research. And to help me do that, I would have some principal investigator come in every week and give me personally a seminar, and my assistant directors in Washington. We would learn about progress in the search for the top quark at Fermilab, or progress in more efficient sequencing of genes in Human Genome Project. It was all interesting stuff, and the people that we invited were usually very pleased to come to Washington and talk to some bureaucrat who was really interested in what they were doing. It was not not normal, but it was good for me. Uh, but there was one exception when we would invite someone in from the climate business, which was already becoming of great interest in. They would frequently refuse to come. I remember one said, "Well, I work for Senator Gore, and you know, I don't work for you." I said, "Well, you better read your contract. If you, it's okay with me if you don't want to work with us, and but don't bother asking for more money next year." And then, of course, they came, gave a grudging seminar, but they were mostly like that. When we would get someone in who was connected in one way with climate, one way or another, they were always very evasive, very hostile almost. And the seminars were strange. In a normal seminar, scientific seminar, you ask a lot of questions. How do you calibrate this instrument? What are the sources of systematic errors? That's a completely normal part of science. But those same questions, if you asked about, how you calibrate a thermometer or something that's important for climate, or the response would be, "Don't you trust me? Why are you asking this?" So, so it was a completely different response. And so I was amazed, because this was my first contact with this field, and it was so different from the many others that we were supporting. So it was clearly different.
2 years later, in 1993, you were dismissed by the Clinton administration because allegedly you butted heads with Al Gore. So what's the story?
Yeah, well, of course, Clinton and Gore won the election and came aboard in 1993. And I was a political appointee, so I expected to be fired and go home, but they asked me to stay and help a little bit, during the transition, and I agreed to do that, so I stayed on. I was really the only political appointee left in the Department of Energy. Science in those days was considered to be apolitical, and so it was not so unusual. It had happened before. It doesn't normally last very long, because when you win an election, you have to pay back your supporters with jobs in Washington, and I had one of the jobs that they could use. That was all right with me. I was eager to go home. I didn't like being a bureaucrat particularly. I preferred doing research. And but I was there, and the new Secretary of Energy, Hazel O'Leary, was an Afro-American woman, very elegant woman from Tidewater, Virginia. I was from North Carolina, so we had that in common. We liked the same food, for example. And so amazingly, I got on well with Hazel. Hazel was very good to me, very fair, and interested in what we were doing. And one day she called me in and she said, "Will, what have you done to Al Gore?" I just got this message from the White House that I've got to get rid of you immediately. And I said, "Well, I haven't done anything to him, but I ask questions in seminars where people he supports feel like they're being attacked, but I ask questions of everybody else too, so they're certainly not being singled out." And she says, "Well, Gore's really mad at you, and I have to fire you, but I can keep you on as a civil servant. I'll hire you as a normal civil servant rather than a political person." And I said, "Well, that's very kind, Hazel. I mean, but it's, I can't wait to get home. I'm eager to go home, and good luck, goodbye." So that was the end of my career at Department of Energy, and I was very glad to get back to Princeton. fortunately offered me a job. I had to resign my job at Princeton to go to work for Department of Energy because it would have been a conflict of interest. I was supporting the plasma physics lab at Princeton through my office, and that would have been a clear conflict. So they didn't have to rehire me, but they did. Even though the board had fired me, they were happy to have me back.
Back to the conflicting ideas between you and Al Gore. Did it, as expressed in the media, have to do with your viewpoint on the ozone hole, which differed substantially from his?
Yeah, I mean, the ozone problem was front and center then. That was the time when they signed the Montreal Protocol to phase out, freons and things like that, which people thought were contributing to ozone depletion. I don't think it's, to this day, very clear whether it had any effect at all. Certainly, I mean, the ozone hole is still there, many, many years later. And if you look at the early attempts to measure ozone around the world, it was probably there in the 30s too. It wasn't new. It was new to satellite, but satellites themselves were new, right? So the freons that we were using were really good. They were the most efficient refrigerants you could make, and they were safe. You could breathe them. They were not toxic. They were not flammable. Really good things. And so you hate to give up something that is quite good. DuPont didn't agree that, they had some new refrigerants that were under patent, and so they made huge profits as a result of the Montreal Protocol. So they were big supporters of the protocol, but it meant, that the refrigerators had to be changed, and and you paid more to run your refrigerator because they weren't as efficient. So for these reasons, I wanted to be sure that we were making this step advisedly, based on good science, and the real issue wasn't the ozone hole over Antarctica. Nobody lives. And the sun there doesn't get very high over the horizon anyway, so the hole doesn't matter because the light is coming through, very dense slant directions of air. So the problem was, is there more ultraviolet light in latitudes where people live? Cape Town, or Princeton, or London, and we had measurements for most of those places, and none of the measurements showed much change. If anything, there seemed to be less ultraviolet reaching the ground. So it wasn't at all clear that there was a problem that needed to be solved. And so I pointed this out, here's the data, and they would brush aside the data and say, this is what my model shows. And of course the model showed that everybody was dropping dead of skin cancer, and, which wasn't true. It wasn't even close to being true.
On the point of CO2, you have gone a step further and claimed that not only is it not a pollutant, but there's a net benefit to more CO2. Can you unpack that for me?
Well, yes. I mean, it just is amazing when I hear people talk about carbon pollution. Of course, what they're talking about is CO2. Carbon, comes in many forms. Pure carbon, for example, you mine in South Africa as diamonds. That's pure carbon. And, so diamonds, I suppose, are carbon pollution. And, graphite is pure carbon. But carbon dioxide is really what they mean. They don't mean diamonds or coal. At least not in coal's original form. When you burn coal, you turn it into carbon dioxide. But carbon dioxide is what drives life on Earth. The growth of plants depends on carbon dioxide. The carbon dioxide in the air diffuses into the leaves of plants through little holes, and the plants combine that with water, and you need energy to do that. The energy comes from sunlight, so the combination of carbon dioxide, this so-called pollutant, water, and sunlight is what makes life. That's what we live on. And carbon dioxide at the present time is much lower concentration than has prevailed over most of geological history. Most of geological history is pretty clear from proxy records that CO2 levels have been 2 or 3 times greater than they are now. We probably don't have enough fossil fuels around to restore those levels where plants evolved and where they function best. But even the relatively small increases we've had from, maybe 280, 300 parts per million 200 years ago to a little over 400 today, that's not a big increase, it's 35% maybe. And but it has caused greening all around the Earth. You can see that from satellites looking down over the last 2 or 3 decades. Earth is getting greener, especially arid regions are getting greener. The edges of the great deserts of the Earth are shrinking. They're not growing, they're shrinking. They're shrinking because of more CO2. And the reason for that is that there are a number of benefits from more CO2, but one of the most important ones is that if there's more CO2, plants can live with less water. They don't waste as much water with more CO2 in the air because they grow leaves with fewer holes in them, so they don't leak as much water. And the little holes, the stomata, the little mouths is what it means. That's where the CO2 comes in. They don't open as wide. And so the problem with sucking CO2 out of the air, which is what plants have to do, is for every CO2 molecule that diffuses into your leaf, you lose 100 water molecules diffusing the other way. So this is a real dilemma for the plant. It absolutely has to have CO2 to make sugar and grow, but it needs the water too. And so it's wasting lots and lots of water for every CO2 molecule that comes in. And so you partially fix that by increasing the concentration of CO2. Plants only put as many holes in the leaf as they absolutely need to get CO2. They wouldn't any if they didn't need CO2. I mean, it's a complete loss. Yeah.
Nude, honestly, good pet food.
So the big benefit of CO2 is making plants more resistant to drought and making them grow in regions that used to be too dry to grow at all. And, there are other advantages too, but they're more subtle. For example, the main enzyme that is used to combine CO2 and water molecules into a sugar molecule is called rubisco. It's a acronym for a big, long, complicated word. I won't try and say on the air, but the molecule is extremely ancient. It may be at least 3 billion years old, probably a bit older than that. And when it was invented by evolution, or however it was invented, there was no oxygen in the air to speak of. So the atmosphere still had lots of nitrogen, it had water vapor, it had CO2, but no oxygen. And so this rubisco enzyme worked just fine 3 billion years ago when there was no oxygen, but it turned out it was, oxygen was somewhat toxic to it. So now we have lots of oxygen in the air. We've got something like 20% oxygen, and this oxygen is poisoning the rubisco. So approximately 25% of rubisco efficiency, potential efficiency, is being lost today because of what they call photorespiration. the rubisco, when it can't find a CO2 molecule, by mistake, will pick an oxygen molecule, and instead of making sugar, it makes things like hydrogen peroxide, which, you really don't try to. So the plants are sorts of, chemical fixes to this problem. It's too late to, re-evolve rubisco. Everybody uses rubisco, so what you have to do is cope with the consequences that it's poisoned by oxygen. That's one of the reasons that plants have all these antioxidants in them. You talk about antioxidants in health food stores, but one of the reasons they're there is to cope with the rubisco's vulnerability to oxygen.
In 2019, was it, or 2018, you returned to the Oval Office because former President Donald Trump appointed you to attempt to debunk the negative associations in respect of carbon dioxide. But you retired a year later. How was that year?
Well, I swore never go back to Washington after I left the first time, but somehow I've forgotten, about that. And so when they called from the White House and asked if I would come down and help out at the National Security Council on Science and Technology, I said, well, I've already done things like that, and, I'm already 80 years old. I'm too old to do that. And they said, well, come on anyway, and what's your price? I said, well, my price is, I'll come if you will let me try and have a real review of climate, with honest back and forth and really competent people asking all the right questions and insisting on answers. If you'll let me try to do that, and if the president will sponsor that, so it's a presidential review, I'll come. They said, well, I don't know, it probably won't work. My boss was John Bolton, but he eventually says, okay, come on, give it a try, and if I can help, I will. So I came, and I said, I'm going to get a year's lease for corporate housing, and at the end of the year, the lease will run out, and if something has happened, I'll renew it. Otherwise, I'm going home to Princeton again after a year. So you won't have to fire me because I've only got a year's lease. So I did, and I made some progress. I helped them on many things besides climate. That's not why they wanted me to come. They didn't want to touch climate because they thought it was politically too dangerous. It's like, discussing Social Security or
Very sensitive.
other controversial issues. It'll lose your votes, and there's no gain from it. But I felt that in the long term, it was very important to stop this hysteria, because the huge damage was likely to follow. And we're already seeing some of that today, but it's going to get much worse if people don't come to their senses about climate. So anyway, I spent a year in the White House, and I did manage to persuade Mr. Trump to have a review against the advice of all of his advisors. So his advisors were furious with me, and they had all the levers of bureaucratic control. So although Mr. Trump wanted to do it, there were preparations and that had to be done, for addressing the people. And so they managed to drag out these preparations month after month after month, and eventually it was clear that it wasn't going to happen. Bureaucrats are very good at delaying things if they want to, and that's true in every country, certainly true in America too. So my year was coming to a close, and I said, well, it looks like this is not going to happen. And, oh, well, we'll do it in the second term. I said, no, we're going to, unless now I'm on my way. And so I left, and but I gave it my best shot. I did try hard. It's true that carbon dioxide, which is the main worry, is a greenhouse gas. That's been known for 150 years. The first person to really quantify that was the great Anglo-Irish physicist Tyndall, and he did work in the 1850s and 1860s that showed very clearly that carbon dioxide is perfectly transparent to sunlight. You can look at the sun through carbon dioxide, doesn't diminish sunlight at all. But if you try to look at, say, a hot fireplace through carbon dioxide, the carbon dioxide shields you from the thermal radiation. So it's a funny gas. It's opaque to thermal radiation, but it's completely transparent to sunlight. And so that's a greenhouse gas, is a gas that lets sunlight come through and warm Earth's surface if there are not clouds in the way, but hinders the escape of thermal radiation back to space. You know, the Earth has to get rid of the sunlight heating, otherwise, you know, everything will heat up, the oceans will boil, we'll all be destroyed. Doesn't happen because the Earth radiates infrared radiation to space. So it was natural to wonder, well, if you add more CO2, would that cause the Earth to warm a lot? And the answer is no, it doesn't really make very much difference. As is often the case, you know, the famous poem by Pope, you know, a little learning is a dangerous thing, you know. Drink deeply or touch not the Pierian spring. You know, it's a nice poem, but the message is that yes, it's true. CO2 is a greenhouse gas and it warms the Earth. But the second part of the message, which most people didn't get, was, but the warming isn't enough to matter. It's very small, and so it's probably beneficial on balance. But you know, if you double CO2, that seems like a lot. That's 100% increase of CO2. How much does that affect the cooling radiation goes off to space? That sounds like a lot, but in fact, it only decreases the radiation to space by 1%. So 100% increase of CO2, 1% decrease in radiation to space. So it's a very small effect. And you don't have to change the Earth's temperature very much, or cloudiness very much, to bring it back into equilibrium with this situation before you increase the CO2. So it's a ineffective climate influencer. And yet, you know, into, you know, this demon gas, you know, that's going to cause us all to boil to death or something like that. Nothing could be further from the truth. It's a trivial gas, but it's very, very good for life on Earth. You know, so more CO2 has been wonderful for mankind because it helps provide the abundance of food that we have today, and it's caused no harm whatever, you know, so.
Ingredients. If you wear glass...
It's amazing. It's a religious cult for many people. You know, they don't really, you know, many people have stopped believing in traditional religions, you know, so they don't believe in God, but they need something beyond themselves to believe in. And so, you know, what could be more noble than saving the planet? The planet is threatened by the demon gas CO2, so we're going to save it. The fact that it means essentially suicide for the human race, that doesn't, you know, I'll get into their brains, but that's what it means. You can't immediately eliminate CO2 and let the human population survive. It can't be done. So it's a suicide pact, you know, what is being proposed. You know, this is serious stuff. It should not go on much longer.
When I spoke to Dr. Judith Curry a few weeks ago, we got onto the topic of global warming, which she said is not harmful for the planet. And then when preparing for this interview, I came across an article which said that you have stated that historical and geographical records indicate that periods in the past have had much higher temperatures than we are experiencing now. So the models that the powers that be are using to tout this message that it's no longer just a climate change issue, it's now a climate emergency. The urgency of the language is just steadily rising. Are these models manipulated? And if so, by who and to what end?
Yeah. Okay, well, it's true that I think there are some sincere politicians who have been misled by alarmist models. You know, if someone comes in with a PhD and, you know, director of an institute, tells you, you know, the Earth is going to be, you know, 6 degrees warmer in 50 years. You know, you have to listen to them and decide, should I take it seriously or not? I mean, the answer is, of course, you should throw them out of your office. You know, it's not true. But how do you know that if you're a politician? You usually don't have a very sound grounding in science. You hated mathematics when you were in school, couldn't wait to get out of that. And,
Yeah.
so you're at the mercy of these salesmen. But models, parts of the model, there are some things you can model very well. One that I know quite a lot about is what they call radiative forcing. How much does carbon dioxide or nitrous oxide or methane affect the transport of radiation to space? That's close to my field in physics, so I probably understand it better than most climate scientists, and the answer is not very much. So that, and there's not very much disagreement, you know, what the climate establishment calculates, the same as what I calculate, you know, it's straightforward. The mischief comes at the next step, you know, so if you change the radiation to space by 1%, you decrease it by 1%, how much does the Earth have to warm up to make up for 1%? Now, you actually don't need a supercomputer to make the first estimate of that. The first estimate, the simplest estimate, and it may be the correct estimate, is that radiation rate of the Earth goes approximately as the fourth power of the absolute temperature. It's the temperature multiplied by itself by 4 times, t to the 4th, right? That was discovered by a great Slovenian physicist, Stefan, back in the 1800s, about the same time as Tyndall was doing his work. Anyway, radiation to first approximation goes at the 4th power of the temperature. So that means that if the flux increases by 1%, the temperature only has to increase by 1/4%, 1/4. It's that 4th from the 4th power, right? So you can do this calculation in your head. So the surface temperature of the Earth is around 300 Kelvin. That's the absolute temperature unit. So that means that 1/4% of 300 Kelvin is 3/4 of a degree Kelvin, which is 3/4 of a Celsius degree, right? Kelvin increments are the same as Celsius increments. So I mean, we can just do this calculation in our head that says doubling CO2, the most simple estimate is it would be a 3/4 degree rise in temperature. You can't even notice that. You know, my air conditioner at home doesn't trip, you know, if temperature changes by 3/4 of a degree. I don't get it. No, nobody would feel it. And so this is, for the alarmists, this is a tremendous disappointment. It's much, much too small, you know. Who are we going to frighten with 3/4 of a degree? So you have to figure out, how do I make this look much more threatening? And so this means inventing feedbacks. And so the direct effect, you can't avoid. The direct effect is a little less than a degree centigrade from doubling CO2. But the next step is that you say, well, there are very large positive feedbacks which take this naive 3/4 of a degree and make it 3 degrees or 5 degrees, or I've even seen 10 degrees, you know. I mean, absolutely absurd numbers, you know, they are clearly wrong. But again, if you're a politician and some sophisticated scientist comes in and says, yes, sir, there are these large feedbacks, and we're quite sure because our computer model shows it, and they're getting bigger every year. What are you supposed to do? You know, you're at their mercy. And so I think the problem is that, you know, these positive feedbacks have been introduced, in my view, just to maintain the alarm, and it's been very, very good for science. You know, huge amounts of money have been pouring in, you know, to save the planet, and so it supports the salaries of lots of people, and, you know, secretaries and janitors who take care of the building. You know,
it's become very emotionally charged.
Comes back to this religious part of the movement. You know, the movement is, I joke a little bit, but it's very, it's not so different from a coalition of organized crime and religious fanaticism, you know, right? And the religious fanatics, you know, you don't argue with someone about their religion. You know, this is not a joking matter. You know, it brings crusades and religious wars and, you know, God knows what. And, you know, so that's the big problem. There are these two problems. One is all the money that it's bringing in to science. And so that's very corrupting. And the second is this religious aspect that so many people now have been brainwashed into thinking that there really is an emergency. And anyone who stands in the way of saving the planet, you know, is Satan incarnate. So, you know, I for example, they're sincere people, but they're just badly misled.
We've all seen the same photographs of lone polar bears standing on a melting sheet of ice. These are the kinds of images that the world is seeing, on the assumption that the ice caps are melting because the earth is warming, and that the wildfires are one of several extreme weather events that have occurred in the last few years. Are these anomalies? Can they be explained in a way that has nothing to do with climate change? Or is it possibly, and this would be hard to digest, but propaganda to stoke fear?
oTg's Black Friday sale, the final sale, on now.
Well, okay, the community, the alarmist community, recognized 20 years ago that, you know, warming is a lot less than their models had predicted. You know, they just you wait, they say, sooner or later it will warm, but in the meantime we need something else to keep the alarm going, and so they seized on extreme weather and you know, rising sea levels, ocean acidification, you know, things that really were not warming, and they changed the name from global warming to climate change.
Mm-hmm.
You know, because the warming wasn't going to cut it, you know, there's just not enough warming. And I explained to you why, you know, it's just not very easy to get warming from CO2. But, you know, people are always affected by extreme weather. You know, we've had hurricanes as throughout recorded history and long before. You know, wildfires are scary things, and they're getting worse in some areas, especially in the United States, where we've had very poor forest management. So, you know, before the Europeans came to America, the Native Americans, the Indians, used to regularly burn large parts of America. You know, there was constant smoke clouds coming from North America before the Europeans came. But that meant that the fires were never extreme, you know, and this was good for hunting. You know, it provided more grassland for deer and things that people hunted, and it also prevented enormous conflagrations like we're having today, when huge amounts of dry wood and brush are built up, and we every now and then it lets loose and it all burns at once. That never happened under the Indians. It's true that fires are dangerous. They have nothing to do with climate change. It's mostly an effect of forest management, and I hope we'll reform that. You know, if you get beaten up enough, eventually sometimes you wake up on things like this. You know, as for melting glaciers, yes, glaciers are melting, but you know, glaciers over the last 10,000 years have melted and then frozen again and melted and frozen again many times. You know, in general, it's better when they're melting. The climate is better for people. When glaciers start growing, which they have quite frequently, it's usually a time of troubles for humanity. You know, the earth cools. You know, you can't make a crop in many areas. It tends to get drier too, so there are more droughts. So one should welcome, you know, warming periods like we have now. But the current warming period began roughly 1800, 1850, something like that. That's pretty clear from glaciers. That's when all over the world glaciers started receding. There are some exceptions that might be advanced, but most are receding. But, you know, there was this several century little ice age in the 1500, 1600, 1700, when the earth was quite a bit colder than normal. That's when the Norse settlements in Greenland, for example, were finally abandoned. You know, you just couldn't farm Greenland anymore after 1300, 1400. It was too cold. Although it was quite possible to make a living there in earlier centuries. Year 1000, Greenland was a nice place. You know, there were a lot of farms there then. So, I mean, Earth has an unstable climate, which isn't very well understood to this day, and it would be wonderful if we understood it better. But I think our ability to understand it has been set back very badly by the climate hysteria. So what could have been 20, 30 years of good basic research and real understanding of the climate has been wasted, you know, with hysteria you know, about this false climate emergency, which doesn't exist. And in the meantime, the real parts of the climate, which would be good to understand, have been ignored.
Just as an example, David Attenborough has joined the list of, let's say, well, celebrities, modern influencers, and said human beings are fundamentally incompatible with planet Earth, I found that to be quite a punch to the gut. And it's becoming the prevailing opinion. So, firstly, do you think there's any truth to that? And secondly, the consequence of everyone vigorously pursuing green and renewable energy, Dr. Curry said that that is in fact the only climate risk that we face. So what's your take on this?
Yeah, okay, you raise an interesting point because many of the most vociferous climate emergency folks, if you press them, they say, yes, the real problem is not fossil fuels, it's human beings, there are just too many people. We should not have more than 1 billion people, so that, we're roughly 8 billion now, so that means 7 out of 8 of us should disappear from the planet. And so it's extremely dangerous, it's an evil cult. And now, people are hard to live with, as you and I both know. They are opinionated, they're independent, and unrestrained population growth is a potential problem, but the best way to stabilize populations is to make people prosperous. So if you look at prosperous parts of the world, Europe, North America, Japan, China now, population growth has stopped. In fact, the big worry is how do we sustain enough people to run our countries, because women are not having enough children to keep the population stable. And I don't blame the women, who wants to be tied down with, a brood of, 5 or 10 children out there, it's a lot of work, So, I mean, it's asking a lot of a woman to have the 2.1 on average kids or whatever it is, to sustain population. And if the alarmists really want a stable population, they should encourage prosperity and all around the world, but especially in Africa and South America and India, regions where there are lots of people who are not yet wealthy, and they should be wealthy. Why shouldn't they be just as wealthy as Europeans or Japanese or, and the more wealthy they are, the slower population growth will be. And I'm quite sure that as the world becomes wealthy, and I pray that it happens and it's not derailed by human stupidity, which has often happened. But if we're lucky and it doesn't happen, the problem will be maintaining population. Population is naturally going to decline all over the world. And we'll have to figure out how do we live with that, with very limited numbers of young people to support an aging, fraction of the population all over the world, not just in the developed countries, but the currently undeveloped countries will be developed too, and so their populations will also start to decrease. And so I think it's, human beings, they are a problem, they are very inventive, we've figured out how to make nuclear weapons, so we're capable of doing enormous damage to ourselves and to the planet. And these are issues that go well beyond my field of physics. You can't solve these issues with differential equations, and smart theories. It's the same sort of issues that the great sincere religions have tried to solve from time immemorial. How do we live together as human beings? And live worthwhile lives and not make life miserable for us and everybody else, you know, just by existing. So I don't know how you do that, and I hope we succeed. You know, perhaps religions have a role to play, perhaps philosophy. I don't know what's required, but it's very important, and we should all try to help make it happen.
Professor William Happer, it's been such a pleasure speaking to you. Thank you for your time, and I'm Nadia Swart for business.com.
Pleasure, Nadia. Bye-bye.
I'm Nadia Swart.
About the comments that Neil Oliver in his monologue gave on GB News has gone viral. I mean, for me, as I mentioned yesterday in my thank you for all the comments, and I do thank everybody for getting in touch and commenting once more, and all the people who subscribed, and a big thank you to that. But clearly the message that's come through to me, and a lot of people have lots of different opinions, whether they were agreeing or disagreeing, or not agreeing, whether they had other points saying, well, it's all very well talking about the subject, but what are we going to do to make the world right, and that sort of thing. There seemed to be just a hunger, I suppose, to be able to talk about this, to be able to hear people talking about it, and about the state of this country, what is perceived by the government to be doing to us, and the things that we never asked for. And I just thought, because I'm really just an entertainer, I'm not an activist or anything like that. I, as you will see from my channel, we're just trying to sort of entertain. I'm very proud of my country. I think that this country, England, that I am an Englishman in, has been a huge positive for the world. And it irks me when people make out that it has been bad, that it has demonstrated the wrong things, that it has... I admit our history is full of good and bad, of frustrations, of... Admittedly, there are things that we've done, atrocities and things. As we, as a young nation over the years, has grown and matured and learned, and we're in that situation where we do know a lot about what we have done and what we've been responsible for, but at the same time we're also aware of the wonders that have happened through England, the arts, the culture, the science that we have put forward. And yes, we may have exploited earth, minerals and things like the coal and stuff in order to bring to us such an amazing advancement for the human condition, the lives that we've actually saved and continue to save from things like the Industrial Revolution and the sciences that we have come, and the appreciation of aesthetics and things like that that have enriched so many people's lives, that we can't just apologise for all of that. And whilst we can be sad and sorry for the mistakes that we've made, everybody makes mistakes along the way. So I'm very proud of this country, and I realised that from that video, whilst I don't expect any of my videos to go viral like that again, and I think that's probably a bit of a fluke, I think it is important. I can see that there's a hunger for people to discuss this. And it struck me, well, does just talking about it actually advance anything? You know, people were saying it's all very well talking about it, but we need action. We need to get off our backsides and actually do something. But I think it does serve a purpose, and I used to think like that until I saw this video go viral and read a lot of the comments. I mean, there's so many comments. I'd confess I haven't just had time to go through everything, but you get a measure of it. That even if just talking about it provides a place that people can communicate, i.e. the comment space, where people can disagree and agree and have, as far as possible, intelligent conversations with one another, that it keeps bubbling things on. I mean, as far as I see at the moment, the only opportunity to change things is in 2 years' time, when in England we have, or in Britain, we have the general election. And as we lead up to that, I think there will be an opportunity to tell potential candidates, a potential government, exactly what we want and how we feel, and we need to talk about it. And I feel that we need more people to put their heads above the parapet. To, even if somebody else was say to start up a YouTube channel and only 10 people or 20 people or 50 people watched it and thought, do you know what, yes, I am as agitated as you, whether you're on the left or on the right. I think that the whole country mustn't just bury their heads at the moment, that we all need to just talk, just have the freedom and the opportunity to talk and explain what our worries are, so that instead of just taking everything that's thrown at us, we challenge it, challenge the mainstream media, challenge the governments. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing subversive about that. But we as a people put these people in power. We should be able to challenge them. And that's as simple as that, really. We should be able to, if we're not happy, throw them out. We don't live in a dictatorship. We shouldn't be living in a dictatorship. We know that it is a democracy and we must keep it that way. And I think it is important. So I think that for me, on my channel, whilst I am doing some stuff which, you know, gets very small numbers in views, and we're developing our interest in highlighting Englishness and English things and history and landscape and heritage, and I know people aren't switching into it, and we're trying to work out a good way of doing it, and it will change. And whilst we're putting that content out, I think that it will be important for me to, as I have this audience growing now, to also talk about how I feel about my country, the government, and where we're going. I clearly will need to read and understand in great detail the YouTube guidelines, so I don't say anything which is outside their jurisdiction. But within that, I'm sure that there is a lot that we can say, we can talk about, and share in the worries, because at the end of the day, it is still all about, for me, it's all about my country, and I'm very proud of it, and I want to keep it. I love the traditions, I love the customs, I love the culture, and I just don't want to see that go. And I feel that it's under threat and it's being eradicated just so rapidly, too quickly, and that's not right. It isn't right. And the things like the borders, education of our children, the various services, the housing crises, and all of that, I think is all part of it, and it needs to be talked about and understood. But I am happy to listen to other sides, other views, if they're put over in a polite and sensible way. Just name-calling and telling me I'm wrong will not enamour me to another point of view. Of course it won't. So watch this space. I will try and put more of these just simple talking heads out, as well as the other content. And if you don't like the other content, fair enough. You know, no one's forcing anybody to watch anything, but I know we have a little core of audience who enjoy some of the nonsense that I do. So I'm trying to make the channel work for everybody, which I can tell you is an absolute bloody nightmare, but it is what it is. So thank you for watching this, and basically, and thank you for your support, and I very much appreciate it. Thank you.
GWM, dedicated hybrid technology for multiple driving scenarios, including pure electric. The all-new Haval H6 Hybrid.
Dialogue. Controversial, and that is the issue of climate change. And whilst many in our mainstream media and others say there is no debate, the science is settled, much of that science is based on modelling of what might happen or is happening to our environment. And it would seem there is no such thing as a perfect model. Indeed, on October the 26th, I think it was, a little over a month ago, the United Nations itself revised its estimates of global warming by the end of the century. Those estimates, in the most catastrophic way, it suggested 8 degrees global warming or more planet fries. They are now down to 2.5 degrees Celsius of global warming by the end of the century, in the next 80 years or so. At which stage the UN says you're not dealing with a crisis with the end of life as we know it, but you do have some serious climate change to ameliorate and to adapt to. So I saw that change in prediction and modelling from the United Nations in many ways as an admission that the crisis, the emergency of climate change, appears to be waning, may indeed be over. Is that the case? And what is happening here? Well, I do believe in experts to a certain extent, and I think one of our leading experts in the country is Professor Jim Rennick, who is a climate scientist. He's at Victoria University, does work for NIWA, and indeed he consults and contributes to the IPCC, the kind of gold standard on climate change. And I'm very pleased to welcome Jim on the platform, I think, for the first time. Jim, good morning to you. Thank you for joining us.
Oh, good morning, Sean. Thanks for the introduction.
All right. Was it accurate? I didn't get anything wrong?
I think the way you described it was a bit off. That 8 degrees was the upper end of the range that had been predicted, and the 2.5 was the average of the range. And
okay, well, where are we at now, James? What's the prediction? It's the 2.5, isn't it?
These numbers are the sensitivity of the climate. How much warming do you get if you double the amount of carbon dioxide in the air, which will be at well before the end of the century?
No, hang on, James. We better get the basis of the discussion right. A UN report came out on, I think, the 26th of October that says the projection, the modelling is now for 2.5 degrees, around 2.5 degrees of warming by the end of the century. Is that right?
Oh, like I said, that's the average. There's a range of...
Okay, that's the average, but that's the new prediction from the United Nations, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, like I said, that's the average of the...
Okay, it's the average, but that's a prediction. Is that catastrophic climate change? and it is just a prediction, were it to occur by the end of the century, is that catastrophic?
Yeah, it is in a lot of ways. All the
Why did the UN report say it's not then?
Did it say it's not?
Well, it said that now the strategy must be to ameliorate or adapt to that level of climate change, right?
Well, we're going to have to adapt to whatever level of climate change we get. That's absolutely right. And, you know, it's very hard to say what's catastrophic for some people is not catastrophic for others. The more warming we get, the more damage and the harder it is to deal with, basically.
Yeah.
So I think for a lot of...
So it's good news that we've gone from an upper prediction of 8 to a likely prediction now of 2.5.
Well, you put that way, absolutely. Yeah, the average predictions come down a little bit, but, you know, we still need to stop as soon as we can, and stopping at 1.5, not 2.5 degrees would be a lot better.
Okay. Can the abandonment of the upper catastrophic prediction and this new more moderate prediction, is that because mankind's done anything to stop the warming, or is it just that the model was wrong?
Yeah, that's a great question. Some of the most recent models have been a bit too sensitive in the way they've handled clouds. So they've had very large warmings, and that's understood now. But where we end up is much more about what humanity does with emissions. You know, these different numbers really depend on different amounts of carbon dioxide in the air, so how quickly we get away from fossil fuels. That's a much bigger uncertainty than what the different models are saying.
Well, are the models uncertain?
Oh, sure, all models are uncertain. But the uncertainty, the difference between the models is smaller than the difference between the scenarios with different amounts of greenhouse gases.
Do we have any scientific evidence that the measures we are taking to decarbonise right now are making any difference?
Well, on a global scale, we haven't decarbonised. Emissions of greenhouse gases are still going up. There was a little dip downwards during the lockdowns in 2020 through COVID-19, but emissions are up to a higher level than that now. So there's a lot of talk about decarbonisation, but as a global society, we have not started to reduce emissions. So
okay, but our predictions for climate change are coming down, and we haven't reduced emissions, which kind of, I'm sorry, call me a dumb layperson, Jim, but that suggests to me that maybe the two aren't as related as we thought they might be.
Well, the projections for the end of the century, that's their forecast, and they depend on what happens with technology and political action and so on, and how much we emit of carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases. So looking at different scenarios, gives you different answers. And look, I'm not exactly sure why that number changed, but the going from 8 degrees to 2.5, that's comparing a maximum with an average, which is not much to do with...
Okay, but would you agree we are not facing now, on that prediction, we're not facing Armageddon?
I wouldn't entirely agree with that statement.
Are we facing Armageddon? The end of the world, as we know.
That's a very hard question to answer.
But I'm sorry, Jim, but this is the scenario that is being thrown down our throats and propagandised, and we had Guterres going to the COP summit saying we're at a tipping point, we've got to act now. I'm sorry, whether or not there's going to be an apocalypse does kind of seem to be the point.
Yeah, ultimately you're right. If we let the warming get too high, and what too high means is a bit hard to say, then yeah, it could be the end of society as we know it. Would it be enough disruption to completely upend the global economy and global society? Yep, definitely. Now, whether that's at 2.5 degrees of warming or 3 degrees of warming or what, I don't know, but it's on the cards if we don't stop emitting greenhouse gases.
Okay. Jim, the other thing is we haven't seen a lot of really catastrophic predictions about billions of climate refugees, about nations slipping under the waves. Looking at the latest data we've got from New Zealand, from the Stats Department on sea level rise in our major cities, around our major cities in New Zealand, Hamilton not being the exception, there doesn't seem to have been much.
It's tight around your chest and arms so it'll look built, and then it's like loose here so it hides your gut.
Complements my shoulders, the chest, the back, my arms.
I went from a whole lot of things that were predicted to happen haven't happened.
Oh, I don't know about that. We've had about 20 centimetres of sea level rise in the last century around the country, and
20 at what?
Going up.
In the last century?
20 centimetres.
Last 20 years we've had, I think, most 2 millimetres.
No, it's about 2 millimetres. Oh, it's over 2 millimetres per year at the moment. So the last 20 years would have been 4 or 5 centimetres.
No, it hasn't. I looked at the stats and we've covered them on this program, Jim.
Is that right?
Well, 1 to 2 millimetres a year. You are right. Sorry, I'm just looking back at my notes. Okay, 1 to 2 centimetres. A couple of centimetres isn't the end of the world. It's not Wellington underwater, is it?
No, it's not. But it's surprising how quickly coastal inundation changes as you raise sea level. 10 centimetres of sea level rise, a coastal engineer would tell you, triples the danger of a coastal inundation event. The 1 in 100-year flood becomes a 1 in 33-year flood with 10 centimetres of sea level rise.
Yeah.
And then it becomes 1 in 11 years with another 10 centimetres and so on. So the coastal risk changes very rapidly with what even sounds like a very small sea level rise.
But the number of people, for example, dying from flood and natural disaster is dropping year on year, isn't it, around the globe?
Well, if it is, then the adaptation to changing hazards is really working, because I know the number of hazards is going up, including in New Zealand. So we're protecting ourselves better. But like I said before, it becomes unmanageable at some point.
Yeah.
You know, if the sea level rises a metre or 2 metres and the heat waves and the fires, you know.
Yeah. I guess we've got, I mean, we live in a country that's supposedly in a climate emergency, and I'm just saying to you, maybe it's not an emergency anymore. Maybe we need to calm the farm, and it seemed to me that we all now accept the need to some sort of transition away from fossil fuels for a more sustainable way of living and running industry and taking care of ourselves and travelling. But it would seem to me we're no longer in a climate emergency, and it is silly to say that we are.
No, I totally disagree with that. The warming continues, the greenhouse gas levels continue to go up, and the longer we wait, the closer we are to catastrophe in some parts of the world.
But you've told me this morning that while we haven't effectively decarbonised at all, the predictions by the UN are coming down for climate change.
Those two things are not related. Yeah, we haven't decarbonised.
Oh, I thought, I'm sorry, Jones. I thought that they're totally related. That's what school kids have been indoctrinated into, right? Is that decarbonisation and climate change go together, and unless you take drastic measures to decarbonise, climate change increases. I'm sorry, that was the whole basis of this madness we've been in.
You're quite right. No, it's not madness, you know, it's prudent behaviour, avoiding risks, and that's what humanity has to do. The projections from models for the end of the century or any time into the future depend on what action we actually take. So, sure, they're related philosophically, but the situation today is not directly related to the projection for the end of the century, because of what we do between now and then that joins them up.
All right. James, I don't know if it's made it any clearer, but it sounds to me like whatever the data, the climate change alarmists are not going to change their views.
Well, I'd be very pleased to hear that, because it's the climate change alarmists who are helping to push action. Action has been really slow on this issue because the big oil companies have been putting disinformation around for decades. This is well documented.
Have they? Is it well documented? How much money, which big oil companies have done that?
Well, I think the one that we have the most information on is ExxonMobil, but yeah, there's a really good book called Merchants of Doubt that was published 10 or so years ago that goes through the list of all the companies and what they've done and so on. Yeah, it's very well.
So would they have influenced that UN report that says it's not going to be as bad as we thought it was? Are you blaming the oil companies for the UN's report?
Well, no, not what I know of. But, you know, the oil companies employed a lot of the leading climate modellers back in the 1980s, and once they discovered what was going to happen, that's when they started the disinformation campaign. They had more delegates at the COP meeting in Egypt a few weeks ago than most of the countries of the world. You know, they are out there still pushing their own barrow. You know, they don't make money. You know, they're the future, basically.
Well, I guess, Jim, the entire world, or the world you live in, works on making money. You get paid, I presume.
I do get paid, yeah. It's great, actually. I have a job.
There you go.
Everyone can say that. So I feel very privileged, you know.
All right. So you're saying, despite the fact the UN predictions are down, we've still got to panic?
Yes, that's a pretty good summary. Even 2.5 degrees of warming would be very hard to deal with in most places.
Jim, I thank you so much for coming on this morning. It is nice to talk with you again. Take it easy. We'll talk again soon. That is Dr. James Rennick, Weather and Climate Researcher. So I got him to where I wanted. Yes, despite the fact that global warming predictions, even from the UN itself, are coming down without apparently any reduction in our carbon, because we haven't done anything. Despite the fact they're coming down, we should still panic. And I don't think I'm misquoting him here, because oil companies are evil and they want to make money. There you go. There you go. We're definitely in an emergency. I would say an emergency of common sense. But there you go. That's just me, isn't it? All right, on to...
A bit more.
In G20 summit, Xi Jinping arrived, Klaus Schwab arrived, Justin Trudeau arrived, 40 world leaders meet in Bali, Indonesia. But China will be the biggest winner because green policies work more in China's interest than any other countries. China generates over 30% of all the global emissions, while the United States produce 14%. In G20 summit in Bali, Indonesia, the US and Europe might set bold goals of having a net zero impact by 2030 or 2035, but China's is like 2060 and beyond. So even when they're making a promise, it's so far off that it can't really be taken seriously. In fact, China's carbon output continues to rise every year, and some of its companies put more pollution than entire nations, such as China Petroleum Chemical, which contributed more carbon dioxide in 2020 than Canada, according to a 2021 Bloomberg report. Green policies can destroy the economy in the US and entire Europe, even before the climate delivers disasters, because the green policies can increase fuel prices and likely become the cause of massive inflation. And that will be really hard on households, and the whole world will be more dependent on China. China is the largest investor in renewable energy in the world, domestically and abroad. 5 of the world's 6 largest solar module manufacturing companies and the world's largest wind turbine manufacturer are also owned by China. China's TNG Lithium is one of the largest manufacturers of lithium batteries, an important component of electric vehicle batteries. This has been considered a foreign policy challenge for the United States because of its own dependence on China's rare earth supply chain. So green policies can be geopolitically hazardous for America. As Trump's green policy can shift power into the hands of China. So in G20 summit in Bali, Indonesia, America should not make policies that support China's interest in the renewable energy market and should urgently find a way to stop pollution in China. Thank you so much for watching and see you later.
You guys like Klaus Schwab, you know Klaus Schwab from the World Economic Forum, who's right out of like Hollywood 101, the evil guy. He seemingly is running half of the world right now, and even though Fauci can't figure out why China would want these lockdowns, I think Schwab is kind of onto something and understands maybe why China would do this, and perhaps we could extrapolate that and send it across the globe.
On the G20, you were there meeting some of the leaders as well. Professor Schwab, what do you make of the result? Finally, they put something as a statement, and it seems quite positive with all the voices included.
I think it's positive. It's already positive through the fact that everybody agreed about sustainability, which we haven't had in the last years. Now, the base has been formed, but we have to go one step further. We have to have a strategic mood. We have to construct the world of tomorrow. It's a systemic transformation of the world. So we have to define how the world should look like, which we want to come out of this transformation period. I respect China's achievements, which are tremendous over the last over 40 years. I think it's a role model for many countries, but I think also we should leave it to each country to make its own decision what system it wants to adopt. And I think we should be very careful in imposing systems. But the Chinese model is certainly a very attractive model for quite a number of countries.
Okay, so he's speaking out of both sides of his mouth there. You see what he did at the end, right? He's running something called the World Economic Forum. He brings in all these world leaders, and then through ESG scores and everything else, they figure out ways to manipulate their people, right? And they figure out ways to silence dissent and everything that happened in Canada and Australia, et cetera, et cetera. So on one hand, he's like, but I believe in sovereign nations and everyone can do what they want, but China's done a really hell of a job here. So even though Fauci, from the clip before, Fauci has no idea why they would do these draconian lockdowns. He doesn't know why China would do it. Why would you have that zero policy related to COVID? But Klaus Schwab is telling you why. Because you want as he said, we want to construct the world of tomorrow. We want a systemic transformation of the world. These people are doing it in plain sight. So while Klaus Schwab he has very nice things to say about the last 40 years of China, sure, they've completely silenced dissent. You know, individual rights aren't respected. As I said, they're literally locking people in apartment buildings and people are starving to death in their apartments.
Serial procrastination is something that affects 80% of the population. Even high-performing, intelligent individuals suffer from it. But what's it all about? Well, contrary to popular belief, it's not down to laziness, which is why motivation may have a temporary effect on procrastination, but it can never cure it. And this is because it has a deep
incredibly high hair. Then the second thing I'm very impressed with is the obvious. These have been hooked up from the ends of the earth. Like if you think about Land's End, that's where they've been hooked up from. And if I take off this whole situation, there's nothing there, we've discussed this before. But anyway, everything tonight is very high and tight. So if the chins could just get the message as well, that would be very helpful. So cheers. This is the point that normally everybody says that I've clearly been drinking. And I was going to say that I shouldn't, I haven't. But we do have a lot of things to talk about, and I do have a lot of things to say. I don't know what that is, because it is only, oh, it comes from Midland End. I know, I don't have it, you see, but look, just there. I'm so 100% impressed with these. But like, if you notice, they end really soon, and then there's a dip bit here, because they've had to be pulled up from here, you see. There. Anyway, should we get off that subject and move on to something much more entertaining? So as we speak, lovely Mark is being held hostage in the pub down the road by my two daughters. And so they wanted to take him out for a drink. And they did promise to buy a round each, but whether that comes true or not, I don't know. But as things stand, lovely Mark is being held hostage in the pub down the road. Number two, tonight, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, thank you, I made, and I do not do this whole cooking thing, like I find it really dull. I find people who cook typically quite dull. I really like eating food that's been cooked by someone else, particularly if it's taken ages. Like, that's my favourite kind of food, that's why I love proper pub roast dinners. But like cooking in itself, can't be asked. Watching my sister cook, can't be asked, like that whole Nigella thing, or Hugh Fernley, what's his face, or any of that can't be asked. I cooked potato tofu mould, which is a massive balls thing, because you have to just like chop potatoes so you put in the place, and then pour on just a shit ton of cream and cheese, which is excellent, but I made that. So I've got massive brownie pots by power. And then I try and leverage that by saying, right, now I've cooked, you know, like I'm trying to accrue like mother points. So that's me accruing mother points. So yeah, it's my terrific achievement. High hair, high boobs, advertising good and lots. Thank you. Just saying that looks, so that's what happened. Tonight is children in need, isn't it? That's what I'm drinking. Can I say, I really can't friggin' stand children in need. And by that, what I don't mean, oh hello Jersey, lovely to hear from you in the Channel Islands, I'd love to go there. I'd also like to be Isle of Wight passport this year. Anyway, children in need. Can I separate that out from children who are in need? Obviously, I love them, and my whole heart was with all of them during lockdown, through all the terrible things that have happened to children, and I would apologise on behalf of all of the tits and twats and gits in the media and the politics who thought lockdown was a great idea, and to all the bastard teachers who sent children home knowing there was abuse at parents. I don't want to dwell on that because it's a dark subject. So what I'm trying to say is, actual children in need, as all of the children were when they were trying to go to school, and as a result, many have committed suicide. We just lost another one last week. You know, my whole heart, all the time, all the way, and every day for the 3 years that you were being eviscerated from what was rightfully yours, which is the freedom to be a kid and have a laugh with your mates and see people's faces when you're trying to learn to friggin' speak. So let me say that, and let me say separately, children in need, just face off. If I ever meet, what is it called, the bear, Pudsa bear? Just, you know, just want to slap them in the face. And I know that sounds really unchangeable. Who gives a shit about a big yellow bear? And when they keep saying, I know nobody's got much anymore, you could just donate what you can. No, people do not have any money left because of the bullshit that was forced onto people by the very government that the BBC is reliant on funding for, in order that it can ask more people who can't afford it but are emotionally kind of black positive emotional blackmail that's used. I couldn't give a shit. I love people doing sport. I love people walking. When I'm out and I pass a run, I can pass two ladies running in the rain. I roll down my car windows and I go, yes, go on girls. And my daughter's like, Mum, do you have to? Or I play my music loud and drive slowly so the runner's got music. I'm like, totally, I love it. But Scott Mills on a friggin' treadmill, I couldn't give a shit. I couldn't give a shit. And I totally agree with anybody that's saying, Katie, you don't have to watch it. Shut up with your bullshit. For frick's sake, the amount of money that's gone into all of these bullshit charities, we could have solved the world's crises 5,000 times over. You'll notice I plucked that metric immaculately from my arms. If it wasn't for bullshit charities. So if you love it, great. If you're watching it now, fab. If you gave your last £6, you're a nice person, and you're a nicer person than me. But honestly, I just want to say, children need to piss off. Bring me to my local hospice. Ask me to go in there and visit a lady who has my brain tumour but isn't going to make it. Ask me to donate to my hospice. I'm about it. Ask me to take anything to any charity. I'm all about it. Ask me to help some small thing that I'm next to that I can. Ask me to go back and give money to the guy singing pop music who's all in there every damn day. In fact, I get awfully carried away with poppy sellers. I buy them all sorts of fun things because they're nothing more because they're little old men and I want to kiss them. But children in need, piss off. Right, I think that's cleared that one up, hasn't it? Now I need to ask you something. And you'll know, can I just point out if you're new to Katie's Arms, I'd love to see you on Question Time. I used to be on Question Time. You can find me on Question Time. And I was always, I was kind of, the producers liked having me on because it was, most people didn't pay very much. And I had a lovely time with the audience. So I did always used to be on Question Time. And of course now I've been eviscerated from all media. I'm not allowed to be on it. But I'd love to be on it. Just to calmly say things for ordinary Brits who feel the way that I do. But we wish everybody well, but Jesus, we need to put British people at the front of the line. So I need your help. Let me tell you a little story. I've been promising to you for a long time that I will bring the show Me on the road, right? And after Blackpool, we had such a great time. 3,000 of us on the pier, just laughing. And we were like, right, we want the tips anywhere. And I've done my speakeasies. I was in Birmingham last week. It was brilliant. I got to meet loads of you. I want to bring Me on the road. It will be just like this. It will be, but it will be more naughty. It will be funny. There'll be practicing and some music, and it will be a show, but it will be this. So I had a number of venues lined up, and the summer's still there, and it's all good, and I'll be producing those lists for you. Oh, please, if you can get a ticket to something, please come. But there was one particular venue. And can I say before we get into this, that I want to do this with positivity and optimism and kindness. So I'm asking for your help with those three things: positivity, optimism and kindness. So this isn't a rage, this isn't a war on, and this isn't a come with me, beat down the door, smash the things, bam. This is positivity, enthusiasm. We're going to gush, right? And I'm very good at gushing. So I need you to gush with me. Bedford Corn Exchange. I had a night at Bedford Corn Exchange. I know where Bedford Corn Exchange is. It's in Bedford. And it's a lovely, lovely place. And I know we'd have sold it out, and we still might. And I was coming to Bedford as one of the venues, and this was part of what I wanted to surprise everybody with all of these venues all over the country that we come to, so we can see you all and give everybody a hug, and also for us all just to have a lovely time together. And I know it will be transformative, because I know that when you come and you sit in the room and you look around and you find out how many we are that just want everybody one person started, she heard that I was being on sale then, tickets were just gone on sale or were just about to, and she created a petition, and just 50 people signed that petition. Now, I don't know who those 50 are. I don't know why it would be a round number, like 50, like you think it would be a 48, but it was precisely 50, and because 50 people signed a petition,
Okay, are you ready? So crutches first, then the sore leg.
With urbanization, Kenya's capital population has grown rapidly. In fact, it has doubled over the last 20 years. Due to such a high population density, buildings have been built very close to each other to accommodate the ballooning populace in Nairobi.
The building is quite big and we have to use the electricity throughout the day because we can't manage to do anything here without the lights. So when the power is out, we got to turn on the generator because that's the immediate alternative that we have. And we can't use the solar panel because the building here is much congested.
Many new satellite neighborhoods have spawned around Nairobi due to overpopulation. That too with very little planning or regulation. As a result, many residents struggle to receive even a shred of natural light and have to rely on light bulbs most of the day. The sewage in these neighborhoods is also mismanaged. Rainwater is left to run down the streets, often causing floods and overwhelming the sewer lines.
Here we're
Pfizer's CEO wrapped by regulator for making misleading statements about children.
Yeah, this is absolutely huge, Ben, and I think it isn't getting enough coverage yet, but I think it will. I think there's more to run because the report's going to come out. But essentially, last December 2020, when the vaccine was being mooted for children, lots of people like us were pushing back. Pfizer guy, Albert Bourla, went on TV and said, I don't want to misquote him, that there is no doubt in my mind that the benefit completely are in favour of vaccinating youngsters 5 to 11 against COVID. Kids will have severe symptoms, and there are many people saying there's no evidence for that. What are you doing? Particularly us for them, Molly Kingsley, who has fought and championed children. So she actually made a complaint to the regulator of the pharmaceutical watchdog, the Prescription Medicines Code of Practice, and they initially ruled that not only were they misleading, but it was bringing the industry into disrepute, and all of those. They appealed. Pfizer had deep pockets, don't forget this. This is why it was so brave of us for them. And they appealed, and some of the accusations were dismissed, but the regulator upheld that Pfizer had misled the public on this, and that they failed to present information in a factual and balanced way. Now bear in mind, this is parents. We're trying to give parents the right information, which is what we've been trying to do. We've been trying to say that this is the risk of your child dying of COVID or being seriously ill, and actually this is the risk of the vaccine. Pfizer failed to do that, and they've been told off for it, so this is absolutely massive. And now parents need to be told before those kids have any more vaccines.
Yeah. Why is this not being talked about more, Tanya Buxton, do you think? Because these are the sort of smoking gun moments that many of us have been looking for, as in the pursuit of transparency. We just want the facts. That's all we've ever wanted. Why is nobody, except largely GB News, talking about it?
But also the language that, we're accepting that he was misleading. It was an out-and-out, damn right lie. You lied. I wonder why they lied. Oh, I wonder. I'm not allowed to say it out because of course tell me off. But what is the reason that they pushed this drug onto our children when they did not need it, and there is a strong element they could suffer side effects? It makes my blood boil. I can't speak about it without really getting so upset that this has been continued, and it's brushed under the carpet by most of the mainstream media. Shame on them, they're disgusting. It must be corruption. What's the reason?
Well, I remember, you and I, of course, will know the time when they were talking about the fact that teenagers would need this drug to go into nightclubs, and we have teenagers and we wanted them to live freely, but we had grave reservations about them taking a drug which they patently didn't need. Eric, why do you think this story is not getting talked about enough?
Well,
we get these moments, what feel like justice?
Yeah, I mean, I do think there was a consensus around this, and I guess my issue is more, I mean, I'm not super invested in this issue, but what I would say is, whatever it is that we disagree on, there should be an open climate of debate where we use evidence. If it's a debate over whether this prevents transmission or not, we should have the numbers and the data. So what I object to is a sort of cancel culture that won't allow for any side to air its views based on data. So that's sort of my big objection to this.
Not that it might harm your child and that they might probably be damaged by
I want
they don't need.
If that's right, then I need to hear that, and that's what I'm saying. But if we have the debate shut down, right, then I'm not going to hear that. And that's what I'm saying. The prerequisite is to have the open debate.
And also, at the time, when Pfizer appealed this, what they said was that Albert Bourla's comments at the time were based on scientific fact. They weren't. That is a lie. There was never any data that healthy children needed this vaccine. Never.
Yeah. Of course, it was all a bit, when I look back now and I try to remember, I mean, I can't believe that we're getting towards, as somebody just said, it's only a few days to 2023, and we're still processing what happened in 2020. That's how I feel. I'm still getting over it. But do you remember when the Joint Committee on Vaccines and Immunisations were talking about whether they were going to greenlight it to children, they initially said, didn't they, there is no benefit. We're going to give this decision to the chief medical officers.
Yeah,
and they made the decision.
They were lent on it. It took 2 weeks. The JCVI said no, there wasn't outstanding benefit for children for this vaccine. And then within 2 weeks, with lots of MSN media screaming on the headlines, online that children needed it, suddenly the JCVI said that they had failed to take into account the social benefits of kids having this vaccine. When have we ever given someone a medication for social benefits, which are spurious?
Yeah, well, the mental health of the children, because they might be less stressed if they have this drug, and also the absence from schools. What they fail to account is how many children will be able to
Nude, honestly good pet food. Nude, honestly good pet food. Available at New World, Pack and Save and Foursquare. So a lot of parents have had this experience. You send your kid off to college, you're proud. Dylan got into to do. You're so happy. And then the kid comes back and hates not only you, but the country and himself. And the chances of that child having personally go about zero. That's the fruit of liberal arts in this country. So it's a very common experience. One mother decided to try to fix it. She sent her daughter to attend Mount Holyoke University in Massachusetts, tuition over $50K a year. Child comes back, totally programmed like a cult member. So the mom spends $300 a day for a deprogram, which will undo the brainwashing, and it worked. Annabella Rockwell is the daughter. She graduated Mount Holyoke. She's now the development director of Prager U. She joins us. And Annabelle, thank you so much for coming on. So deprogram suggests undoing unreasonable religious belief. Did you feel like a cult member after Mount Holyoke?
Tucker, thank you so much for having me. First, I'm going to say that I arrived at Mount Holyoke bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, so excited to be there in 2011. And as soon as I got there, I was told that, I should refer to myself as a first year and not a freshman. We were a historically women's college. I was left a note in my mailbox saying, he may be a she may be a he, don't assume anyone's gender. And I thought, oh, okay, like that's new. And then the last thing was we had the mohawk job, which was this ritualistic haircut that people did in the first semester where everyone would shave their head, sort of as an act of rebellion. So to answer your question, yes. I mean, as time went on and I studied history, I became completely brainwashed into believing that I was oppressed by our toxic patriarchal society. And I left school, I was sad, anxious, intellectually starving, and by 2015 when I graduated, I completely estranged myself from my family.
Well, that is underneath it all. We joke about the campuses, but the real cost is not that they'll vote Democrat. The real cost is that they won't love their parents anymore, and that's the most upsetting part of it, I think. So how did you get better?
So in this panic of me not communicating with my mother, she consulted a cult specialist. This person gave her devastating statistics that most people don't make it out, but a glimmer of hope that it tends to be young women who do. So she spoke to him, and he made it very clear to her, do not affirm your daughter's newfound identity. You know her best. She is your child. Don't affirm her.
Yes.
So she was taught how to communicate with me. Now, to actually be deprogrammed, I had to humble myself. A couple things. I reconnected with my family. I moved home. I asked for forgiveness. I admitted I was wrong. Secondly, I made a lifestyle change. I stopped drinking. I started to believe in God again. And lastly, I had to unlearn my 4 years of wokeism by watching 5-minute PragerU videos online for free.
Amazing. It is a cult. Its aim is to separate you from the people who...
Really awesome thing about oTg Digital Health are the teachers that are on. Today, firing blanks
empty sheets of paper become symbol of outrage in China. The White House defending its soft stance this way.
We made it clear, Peter, that a lockdown is not a policy that we're going to support here. Obviously, there are people in China that have concerns about that, and they're protesting that, and we believe they should be able to do that peacefully.
Tammy Bruce, Fox News contributor, host of Get Tammy Bruce on Fox Nation. Admiral Kirby there with some interesting words about how we won't tolerate lockdowns.
Yeah, that's right. This softness of this approach, and they're kind of mitigating the words, it's like leaving a nickel for a tip. That makes a statement. It tells the Chinese Communist Party that we're afraid of you. And this is as much as we can muster. It would have been better, frankly, to have said nothing. Because then people can use their imagination about the big bad America that's not going to put up with this crap. But we of course, have gone past that with Afghanistan. Even with Afghanistan, women now, of course, are being tortured and held back from school and locked in their homes. Iran, what they're doing in the streets to women there, with who are protesters as well. And these people have had to come up and protest because these tyrants have really burdened them even more because they know the White House is a paper tiger. So this is our problem. We can't run the world, but my goodness, you can at least stand up and, you know, issue some kind of stern strength, but that would have had to have started from the beginning.
Well, look, our policy, whatever the foreign doctrine is on China from this White House, is so muddled at this point, you can't even see it through the blurred lines. So
that's the point.
One day saying, oh no, we'll fight for Taiwan. That's never been our policy.
That's
and then
right.
he says, no, we're a one China policy. When you can't get that simplistic straight for whatever reason, I don't know if it's his memory, I don't know what it is, or he doesn't know his own policy, how would you then advocate for people? And you're right, this is happening for different reasons in Iran with people in the streets, fighting and risking death and punishment.
And we're seeing
there.
those videos you showed, right, we're seeing just a drop of what's going on in that country.
article written by you.
So sorry to sort of beat my own drum here, but yeah, this came out of the Telegraph, and really what this comes out of is a survey, a set of surveys that I did with Policy Exchange, which sort of reveal the extent of the indoctrination that's occurring in British schools. And I don't think the public really understand that a majority, this isn't just a few schools here and there, this is a majority of school children who are being taught these critical race and gender theory concepts like white privilege, systemic racism, patriarchy, and so forth. It's sort of 3/4 of the 18 to 20-year-olds. We asked them to reflect on what they were taught at school and which of these concepts they heard. So not only were 3/4 taught these things, but 70% of them were taught them as truth. That is, that there aren't respectable counter-arguments to this. So, I mean, this is absolutely massive. Now, in terms of the beliefs, well, you can take a few. One is, should J.K. Rowling be dropped by her publisher? 18 to 20s, they're split on this, right? Whereas the over 50s, it's 85%. No, she shouldn't be dropped. Only 5% she should. Or should Churchill's statue be removed from Parliament Square? Same numbers. The young people are split, with half of them, as many of them saying it should be removed as remain. Whereas the over 50s, it's massively in favor, like 85%. So that's what we're getting through the school system, and no one's doing anything about it.
Well, you see, teenagers, just playing devil's advocate here, teenagers have always been susceptible to looking to what their peers are doing and going along with it, right? So how is this any different, Tanya, do you think?
Well, unfortunately, those that disagree with the indoctrination that these kids are getting at school just keep quiet. I know that when there's kind of gender discussions in schools and things like that, my younger son is more open to be influenced by this, and we have to undo all that, deprogram all of that rubbish that goes on in school. My elder son pops in his iPods in his ears and just doesn't engage because I said, why don't you speak up? Why don't you say something? Because it's just not worth it.
Yeah. And this is the difference, I think. So when I was at school, I was in the debating society, and I remember vividly I had to argue for the National Front's manifesto, which, as you know, for me, was really, really hard. I did it with a passion. I don't think they would now. I don't think they'd even have that kind of challenge, and I don't think they'd feel able, because I think they're too worried about what is the right thing to say. What they should say is they should give children the opportunity to challenge ideas, and the only way you challenge them is by discussing them.
Where does it come from though, Eric?
So these ideas have been germinating in academia since the 70s and 80s, and you can see, even if you track academic journal article abstracts, and then suddenly the media picked up on this in the mid-2010s. So yeah, this ideology, which I call cultural socialism, which says that if you harm, even emotionally, someone from a disadvantaged group by offending them, that is a graver sin than not telling the truth or suppressing free speech. So what people do is they suppress truth and free speech in order not to offend. That is the ethos that's being pushed on social media, and the schools are reflecting that.
That's so. And is it fair to say that most of the ills that are in our academia now basically starting with Tony Blair? That's what I'm realising. That he sowed the seeds whilst in office, and we are seeing the trees grow from those particular ideologies, which all seemed... The idea of political correctness in and of itself when it started was okay. It's about language reflecting...
I'm not sure it was okay. I'm not sure.
Our reality had changed, and so if you've got a chair of a meeting is not a man, maybe you just call them the chair rather than the chairman. It's about language evolving to just reflect our reality. I don't think there's anything to be frightened of at that stage, but I think it's certainly morphed into something a bit more pernicious now because of the sciencing aspect that comes along with it.
I don't know. I would say you have to have some sensitivity, but it's like a dial, right? You can have it at level 5, but what's to prevent it going 6, 7, 8? And this is the problem with political correctness, is it did not have any guardrails. So I actually think these problems stem well before Blair. In the US, these trends are all worse than they are here. Yeah.
and his massive donations to political parties. Now, since going bankrupt and being accused of fraud, Sam's been mostly quiet. But recently that changed when he gave an interview to citizen journalist Tiffany Farmer. Now, we've actually talked about Tiffany's work on the show before. Last time she released an insider call of a different billion-dollar fraud, Celsius. This time she's talking to Sam Bankman-Fried. And since I know a lot about FTX, hopefully I can provide some context and fact-checking where needed. Because Sam, he lies a lot. Now, we'll be talking to Tiffany later, but for now, let's talk about one of the biggest claims in the call. You might have heard by now that Sam was the second largest Democrat donor in 2022, which, in addition to his significant donations to news outlets, might have been one of the reasons that he was covered so favorably, with an image of being the most generous billionaire. But ultimately, Sam told Tiffany on a call that this wasn't the full story.
They donated about the same amount per party. That is not generally known because the place Citizens United is literally the highest profile Supreme Court case of the decade, and the thing everyone talks about when they talk about campaign finance. For some reason, he practiced no one can possibly fathom the idea that someone he practiced actually gave dark. So, all my Republican donations were dark.
Wow. Sam is claiming he gave Republicans the same amount, but under the table. The Citizens United ruling that he's referring to, it allows people to donate so-called dark money to influence politicians. In other words, Sam wouldn't be required to disclose that donation. And the reason he wanted to do it this way was so that basically the journalists would like him more.
And the reason was not for regulatory reasons. It's just reporters frequently out if you donate for Republicans, they're all super liberal, and didn't want to have that fight, so I made all the Republican ones dark.
All right, there's a lot to unpack here. Let's start with the fact, is this even true? I don't know. I have no idea. He could be lying. Sam lies all the time. For example, anyone remember when he said FTX was solvent right before it went bust? Yeah, so because of that, because I don't know if he's lying, I decided I'd try to verify these dark money donations. Go figure, I couldn't because the money is dark. You're not supposed to be able to find it. But either way, if he's lying, this looks bad for him. But if he's telling the truth, it looks worse. I mean, it shows you how cynical Sam was. He never cared about politics. He cared about power and perception. That's why he played both sides. So he always would come out on top. And worst of all, they bought it. The media loved him. Some of them still love him. And going back to the part about trustworthy, though, this is what's kind of hard about covering Sam in general. Everything has an asterisk or a question mark next to it because, unfortunately, Sam is very biased against not going to jail. He wants that to be the outcome. So everything we talk about needs to be viewed through that lens. So for the next part of this call, I want to talk about an example of how Sam lies and obfuscates the truth. Because so much of it is about trying to craft an image with Sam. Obviously, we just talked about how he tried to craft an image of being this generous billionaire, but after the FTX blow up, we can't do that anymore. What's the new image? Well, instead of being a fraud, the new image is a smart guy who made an embarrassing mistake. And you'll hear that in how he answers this next question, which is essentially talking about the backdoor in FTX, which was used to defraud customers. Pay attention to how he answers it.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like there's something about backdoor that allowed you to execute commands that could alter the company's financial records without alerting others. Something like that. That this was put in place. I think that was a really good article. Which made it seem like you secretly were moving money in the background.
Wait, and this is something that I would be doing?
I don't know. It kind of said that SBF put like a secret backdoor so that he was moving funds to Alameda and it was undetected. Like this was something that you put into place potentially. I mean, that's how it read on the article.
Well, that's interesting, because that I can tell you definitely not true.
Okay.
I don't even know how to code. It'd be honest, embarrassing answer. I certainly wasn't like building some backdoor into system. I could barely use the system. That's not true. I use the system from a user interface perspective. But I literally never opened the code. So, for any of us, yeah. So I really built a backdoor in there, and I don't know exactly what they're referring to.
I find this response to be so telling. because Sam is lying here while telling the truth. I mean, it is technically correct that he didn't build the back door in FTX for Alameda. But he wasn't even the person accused of building it, because it turns out Tiffany had misremembered the Reuters article. It wasn't Sam. It was Sam's right-hand man, Gary Wang, who was accused of building it. Now, this is obviously a simple mistake, and Sam would know what she's talking about, who she's talking about, and that Gary had built it. But instead of answering the real question, Sam uses this minor slip-up to create a loophole for himself to dodge accountability. Oh, what, I coded it? No, I didn't code it. I don't code. That's clearly a lie because I don't code at all. See, this couldn't be true because I don't code. And he frames everything as this preposterous idea while full well knowing that his partner is the guy who built it. And he uses it to dodge the part of the story where he stole money and springboards into the part where he can sell his preferred narrative, that he just made an embarrassing mistake.
But they try and give you the nearest neighbor to that. So, like, say that is true, that, like, most resembles that statement, which is that, there was a long, and I was wrong, I was incorrect on Alameda's balances on FTX by a fairly large number, an embarrassingly large one, and it was because of a, like, very poorly labeled accounting thing, which was a historical artifact of the time before when, like, from before FTX had bank accounts, and the result of that was basically, there was a time way back yonder when people would wire money to Alameda and then have to be credited on FTX. That just basically never got screwed up, and that was like a pretty big myth, and meant that Alameda was like substantially more leveraged than I thought it was. I don't know if that's what that comment was talking about. That's the best thing, the sort of closest thing I can think of for it.
This is the image Sam wants to sell. One where he didn't steal money, he just fell prey to a mistake. A historical artifact. An accounting error. Honestly, sounds like it could happen to anyone. You forget you had that number in the spreadsheet, and oops, it turned out to be $8 billion of your customer's money. Now, he's not explicit about what this accounting error was, but I can guess based on what he said. Because back in the day, FTX didn't have a bank account for customer funds. So they had customers wire money to Alameda Research, their sister company, instead of FTX. And FTX would then just credit that money to their customers' accounts. So I'm guessing Sam's explanation here is that they mislabeled those incoming funds to Alameda as Alameda's funds, and then somehow forgot that they owed those FTX people their money. It's just a number on a website somewhere. When they go out to cash it out, all of a sudden it's like, well, oh, I thought that was Alameda's money. That's the strongest defense I can maybe think of here, that, oh, we had this complicated accounting system that was confusing, and we screwed up, oopsie doopsie, we lost $8 billion. And crucially, you'll notice that Sam's explanation requires no amount of fraud or stolen money. It's just a poorly labeled account. It's an embarrassing mistake. And we even saw this end up on one of Sam's internal spreadsheets as a, quote, hidden, poorly internally labeled fiat account, which he says actually explains most of this story.
This whole long saga of it. And then there's like a dumb account that we labeled confusingly 4 years ago. And that was like 2/3 of the whole saga.
Now, this has to be one of the most transparent dog ate my homework excuse, just in the world of high finance. You know, I mislabeled an account. I just accidentally labeled your money as my money. Oops. Sorry guys, lost $8 billion there. Didn't mean to do that. I mean, again, this is me reading into what he said here about why he lost it. We still don't know exactly what this internally labeled account is. I'm just trying to give the best explanation from the available evidence. But either way, Sam claims that even despite all of this, the real mistake was actually declaring bankruptcy in the first place. Because without it, well, things would kind of be fine.
And like, then the saga ends, and I honest to God believe if I filed for bankruptcy, all reasons would be whole and withdrawals would be on FTX right now. And not just US, international as well. And I might still get there, we'll see. I don't know. It might happen, it might not. But 8 minutes after I filed for bankruptcy, $4 billion more came in of liquidity.
Are you able to add it to the estate?
working on it, but the current trustees of the estate would rather burn it all to the ground out of shame than attempt to find a way to bring more value to customers. So right now I'm stuck in a jurisdictional battle between countries over the bankruptcies.
All right, a lot more to unpack here. Sam claims that FTX and FTX US would have basically been fine had he not filed for bankruptcy because he got $4 billion in liquidity minutes after filing. Now, the problem with this is that we just have no evidence any of this is true, and given all the past claims of Sam that have proved to be wrong, like his solvency, I find this very uncredible. It's very convenient when you think about it that, oh, we got a bailout right after I can't help anything anymore, and that those darn bankruptcy lawyers just want to burn it all down. Somehow I doubt that anybody would turn down $4 billion for customers, but that appears to be the story Sam's sticking with. In addition to this, Sam also insists that FTX is not as bad off as people say. Here's him responding to a claim that users will get almost nothing from the bankruptcy.
Well, I mean, not nothing. Like, that's not counting like his liquid assets that are there. I mean, if nothing happens, it might never do anything again. They're up their own prices. Eventually, US will get a penny on the penny, a dollar on the dollar once they get around to getting that. And international will get, I don't know, 20, 25 cents on the dollar. So I don't know exactly what, something like that.
Now, these are just more wild lies from Sam, specifically about the part about FTX International, which is hopelessly insolvent. He claims it only needs $4 billion, but that's not true. The only way he arrives at this number is because he's counting billions of dollars in coins that FTX has as real money, while full well knowing he could never sell them. So I find this to be kind of dishonest because, like, if I create Coffee Coin and create 1 billion tokens, sell one of them for $1, technically my market cap would be $1 billion. But you'd be a fool to actually believe that's what I'm worth. But that's essentially what Sam's doing with his own balance sheet. He's treating these coins, which he owns the majority of, as if he could sell them at the current market price, which everyone knows he can't. And this denial also extends to his own coin, FTT, which is the native token of FTX, which he used as collateral to get these loans. Now, Sam says it was probably a mistake to use them as collateral, but he argues that FTT was really valuable, although hearing him explain how is pretty interesting.
I think FTT is basically more legit than most tokens in some ways. Like, I think its value is more economically underpinned than the average, than the average token was. That being said,
why do you feel that way?
Wrong. Just like the Feinberg. Like, it's not just like a token that like does nothing. But at least it does something.
Now, I'm kind of speechless here. Sam seems to be suggesting that his token doesn't do nothing, therefore is justifiably worth $1 billion. This is despite the fact that he created it from thin air and owned most of the tokens. It's just so insanely cynical, in my opinion. His real justification for its use case is only these buy and burns he did with the FTT token, which is just basically where FTX spent money to buy up a bunch of FTT tokens, which they owned most of. So it's literally arguing that pumping your own price makes a token valuable. I don't know. It's akin to saying my Ponzi is better than your Ponzi because I pump my own money back into it sometimes. I don't know. It's ridiculous. And it reminds me of a video we did 6 months ago where Sam described everything as a Ponzi scheme. Well, it seems fitting that he actually created his own token with similar Ponzi-nomics, with a few extra bells and whistles, I suppose. Now, funny enough, after this long call spent dodging or being duplicitous about his responsibility of fraud here, Sam complained about reporters not being interested in the real story, the boring story. And he said that he's tired of getting questioned about these provocative questions, like his relationship issues.
The problem is that at the end of the day, their metric is clicks. Like, that's what they need to get. And it's fine, it is what it is. But, like, what it means is that, like, a boring story won't sell. And so they're going to be trying to ask me, like, the most provocative possible questions. I kind of felt like, all right, like, we as a society have, in my opinion, my humble opinion, spent about enough time this week trying to figure out whether anyone in living in Alabama is polyamorous.
I found this answer really amusing since he's the one who's been dodging hard questions this entire time and then says no one wants to hear the real story, and also then brings up his personal life and says, why do people keep asking about my personal life? Like, wait a second, You just brought that up. So I find it really weird to be complaining about nobody wanting the real story and then not answering hard questions about backdoors and instead talking about your relationship. I just thought that was a little funny. Now, so far it's been a lot of time talking about Sam's credibility or lack thereof, but to me this all begs the question: what do we need from Sam, who's so calculated, who's so intent on building this reputation or this image of himself, but he isn't a reliable narrator? And I think the only honest answer is that we can see how flawed and warped his reality really is. Because in Sam's world, he's still the good guy. He just made an honest mistake, an embarrassing mistake, sure, but an honest one. It's the lawyers who screw him, who want to burn things to the ground. He's standing on the sidelines with $4 billion that no one's seen, ready to put it all in to save everyone. If you only let him sell you his Ponzi tokens on the way out, it'll all be fine. But we know the truth. Things are not fine at FTX. Reality has finally barged its way into the Bahamas and is taking hold. So I want to wrap this up by speaking to the person who's responsible for this interview, Tiffany Fong. I wanted to ask how she even got this interview, since so few people have been able to speak to Sam.
I was surprised that he was willing to chat with me too. I'm not a traditional journalist or a reporter. I literally only started posting about crypto at the end of June because I lost a lot of money to Celsius Network. So I mostly started posting on Twitter and YouTube just to vent. But a few months into posting, Celsius employees started sending me leaked information, like leaked files and leaked audio. One of which was a leaked internal all-hands meeting that I posted on September 13th to the public. And I think you actually briefly covered that in one of your videos. But Sam Bankman-Fried started following me that day. So we had a couple of brief friendly exchanges on Twitter. A couple of them I think are actually public. So our DMs were already open when FTX filed for bankruptcy on November 11th. So I just figured I would shoot my shot and see if he'd be willing to chat with me. I really was not expecting a response from him, but a few days later, on November 16th, he said he'd be happy to chat, and he actually suggested a voice chat. So that's how all this came about, and it's all still kind of shocking to me as well.
That's so crazy because basically you're one of the few people who got a call with Sam. I don't think he's spoken to many other people, definitely no one else that I know on audio. So I understand that you'll be releasing the full call yourself on your YouTube channel, but you know, how long is this call? Where can people learn more about you?
The call should be about 20 minutes long. I did redact some parts that he explicitly told me not to repeat, but yeah, I'll post the call on my YouTube channel because I think that a lot gets lost on Twitter threads. So
For sure, guys, be sure to go check out the full call on Tiffany's page. I'll link both of her Twitter and YouTube on in the description below. That's all for now. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you in the next one.
Introducing Speechalo, the incredible text-to-speech app.
As hard outbreaks continue to fork out £7 million a day to house thousands of mainly Albanian migrants in luxury hotels, boards of the country's nationals flocked to the streets of London last night to celebrate Albania independence. Now that defiant spectacle could be seen as a slap in the face for the British public, who have been forced to sit and watch as their local hotels taken out of action to house some 42,000 migrants who descended on our shores this year alone. As the invasion reaches grim levels, Home Secretary Suella Braverman thinks she may have the answer with a plan to reportedly resurrect a list of designated safe countries, including the fast-track deportation of bogus asylum applications in places like, you guessed it, Albania. Fleet Street legend Calvin McKenzie joins me now. He was in the thick of it last night as central London turned into little Albania. So Calvin, what was it like? What was the mood like? Was this a genuine celebration of Albanians who were wanting to acknowledge their culture, or was this a more provocative action, Calvin?
I guarantee to you this was a V sign to a country
that has given them a home, and also probably created quite an amount of wealth in areas which, strangely in this country, are considered illegal. I mean, they're supposed to be number one in the drugs trade and also number one in the sex trade. But last night had nothing to do with celebrating the joys of Albania and living in the UK. This was designed to cause maximum chaos. It was shocking. The whole of central London it came to a grinding halt. The police, by the way, was screaming around, and we got caught up with it at some stage about 10:30, 11 at night, and by the way, caught up with it at 7 o'clock. You couldn't get a cab in London. Why? Because the cabs couldn't get to the major stations, because especially around the Westminster area and in central London, they completely got the whole country to a standstill. The whole of the capital to a standstill. This was a deliberate fee sign to us. I have no idea why they should feel bad about this. Look at this. Look at the cars that they've got. They seem to be doing fantastic over here. I do hope that HMRC knows something about them. But look, moving on to this other aspect of this, is that the situation has reached a terrible point where Braverman is now saying she's reeling out an idea that Priti Patel looked at and then abandoned because our old chums, your old chums at ECHR, had actually given it the thumbs down. There is no way that we are going to be able to grab hold of the Albanians, stick them on. What are we going to do? Stick them on the plane? Stick them on the plane? They're going to fight their way on the plane. By the way, I've lost my so I can't hear your response. So I'm going to have to carry on talking.
Can you hear me? Well, come on, put it back in. Put your thing back in, and I'm going to give you a little stat while you're doing that. Okay, good. So while you're doing that, a really shocking figure emerged yesterday that shows a staggering 55% of Albanian asylum applications were accepted in the UK in the last year alone. Calvin, in France, they accept 2% of the applications from Albania. We are a soft touch.
You know why? You know why? Because they know that if they're rejected, then the Albanians will keep going to a place that will accept them. So they can see people saying, no, you're not coming here. But I wonder whether you've heard of that place called the United Kingdom. They love you guys. Keep going. You tell me, will anybody in your panel, in fact, ask your panel, there's some fairly bright guys there, not all of them, but some of them, ask them how on earth you're going to grab hold of Albanians, stick them on the plane when they don't want to go. What will you do? Will you do it like one of those old movies? Will you go and will it be like Con Air? Will you start handcuffing them? And how many can you send out at a time? I mean, literally, we've got 13,000 of them waiting to go. So what will you do? How many planes will that have to be? It will be half of each.
What's the Calvin McKenzie solution?
The Calvin McKenzie solution is we never allow them to land. Okay? If they land, we have a huge, I don't know, like some kind of Cunard liner, and we stick them on that, and then we take them back one way or another to Albania. The minute you have them on dry land in the UK, we are done for.
As hard-up Brits continue to fork out
perennial as the grass in this country, unfortunately. It is the problem of domestic violence. And it has been decades now that this issue has been out in the public arena, and we've been trying to deal with it, not always successfully, and made some progress. But one organisation that deals just in the everyday with the downstream of domestic violence, which is most often men upon women and often involves children, is Women's Refuge, which is a collection of organisations which provide exactly that refuge for those who are the victims of domestic violence and abuse. A safe haven where people can go with their children and be protected in the storm of domestic abuse. I think it's a great organisation, but it does do one thing: it has to put its hand out for a lot of funding. And it runs regular appeals. They've got a new one underway at the moment, and to find out more about that, we're joined by the CEO of Women's Refuge New Zealand, Ange Jury. Ange, lovely to talk to you again. How are you?
For sure, yeah, let's go. Looking forward to Christmas.
Yeah.
Very much looking forward to Christmas.
I think we all are. But you got a bit of work to do. You got a new campaign on. Tell us about it.
Okay, well, what we're trying to do this year, Sean, is the vast majority of New Zealanders, I think, are fully aware of how good summer can feel sometimes. I think many of us have really good memories of sitting back in the sunshine with rather something cold, watching a nice sunset, something like that. Really
Yeah.
Yeah. And what we want to do this year is just make people think about the fact that for a whole bunch of New Zealand families, that's not the case. The summer isn't something to look forward to. Christmas isn't something to look forward to. It's a time of more stress. It's a time of financial worry. It's a time of really not good things. And that's what we want people to be aware of. And of course, alongside that, making people think. We also want this to raise some money, as you pointed out in your intro.
Yeah. So how can people help? How can they demonstrate their support?
Well, there's two ways. They can help their refuges locally, and that's just a matter of looking up their local refuge and getting in touch and saying, hey, what would help out for Christmas?
Mm-hmm.
And, there's people who might want to do something about, festive food or presents or something like that. Or they can go to our Safe Nights campaign. So it's easy to find, and it's a simple button click, and for $20 you are helping us to make someone's life safe.
All right, so the Safe Nights campaign, where do they get onto that? On the Women's Refuge website?
It's on the Women's Refuge website. A simple Google search for Safe Nights pops it up as well. We made it as easy to find and as easy to do as we can. And for the price of 2.5, 3 coffees, you can be doing something really good for people.
Yeah, you can. Angie, I know, and in the conversations I've had with you over the years, financial pressure is a huge precursor to domestic violence and domestic problems. We have got a Reserve Bank governor and a government telling us there is a recession coming halfway through next year. We've got interest rates going up and cost of living going up. That seems to me to be incredibly bad news for your organisation and what it does. Financial pressure on families is spiking upwards right now.
Yeah, it's not, I can't see it doing anything good for us. We know that while those sorts of pressures don't cause violence, it certainly creates the perfect incubator for us. It makes people anxious, it makes people frightened, and it makes people angry. And those are the sorts of emotions that are so unhelpful for us. So, I'm a little bit worried about what we're coming into. But if you look at it, we get through these things. This isn't the first time the country's faced this. I just hope that the consequences aren't too bad for us.
Ange, how many people, women predominantly, and children are likely to end up spending Christmas or the festive season in a refuge?
Well, every night, averaged across the year, somewhere between 200 and 240 women and children that are sleeping in a refuge bed, and alongside that we have another several hundred who are within our Panic Protect service, so they're the people that are living with a panic alarm, a panic room, safe room in the house. So several hundred women on any given night of any given week, of any given year, sadly.
Yeah, I'd like...
Not getting a lot better.
No, it's got to go eventually. We've got to be able to break it back to this eventually, Ange.
Yeah, I think so.
Ange, I will encourage people. I must have a talk to you. I'd be quite happy to run some community messaging about this. It doesn't cost you anything. We've got time on the platform.
You're a lovely bloke, Sean. Thank you.
I'd be quite happy to do that. We've got time over summer, so let's have a talk in the next week or two and we'll roll something out for that. I think that's a way we can help, and I thank you for joining us this morning as always.
Just give us a bell, Sean, and thank you for having me on.
Good on you. Ange Drew, the CEO of Women's Ref.
working with you, I've heard about you, I've seen you online. Give people who are not aware of your role in Marsden Point a quick update on that.
I've worked in the oil and gas industry for just over 20 years now. Originally was contracted with the refinery back in 97. After starting in 97, I've been contracted since then, 1995. The place was, it was a really good place to work. It was a preferred employer for Northland. Wow. There was a lot of people that actually wanted to work there, and it was almost, when I actually did get a job there, from being a contractor to actually becoming an operator at the refinery, there was a lot of people saying, we wanted to allow you to be there, because that was how tight it was.
It's like a job for life.
It was a very highly regarded job. It was it's an interesting industry, oil and gas, and I progressed up through the stages and learned the panel and became a senior operator. So I was in charge of looking after a shift, and everything was going great. And then I started thinking that about 2000, we did some projects. We did some major projects there. They built the future fuels in, I think it was 2003, to take the benzene in the fuel to meet the new spec. We started lowering the sulfur in spec on the diesel, and then we upgraded our new, the original old A block that was built back in the 60s. It's a bit like grandfather's axe. It's had 6 heads and 9 handles, but it's still the same axe. But
so it was still solid. It was still workable.
Yeah, it was still working. We changed the column inside. We changed all the internals in the column and actually tricked the column into thinking it was taller than it was, so we could actually get a bit of productivity and a far nicer cut of the fills. In 2010...
Rather than go into that right now, do you know what I'm hearing? I'm hearing someone who really loved his job. When I said job for life, I mean, this is a job you wanted to stay in. Because it seemed to me that Marsden Point created a lot of very visionary Kiwis who were able to use that number 8 wire. Would you agree with that, Brad?
I agree.
What's the quality of the people that you've met who've worked?
Well, actually, I've met quite a few, and they all have this massive passion, not just for the refinery, but for the evolution of it. And what we've learnt over the last few months, 6 months, and I think we've been 187 days outside that refinery, is that 10 years ago it stopped evolving and started being subverted.
I want to stop you there because, Craig, there's something in the Kiwi spirit, isn't there? If governments get out of the way and bureaucrats get out of the way, we are so inventive and creative. Is that what you felt when you were at Marsden Point?
Yeah. Well, everybody knew everybody too, and there wasn't anyone there that didn't actually have value.
Yeah. Or who didn't care about making this better.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it was all about keeping it going, making the best we possibly could with what we had, which is a typical number 8 wire scenario for Kiwis. Everyone that worked there knew what they did, knew what they were doing. If they weren't sure themselves, they'd ask somebody who did. It was really, really good.
Tricking a column into thinking it's taller than it is.
Yeah.
I mean, I just love that. That's so Kiwi. I get that image, and I'm not an oil expert.
It was all done. It was all designed in fluid dynamics, and we weren't actually sure it was going to work. It should work, and it did. It did work. There's some really. It's the only one in the world like that, and now it isn't.
And we'll come to this. That just breaks my heart. Imagine a government that said to our Kiwi brilliant people, go for it, guys. Let's be really creative and make the best in the world our way. Brad, why should every Kiwi care that this is now no longer? This Marsden Point oil refinery is no longer. Why should everyone watching this care?
Well, first off, let's go to the argument as to why you shouldn't care. I've heard multiple times, and even from the platform, that because we can import refined fuel and we have to import crude fuel, it doesn't matter. The reason we should care is because this strategic asset, this piece of infrastructure, didn't just create refined fuel. It created very good quality bitumen. It created sulfur for fertilizer for farmers. It created CO2 for our food industry, and it created high-spec jet fuel, diesel, and petrol. And that wasn't the limit it could have done. It could have turned waste into fuel. It could have turned CO2 in the atmosphere to fuel. It could have been turned into a regenerative energy hub. The sky's the limit for oil and gas in this country. Except what's happened is some ideologues from university have found a shortcut into management, and over 10 years have used subversion to turn it into what they're now proposing, a solar farm. They're going to, people have got to remember, you paid millions to upgrade this refinery. You did. For all intents and purposes, you should own this infrastructure. And now it's being pulled apart, cut off, the cable's cut off down at the ground, and there's an investor presentation that states that this should become a solar farm.
What got you willing to camp for how many days outside this?
Our team have camped outside there for 187 days.
187 days. And what made you say, this is the hill I will die on? I mean, what you're saying is heartbreaking, but was it all of that? Was it my children's children should have this resource?
Well, I used to be in Extinction Rebellion, so there was one point in my life where I thought, you know, this piece of infrastructure, or to quote the words of an individual I spoke to, oil is evil. Once I pulled that all apart, I realised, you know, maybe I hadn't looked into this. And then when I started looking into this and finding out more about how it works and seeing Craig's passion and the passion of other operators, I looked at the people who were sort of fighting, but there was too much apathy there, so the extent of their fight is limited. I felt, you know, these guys and this piece of infrastructure, this strategic asset, really needs people who are actually going to go the extra mile, that are going to extend the level of passion that these operators have and demonstrate it on an activism sphere, or an awareness campaign sphere, or a solution to this issue to undo the damage that's already been done and push it forward in a better direction.
Brad, can it be undone, or is it too late? You were saying it's being decommissioned, it's being shut down, Craig's saying it too. Can we bring it back?
It used to be a pile of sand back in the 60s, and the reality is we don't actually have a choice. Right? The issues that is coming with being reliant on international monopolies is already apparent. We saw that with the Good Oil interview. The work that they've done is excellent. That's the work we don't have time to do, and they've done it. They've been watching in real time, not long after this, all the issues that are starting to mount up.
Name some of those, Craig, because people watching this who may not have seen the Good Oil one, why will it hit every Kiwi in the pocket if we don't fight for Marsden Point?
We're going to run out of fuel. We're going to get off-grade products. When there's an off-grade product, you've got to turn it around. You can't bring it on board unless someone's game enough to sign it off. Then they become responsible for it.
Be more specific. Off-grade product meaning bitumen that doesn't work on our roads, that results in holes.
Well, we've already got that.
Yeah.
Because we're seeing holes in roads from our heavy rains. The bitumen is from overseas. It's poor quality. And car tyres are being ripped out, aren't they? Because of potholes.
The biggest problem is the bitumen spec in New Zealand is actually very high because of our climatic conditions. And the amount of bitumen that we would take on a world scale is virtually negligible. Well, probably 1% of production of bitumen. So to ask another company in another country to make us 1% of their product to meet our spec and then ship it all the way over here, you're right.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
When the refinery itself was running, we had our own little bitumen plant, and we did about 70% of the product in New Zealand. So the off-grade stuff or the imported stuff, we could actually adjust ours to make that okay. So if theirs was a little bit runny, we could make ours a little bit harder. When you mix them together, they'll become back to the spec.
How wonderful. We could make it specific for New Zealand.
It's like baking a cake.
Yeah.
If you put too much of something in it, you can adjust your mix and you can make it come right. But if it turns up and it's got the wrong mix in it, you're stuffed.
And that's the same for fuel. If you had off-grade fuel or fuel that wasn't up to standard that came here, you put it through the refinery, you bring it to standard, and then it goes to the market. If you get fuel that's not up to spec, or you've got diesel that's got too much water in it, you're either sending it back and waiting and you've got a shortage, or people are going to have to wear the cost on their filters. Yeah.
It makes no sense, even for those people who are convinced that climate change is this huge threat that they're trying to make everyone fearful of, which you were too. It makes no sense shipping it all the way when we could have.
You're not solving the problem. I mean, let's come at it from a climate change lever perspective. You're having to ship everything miles and miles and miles rather than creating it here yourself, being responsible for your carbon emissions, creating infrastructure that sucks it in terms of back into fuel, turning it into a regenerative resource. I mean, for crying out loud, on this land, we have about 27 to 28% of our country covered in native forests. Our research reports are saying continually that these evergreen forests sequester 1.5 kilograms of CO2 per square metre. You do the math, that's 120 million tonnes of CO2 sequestered per year. Our annual emissions are 79.8 million tonnes of CO2. That's our annual emissions. We're already in the negative if we leave our forests alone. Up in Northland, we've been doing that. Our rate of native forests have increased dramatically. So what do we have to do? We just have to be responsible, create self-sustainability, and be mindful of our actions. That's it. Doing this, offsourcing everything to monopolies who don't care about our values, is not addressing the climate change issue anyway.
No. All you're doing is they've still got to make the fuel that we use anyway.
And we don't know what they're emitting over there. They could have terrible emission standards in the country we get it from.
We are still in the same world. And the other downside to that is all of those people that are making it now aren't buying stuff from New Zealand. They're not shopping in the local towns or driving down to Queenstown and going skiing.
Yeah, he's not spending his wages that he doesn't get in Whakareira.
All of the and the worst thing is a lot of the guys that used to work there that I know, probably 30% of them have gone to Australia.
That's heartbreaking.
Yeah, which is, they've got jobs. Unfortunately, their wives, their teachers, their lawyers, their nurses, their doctors. So you didn't just lose one employee, and you've lost their children. And guess what those children are going to grow up to be?
How many employees were there up there at the height of it?
Operations, there was about 110 of us, and I think there's 10 left running the tank farm.
How are they feeling, Craig?
Most of them have got international numbers now because they're not here anymore. So they're sold up and gone.
Were they as heartbroken as I can tell you are? You can feel something really special has been lost.
It's disappearing. It's disappointing just because of the fact that the people that had all of this that could have just run it properly just seem oblivious to the fact that they're doing whatever they've been told.
Why is it the bureaucrats get in charge of these things and the talent that's at the coal face, literally at the oil face, which is you? Why don't any of you rise up and get through the bureaucracy and lead these things instead of these bureaucrats?
We're just not heard.
That's actually a really good question.
Yeah.
We
tried hard, but there's not enough of us.
Yeah.
And they wouldn't listen to you, the people working.
They didn't get it.
What were you going to say, Brett?
Say that bureaucracy or your so-called intellectuals are possessed by climate ideology. You don't want people in these management of this infrastructure that you despise. So coming from a psychological perspective, maybe they're not as easy as to subvert as the individuals coming out of university. If you want to undermine a piece of infrastructure so you can monopolise that industry offshore and be the sole source of truth or resources, you don't put people who are passionate about evolving and improving that piece of infrastructure into management. You put people who are ideologically possessed into that position.
And look at our politicians. I can remember 20 years ago in the dark days when I was in mainstream media thinking Helen Clark's never actually worked in the real world. She came out of university into politics, and Ardern seems to have been the same, a marketing degree, and then telling us all how to run our bodies.
Yeah, and you look at the CEO of Channel Infrastructure. She's an employment lawyer.
Channel Infrastructure, let's go into that. So it was NZ Refinery, wasn't it, that ran this place. And when did that change to Channel?
Fool's Day this year, wasn't it?
April
That's
Fool's
the
Day.
irony. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
And what was that change about? Why was there a change of name and a change of structure?
It's just a rebranding because it seemed silly to call it Tank Farm a refinery, refining New Zealand, and it's a tank farm.
What do you know about the deals that were done behind closed doors, about the gradual closing down of this amazing resource for Kiwis? Has this been over decades or in the last few years?
Well, I left in 2011 and went to Australia because I was interested in doing a large project, and the management that we had at the time, we were entertaining putting in a new platformer, which they did, unfortunately, but when I left, they had no intention of doing that.
A platformer is?
A platform is what we make petrol out of.
Oh, okay.
Okay, pretty basic terms. And I wanted to do a larger project, so I got approached from Australia and went over there to start up and commission an LNG plant. And I was with that crowd on the East Coast for probably 15 months, and then I went to the West Coast because I had a bigger one for a company offshore, and that was awesome. That's really big gear. And the strange thing is people are under the illusion that our refinery is big. It's not. It's a toy.
Really?
Yeah.
But it was small, but it was efficient, wasn't it? It was kind of...
only had to service 5 million people.
Yeah, it was built for our purpose.
Yeah.
For me, the fight from basically what it, and I'm not sure Craig can talk to this, but based off what I've seen, and this is all public knowledge, like a lot of the good stuff that Good Oil put out.
Yeah.
The financial mismanagement for me started around when Andrew Brewer got in. There was a push to, I guess, see the bitumen plant as something that was either surplus to requirement or something that they just couldn't keep going. From what I understand, bitumen is money for jam, especially when you're creating about 70% of the product. So you shut.
It was a very profitable part of Marsden Point.
Yeah. So when you shut that down, and it was shut down 2 years ago now.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's when things started really getting worse. Then COVID hit. So there's a chain of events of subverting the way the business was evolving. Bitumen plant, COVID. They had all the excuses they needed to say, this is not profitable. We need to get out of the business of refining and simply be the middleman for fuel. Now, they told everyone that it would be cheaper to import it. What they didn't tell everyone is who it would be cheaper for. Because if you look at those prices on the pumps, it's not the consumer.
No.
And right now, nobody's making any money off the creation of fuel from refining. Government's not making any money because they've had to get rid of all the tax off it just to keep everyone from losing it.
The question has to be why. Craig, do you understand why?
I don't
How can
understand why.
any
I think
government be
logically-
this incompetent?
I think logically, so I can't understand why.
And I look in the subversion field, so to me, seems when you delve into this ideology that's been created, you can find a logical reason for it. Get rid of morals and look at this through the scope of progress, or like what I like to say, hypothetical progress. You're possessed by your ideology. You think roads are unsustainable. You're against oil and gas.
You're against farmers.
Yep. Your solution now is big tech, big data, electrifying everything. Okay? You need to find a way to get rid of this all. You need to do it in a way so it doesn't look like you're doing it openly, like waging open war. You need to do it in a way that uses subterfuge, subversion. All you have to do is undermine everything through certain key areas. And that's what they've done. If you don't want people driving on roads anymore, make them undrivable. If you don't want people buying fuel anymore, make it too expensive.
And this is where people say, hey, this is too much. No government would work against its own people. We're going to vote in a new government in a year, supposedly.
You're thinking about it the wrong... If they're thinking that, you're thinking about it the wrong way.
Good, tell us why.
The government are working for their ideology.
This is important that people understand this. Explain it a bit more, Brad.
If you want to know somebody's motives, look at the consequences of their actions, right? Look at their belief structure. What do they believe in? They believe in climate change. They believe in electrifying everything, decarbonising everything. If you want to know why this is all happening, just ask who's doing it, who are they, and why. And the answer's pretty clear, right? They believe in everything that they have been taught fundamentally. It's dogma. And it's all through the universities. Like people say, why is this happening? And they're surprised. That's fine. You're coming from a perspective of creationism. You want to create things, and you have a moral fortitude, which is good. If you don't have morals, how do you know what good is? These people, they don't think like that. They're moral relativists. They've subscribed. They've got a goal. They've moved all the barriers out of the way, and with callous disregard, like Thanos from Avengers, are heading towards it at breakneck speed. Calvin Out says it himself. When they're 100 metres away from the finish line, they'll be stark naked, because they can. They're almost there. Yuri Bezmenov said, most people won't know what's going on until they're kicking the door in. It's apathy. It's also a sense of, I'm not sure what the solution is to this, because they have subverted everything. But the solution is very simple. Go back to basics. What do you do well if you're not for this? You build the solution.
Take me into that more, meaning what?
So
we've got somebody at home whose brain right now is melting down. Are you telling me they're going? Are you telling me Jacinda Ardern is not kind, is not working for me, has an ideology that might root back to her being in Klaus Schwab's Young Leaders School? That's verifiable. We can see the tape where she's calling everybody comrade.
Still a socialist?
I describe myself as a social democrat.
So you're not hardcore socialist?
No, because as I say, my word's my bond.
I've watched as international politics has continued to change while serving as the president of the International Union of Socialist Youth, an umbrella organisation of over 150 progressive youth movements from around the world. Some people have asked me if I am a radical. My answer to that question is very simple.
Comrades, 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 comrades. Remember that you have comrades around the world fighting for the same principles, fighting for the same things. You have solidarity. Comrades, 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 our LGBT comrades, 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 together as comrades. Then and only then will we win the war. Viva UT Viva! Viva UT Viva!
See, somebody sent me an email, a video actually last Friday, and it had you talking at the Socialist Youth, Socialist Union International, whatever it's called.
Yes, yes.
And you mentioned the word comrade about 4 times in a minute. What was that about?
It was a rally, and I would have been about 25 years old. Well, I can't remember which country it was
Do you
in.
think it's changed since those days?
No, not particularly.
We know that communism has a certain ideology. If we can accept that as a starting point, there are ideologues in our government who will sacrifice us as a people for their ends.
For the greater good.
Then we can start to make sense of the idiocy of closing down an oil refinery that was serving all of us and is a national treasure. Now we can start in this mad Alice in Wonderland world to say there's some upside down sense to this. What can someone whose brain right now is frying on that, what can they do? They go, what can I do? And shrug their shoulders, I just don't want to hear it. Or is there something you can give them, Brad, where they can say, I'll get hold of this. I'll stand up with Brad and Craig and Liz and all the rest of us who are trying to say there's something here to look at, Kiwis. What would you say?
First question, how were they able to do all of this? What should have been in place that prevented them from doing this? Constitution, right? And it's the same with anything. In this country, we have trusts. The government, for example, is a trust. It's an implied trust, which means whoever gets the helm of the ship, whether it be Jacinda Ardern or some interest groups or international interest groups, they can change the terms of that, right? The refinery.
Can I pick you on that, Brad? They're also only in there by our giving them our trust. We can withdraw our trust of them.
Yes, the trusts are meant to benefit the beneficiaries, not the trustees.
Exactly. Yeah, but they're not anymore.
Well, that's the problem with implied consent and implied trusts, right? You can manipulate people to be for things that don't actually benefit them. That's why you need express conditions. People need to have informed consent and express knowledge over what they're signing up for.
And that's where a constitution comes in, a Bill of Rights as well, that is above everything.
Yeah, so what the United States would have if they had a constitution that couldn't be changed is an express constitution, right? So you have an implied trust and an express trust. What would keep the refinery from going through all this stuff again? So we acknowledge we live on a continent that has huge oil and gas reserves. We acknowledge the fact that we need to be trending in a more responsible direction when it comes to utilising these resources. And so we need to bind our infrastructure and our assets, so it's particularly our strategic assets, to an express trust that protects that asset from being subverted or undermined, and make sure it's heading in the direction of perpetual improvement. And we make sure that that perpetual improvement is defined by the people that actually know how it works. So that's where you'd start.
Yeah, that's brilliant. So we get advice from those who are like Craig and highly trained. How many years of experience have you had, Craig, in this whole field?
Over 20.
Over 20. And every day you were trying out new things, you were refining your ideas along with refining the oil. This was a very creative job, it feels to me. Is that right?
Yeah, it's a very enjoyable job.
And you had to be agile.
Yeah, and you had to actually understand it. You couldn't just go, I know what that is, I know what that is, but you didn't know how they intertwined with each other. You had to actually understand the animal, what it was.
So take it back to what I asked Brad. If we want to protect this, if we want to fight for this resource, Craig, what do you think Kiwis can do? This constitution idea is a lovely idea. So still a bit esoteric.
We need to find out who's accountable and have a look and see exactly why we ended up in this position.
Right.
For them to say that it was unprofitable, I think if you look up on the stock exchange, they were running cost neutral in 2020, 21. We weren't even at full noise. We're still not at full. As far as the importing and that goes at the moment, we're still down about 50% of the jet fuel. So obviously we're not flying as much. It's probably because we've got no pilots, because of all our farming or gone somewhere else. I'm not sure of that. But there definitely seems to be a shortage if we've only got 50% of our jet running. The guys that were sitting out at the dig-in said, hey, there's not many trucks. This was a month or so ago. There are not many trucks going into the tanker loading because under this new structure of channel infrastructure, the 170 odd boats that are coming into New Zealand now to fuel up all around the country, instead of the 30 odd large cruise ships that used to come in, what we're aiming is to supply Auckland and Northland. Right, so the trucks would just pump them across the road, and the trucks would just come in and fill up and then go off around. I think it was from North Shore north. They would deliver fuel, so they'd come out to Ruakaka, fill up their truck, tear off up to Kaitaia, tear off out to Paihia, and tear off down to North Shore, etc., and do all the fueling from there. Then that stopped for a while. And there's an eagle eye in good old Carl. He's right up on this. He's an awesome guy. He's right up on the marine stuff. And he was, when all of this was happening, he said, hey, there's a boat in at Auckland. I said, well, I didn't think there was shipping it down there. And anyway, about 2 or 3 days later, the trucks started happening again. I was in at the service station and talking to one of the truckies that was actually topping up the tanks at the local gas station, and he was from Tauranga. I couldn't understand that. Another chap I talked to was from Auckland. I'm saying, well, hang on a second, so we're piping it down to you and then driving it back up? It didn't seem to make sense to me, considering that Northland was meant to be supplied from just outside the gate.
We had
whatever the.
I need you to take
real
us through this a bit more. So normally it came in up there, and then it was brought down to Auckland. What you're saying now is
The pipeline takes it.
Yeah.
Because the Whangarei Harbour, like the refinery, was the Auckland Northland drop-off point for the fuel.
Yes.
Right. We used to actually make it all, and then we had coastal tankers that would take it all around the country. Now it's coming from wherever it's coming from, China or Malaysia. They're driving it all the way down and round to Christchurch and then back.
That is so inefficient.
It's awesome, mate. Yeah, I couldn't understand.
I thought that I've missed something. The inefficiency of what you've described to me just then is...
Now, apparently it's cheaper than making it ourselves.
Now imagine that they ran out of diesel and had to get an emergency tanker in, which would have cost them about $80,000 to convert, because they didn't have enough to supply Northland and Auckland. And they had to truck it all the way up. Yeah.
There's no accountant who would look at what you just described and say, on paper, that makes economic sense.
Yeah, I don't know. Again, it's only speculation. It just seems strange that we had Tauranga trucks dropping our fuel off.
It seems so vulnerable. You just said there are 170 tankers?
Thereabouts, yes.
Thereabouts, yeah.
And how many did there used to be?
30, 35 cruise ships.
That was what we needed.
Yeah.
So there's this massive new demand. We seem very vulnerable. What is our vulnerability in New Zealand?
Well, one thing Craig says a lot, that we can't really argue with, is maybe we should have all our options on the table and investigate them robustly before we dive headfirst in one direction.
Yeah.
We have not done that at all. We've dived headfirst in this direction, and the myriad of problems are presenting themselves and accumulating and piling up on top of each other as each day goes by. And Carl and those guys from Good Oil, David Trotter, man, are watching it real time.
And there is virtually no mainstream media discussion on this. It feels to me like this is a whole film. There should be a film on the destruction of this incredibly important resource. But when I said, what's our vulnerability? What sort of storage have we got for mum and dad who want to drive their vehicles to work, or whatever our farmers need for their tractors? What's our fuel supply?
I think the guys over in Good Oil had it right, about 14 days. It takes about 18 days to get here.
So we could be so easily run down to no transport in this country. Am I right there, Greg?
That sounds pretty
The road to zero.
Road to zero. It may not be deaths, it might be cars.
Road to zero travelling whatsoever.
If we can't get our food around because no trucks are able to run because we've got no fuel.
Or if we can't use the digital platforms as freedom fighters to interact and coordinate our efforts to push back against this tyranny, then we won't be able to travel to see each other.
Okay, back to the solutions. You said a constitution. It's still a little bit esoteric because how are we going to bring that in? I'm Liz at home and I want to make a difference. I want to stand up and help the digging at Marsden. What can I do? I'm watching this and I'm thinking, I'm going to stand with the Marsden people. What would you like to see, Brad?
So first step, awareness. People have got to know that this is happening.
Where can they dig in and find more information? Yeah.
SecureMarsdenRefinery.nz has a lot of the information, and the Good Oil guys have been sharing a lot of that information as well. We've got, on the news part of that, we've got videos where me and Craig talk about the specifics. We've got the first episode being about fuel, the second episode being about CO2, and the third episode being about bitumen. And just trying to share that awareness out there. We know repetition works. The repetition of the little lie and the big lie has worked to subvert everyone's opinion of the reality of everything. We need to repeat the truth out as much times as possible. So getting visual everywhere, at the pumps, stickers on the pumps, wearing clothing that is directing attention to our energy independence. Make no doubt about it, if we lose our energy independence, rather diversity of energy sources here in this nation, we're not going to be able to do a damn thing. Or we're just going to have to get super innovative. So first step, awareness. Second step, conversation, because that's democracy. Conversation about how robust this solution's going to be. How are we going to reacquire the strategic asset? And how then are we going to use that express trust to make sure that this doesn't happen again? It's going to take, what, about 2 years to get this thing up and running again?
Probably.
So time's not on our side. So the awareness campaign really needs to ramp up big time. And this is going to be something that's going to open a lot of doors, right? It's been hard to open doors and have people listen to the COVID issue, right? Even though we've got some pretty good, robust arguments for that. Everyone is affected by this. It's not something they can turn into a conspiracy theory. You've just lost your strategic asset. For what reason? Nobody can explain it. But you're not happy about the roads, you're not happy about the quality of fuel, and you're not happy about the price of it. This affects your ability to get food, get from A to B, and see your loved ones, and plan and prepare for a better future for your children.
And let's not forget price of food. Everybody knows that transport's involved in the price of food.
You inflate the price of transport, you inflate the price of food.
Absolutely. So every Kiwi is affected. Where can they buy the Diggin' at Marsden t-shirts? On the same site? So wear it, put stickers out about it, get people talking about it, and then push back in the next election. Craig, this needs to be a central election issue for the next government, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Do you know what National's promising in terms of opposition to what this government's doing?
I don't think anyone's got anything to say at the moment.
They're staying silent?
It's just blank stares from everyone.
Brad, what have you looked into?
They've made some vague statements about how they thought it should be mothballed. We went and asked the operators whether mothballing was a possibility. The word impossible was stated.
Explain mothballing. What does that involve, Craig?
It would have been park it in a safe state. It probably would have just been all cleaned out and then just held in nitrogen.
Yeah.
So that it wouldn't oxidise and there was no chance of any exothermic reactions or anything like that with it. And you could sit it like that probably for a couple of years. Anything wrong with an ad and you're going to start getting stuff leaching out of the steel. But I think 2 years probably would have been long enough to have proven the terminal.
So it would have been long enough to get mad ideologues out and get practical people in power.
Yeah. Well, worst case scenario, if there was an upcoming issue with, say, we couldn't, all of a sudden there was something happening in the Middle East and we couldn't get refined fuel, we could have at least got it back up and running quick smart.
And now contrast that with what they've actually done, because there have been all these rumours of concrete being poured into pipes. How bad has the sabotage of it been?
The only turnaround you've got now is input terminal.
Explain that. So everything else has been, what's happened to
the
us?
point where you won't be able to get it going again without spending a major investment on it. So we said 2 years to get it going again. So if we run out of, say there's an issue with shipping at the moment and we've got no fuel, we wait 2 years until we could get it back together, maybe, if you're lucky.
That's now. That's with what they've done so far.
Yep. They've done a number on it, but it doesn't matter. You don't have a choice, and you're going to find out why sooner or later.
We're import only, and we have to get this back. We have to suck up that it could cost billions and take 2 years. What could it cost to get this
or
back
we can
up?
come up with something better.
That's a good question, Craig.
What's that?
And what could it cost?
To get it up. Say we had a good government right now.
You wouldn't build it.
If we had a good government right now, we wouldn't be in this position.
No, but if we had a good government that said this has been a muck-up, we have a snap election, she's out, we have a good government, they say, got to get Marsden Point up and running, we'll support you all the way. How much, what are we looking at on the books? Millions, billions, do you reckon?
It wouldn't cost as much as the health response.
Yeah, the health response. What we
But at
could have
least you
done
get something out of it.
what we could have done with that
and you
COVID
wouldn't
money. But
fail
are we talking billions to get it back
I
up?
would say if you wanted it in a hurry, the trick is a lot of the parts that you'll need are quite long lead, meaning you've got to order them now and it'll take 6 months to get here anyway.
What, to come from China?
To come from whoever's going to build them. A lot of them, a lot of that stuff was built in Korea.
Can we not make it ourselves?
We don't have the technology.
It's a version of it. A lot of our industries has been played out for a long time.
Yeah.
It's like we've had these people crippling us and we haven't even seen it.
No.
So what have they done to the resource? You said it's not mothballed. What is it? Is it just partly destroyed? What would I see if I went up there?
It would be to the point where they've cut all the cables off all the motors and things like that so that you can't use them again. I've taken some strategic parts away and scrapped them. And it's like if you're not going to use your car again, you just walk out and smash the carburetor off. That's sort of the intelligence level that we're at.
It just makes no sense. And this was, as you said, Brad, at the beginning, our resource. the people's resource.
We paid for all the infrastructure, absolutely.
Yeah, it was government. It was a government building. This is all think big.
This was our grandparents that started to put this in place in the 60s. 65. I have come to this issue so late, as many Kiwis have, because I've had my eyes elsewhere and so much on my plate. But Brad, when did it first really cross your radar?
When I joined this social credit party back at the last election. So I came across and I had the same thing as well. I mean, it's hard to ignore the whole COVID thing, and that was the most pressing issue. I mean, I even voiced this at multiple meetings, that how can I be expected to focus on this issue when kids are being put at risk?
Yes.
And people nodded to that. But after the Parliament occupation and my first-hand experience of subversion, and then sort of chain together a chain of events that would, you start with health, and then you subvert people's ability to get around, then I could sort of see a little bit further ahead. I thought, they're right. I've got to be able to somehow keep working on that good argument for the COVID narrative, but put a huge amount of my energy into getting people to start looking towards this as being a serious issue soon.
This will affect everybody if we don't stand up.
Yeah.
And even if we stand up, can we make a difference? Really, Brad?
Oh, yeah. You see, one of the things I said down at Parliament when I was on a media training thing for narratives, if you're being interviewed by a hostile interviewer, they got us to make a statement. And my statement was, we don't have a democracy. And the trainer laughed and she said, that's just ridiculous. You can't say that. No, that's just nonsense. And even one of the individuals who was with me sort of agreed. And I said, well, hang on a sec. Isn't democracy a conversation? And she agreed. And I said, well, if the politicians are refusing to engage in conversation with us, where's the democracy down at Parliament? And she said, that's good. What we really need to do, and anything's possible, remember that used to be a pile of sand, is the freedom movement need to come together and have those damn difficult conversations so we can find solutions to complex problems. Each individual does not have all the answers, but spread amongst us, we have some bloody good solutions if we can put our heads together. The division stuff, the internal subversion, whether it's on purpose or accidental, we need to find a way to overcome all of that and put our heads together, because we don't have a choice. We don't have a choice. We don't get to fail on this. We always win in the end, and it's a matter of how much suffering we have to go through, and I'm tired of suffering. It's time to put our heads together and figure out solutions to this problem, and then find a way to create solutions that not only solve this problem, but create compounding solutions for other problems. We can do that.
I haven't gone into the politics, and I won't have. I know there's a certain division on the Marsden Point issue. I like that you're really reaching out and praising the good oil side of things, and that feels really conciliatory. We're going to have a lot of that, aren't we, Brad?
It's true. It's true. What
A lot
they've
of
done
finding
is
the good
great
in
work.
each other.
Yeah.
And come together.
I like what Calvin says, and I'm like that too. I mean what I say, and I say what I mean.
Yeah.
They did good work.
Yeah.
Whatever our differences were in the past, doesn't matter.
That is the way we bring New Zealand together.
Yeah.
And this government is depending on us being divided. That's Māori Pākehā, jab, non-jab, Marsden Point this side, Marsden Point that side. We've got to stop the division.
Yep, and the way you overcome that, and the way you take away the enemy's ability to wage war on you without you waging war and being a contradictory fool, is to find the similarities that unite you and play to those strengths. What are you good at, bro? Awesome. Do that and do it well. Right, I'm good at this, I'll do it and do it well. I ain't going to worry about your shortcomings, you ain't going to worry about my shortcomings. So long as we focus on our strengths and we do it well and we paddle in the same direction, all together as one, we'll get there.
Absolutely, against a government that's trying to divide us and trying to undermine us.
Oh yeah, and remember the word government, governmental, govern the mind.
Speaking the weather.
Great day for it, eh?
It's been a long day.
Yeah, could imagine. What are you?
That's $20.
20 bucks. Easy.
Perfect. I'm gonna have to come back here for a coffee now. It's so cute.
Dude, yeah, pop in anytime.
No,
Rain, hail, or shine, whenever the door's open.
I will be here. I will definitely come back.
Easy, man.
Come back on my little, when I'm doing my deliveries.
No, I can offer a little bicky beside them.
So cute. How many do I have left to do? 115.
Don't let me hold you up, mate. See you next time.
How can you bring kindness and compassion to a word like that?
Yeah. Government, yeah, because ment is from mens in Latin, which is the mind. It's incredible. Governing of the mind. That's what they're trying to do. We just said about doing it well, Craig. What countries are doing oil refinery well? Is Australia really going the way we should be going? You talked about these big plants you worked at.
That was LNG.
No.
That's energy
Okay.
as well, but like, yeah, that's something gangbusters at the moment.
Yeah.
Yeah. The fuel side of things, where we seem to be tending towards alternatives. Like we're talking hydrogen, and we're going on about electric here at the moment. There's a little bit of the future, and I'm pretty sure the infrastructure is not electric.
Meaning that our grid won't be able to support.
Well, we get 20 people in an older street like this, and we'll plug in the power once, I'm pretty sure we ain't going to do it. Yeah.
California couldn't cope about a month ago. They were asked not to drive their electric cars because the pool was too great. So nobody had transport because Gavin Newsom's taken them to electric like Ardern is.
And we've got our lakes, we've already had shortages with just our lakes at the moment. Obviously they want to get rid of Huntley because that's running on Indonesia coal at the moment, with some big pilot sitting on. And if you're gonna run on solar and wind, then I guess we can just use the power when it's into the sun, which is very sporadic.
Well, you can build up a backlog, but is it enough?
Well, you've got to store it somehow, don't you?
Yeah.
And if people are plugging it into their cars, there won't be much storage. It'll be on the vehicles. The other thing too is, oh man, I've even lost it now. Go.
No, it's really interesting because I'm also hearing some of our wonderful inventors are looking at steam. There are new ways to use steam in this country. Possibly that could be a way.
Well, they've still got to fire it somehow, though.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was what I was going to say. Is also we actually pay a hell of a lot for our fuel, for our electricity already.
Yes.
Right, and most of it is made from falling water, which doesn't involve much mechanically. You've got a lake up on a hill and you drop it down a pipe with a turbine. It's not really that labour intensive. What happens once the electricity companies are supplying the other 300 million litres of fuel out the light socket or out the power socket? How expensive is it going to be to cook a chicken? Turn the light on if it's now fuel.
And if you're mostly reliant on water for energy, you're basically just monopolising it again.
Yeah.
Your solution is, and you said this morning, the solution to pollution is dilution. The solution to our energy independence is diversity and responsibility.
Yeah.
The solution, it seems to me, to our governance is that as well. Let's diversify, let's get it back to small hubs all around the country, get it away from centralisation. Centralisation, Brad, has been a real issue, hasn't it?
Yeah, let's entertain more perspectives so we can get closer to reverberating to the truth. Right? You're pursuing the truth, you're not holding truth completely, you're not the single source. The moment you start saying that is the moment you make people dumber and more reliant and dependent on you, the hypothetical source of truth. Truth is found in a billion or trillions or an infinite amount of molecules. Right? Your ability to get a very accurate and well-articulated perspective from all these different people is going to form the basis of a strong democracy. If you're eliminating so many perspectives or so many sources of truth, you're creating a lie.
And that's what we saw with COVID. And that's the pattern we're seeing everywhere. Okay, so this is a really interesting discussion. But again, I get back to what can you offer for Kiwis who say, I don't want Marsden Point to shut down now. Do you think we can do anything in the next year? Or is it...
Every day you can do something, right? Reach in deep down to yourself. Check out what we've already done. Add to it. You know, I see you're lacking here. This would help get the word out, or even create or even put a solution forward to us. But that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to embody that whilst putting forward our solution. We need all of you, right? The email's there, the website's there. We're here. We need you as well.
What's happening up at Diggin at Marsden? How many people are left there now?
The ranges, it changes from time to time. We have people that come and go from Auckland and hold the space there.
Are they having any effect, any real effect?
Oh yeah, I mean, we had an email just the other day where a guy emailed us and he said, "Hey, I miss you guys on the roundabout. What's going on there? I haven't seen you at the roundabout for a while." I said, "We've reduced the roundabout activity to focus on the Mobile Spearhead tour. So we're actually building a self-sustainable convoy, and so we're building a self-contained unit that goes on a trailer, and we're going to tour around the country, and we're going to bring our proposed solution, our proposed constitution, and the reasons why it's important to reinstate Marsden Point Refinery and what avenues we think might be a good way to go around. So we're going to bring the issue to, hopefully, bring the issue to every town in the country."
Okay, and for those who, Craig, are right down the climate change route, who are convinced that anything with oil is just so bad for the environment, how do you think they can start to self-educate to realise they may have been duped?
If they're serious about doing everything and not using oil or anything like that, then how about they just go through the wardrobe and chuck out anything that's got a hydrocarbon base in it, which you'll end up probably with an empty house. It's used everywhere. Get rid of your perfumes, because hydrocarbons are in everything. And it all comes from a derivative of oil and gas somewhere along the line. We're a carbon-based life form, and it's integrated into so much of what we use that you probably wouldn't be watching this now.
So, Brad, how did you uneducate a mind that had been kind of hypnotised into a certain way of thinking? How did you wake yourself up? Because a lot of our young are down this kind of semi-hypnotised route that the government wanted them to go down.
First, identification. I had to identify that what I was suffering from was dogma. Then I had to identify that what I knew was not all I could know. Then I had to ask the question, is reducing our carbon emissions about the environment? And is it popular now because we've all of a sudden become environmental? Well, the next question is, what's the solution? Solution is to go heavy into mining and create a whole bunch of things that store energy and that aren't very sustainable. It's not a sustainable option. So the question to climate change is this: is this really about the environment? Or is this because we've found a way to make this resource regenerative, thus creating a perpetual deflation of price because it's now in abundance, And we have to switch, and the big corporates want us to switch to something that's scarce so they can charge a premium on it. Let's ask that question and investigate that angle, shall we?
Wow.
If we really want to be environmental, we have to learn more about everything. We have to have a comprehension of our environment and how we can pursue living in symbiosis with it, because you're never going to get it perfect. But what you can do is every day take a look at yourself in the mirror and ask yourself, how can I be better in everything that I do? And that includes refining. You don't have to throw the baby out with the bathwater to save your environmental problems. All you have to do is ask yourself, how can I do this better? And what does nature do?
There is a chance for that, isn't there? The way you were talking right at the beginning about what this refinery was doing, you were constantly tweaking it to make it better, cleaner, more efficient. Talk about the jet fuel. What was the quality of our jet fuel?
Our jet fuel was really high spec because we had to put it down the pipeline, and with the low spec diesel that we were making, the jet, if we were to make it to the standard spec, the international spec, which is 2,000 parts per million of sulfur, it would put the diesel off grade. So we were making it 300 parts per million to put it down the pipeline to Auckland so that it wouldn't put the diesel off. So we must be getting 300 ppm kilo for our pipeline, or the diesel would probably get put off grade.
And what about our diesel? What was the quality of our diesel like when it was coming out of Marsden Point?
World standard.
World standard meaning?
Yeah. Well, we were down to 5 parts per million.
And what do you think it might be now with all of this imported stuff?
Well, it has to be that.
Yeah.
But I think it was that the good oil guys pointed out that they had no way of finding out whether it was or not.
Well, you'd have to get the every load would be sampled, and someone would have to sign off on it.
Are there reservations for you seeing all this imported electricity, all this imported energy coming in? What are your reservations?
We're at the risk of whatever they send us, really. And if, like the good old guys were saying, if we've got 14 days storage and it's 18 days to get it, if the load turns up and it's not right, well, there's at least 4 days out with none.
All right, it's been a wide-ranging conversation, Brad. I think people need to be aware about this ideology that's running the country. This is a brilliant gateway issue, as I think COVID is a gateway issue. Once you understand Marsden Point, you understand a whole lot about a lot of other lies and misbeliefs that are being foisted on Kiwis. It is a real gateway one to get into. So your site name again? SecureMarsdenRefinery.nz. Lovely. How are you coping financially with all of this that you've been doing?
We're pretty minimalist right from the start, so...
You've given a lot for this, haven't you?
Yeah.
What have you? What's it cost you?
Lots of sleep, less time with family, a lot of stress trying to keep the people who are down there day after day calm. It's hard to stay outside a place that's very busy for 187 days, trying to heal interpersonal relationship issues. For me, Wellington never ended. For a lot of the guys down there, Wellington definitely didn't end. They need a lot more help. But all in all, I'm content with what I'm doing. It feels meaningful. It feels right. I don't think if I could do anything again, I would probably do the same thing, just better. But every day is a learning experience. And, you know, to me, it doesn't really matter whether we're struggling financially or not. We have a home. We're quite lucky we have a home. We're in nature. We're with our family. And every now and then I get to go into town, out to the refinery to see my other family and make sure that they're still good. And they're very passionate people. They're amazing people. Good. Yeah, it takes something special to dedicate. It's going to be 200 days soon to a cause like this. And we just want to thank everybody out there that's been continually supporting us. And we all support you too. I mean, there's a wonderful beach down there. I mean, the guys are constantly going and catching fish. It's a much more lovely sight than Parliament. And the police up there have been very understanding and great. We haven't had any issues with them. They've been, they comprehend our cause. They support us. So it's very relaxed there.
And give us your account number if people want to put some money in. We can put some money in to help that group up there.
Well, I couldn't tell you off by heart.
But you can give it and we'll put it up at the end.
No problem.
Craig, are we going to lose you to New Zealand? Because I can feel that you're really committed to this place, but you could be tempted to go offshore, couldn't you?
Yeah, I have
offers,
options.
I bet you do.
I've turned a few down. I'm not interested in doing some things. There's one I want to do, but that's not up until sometime middle next year.
Is that overseas?
Yeah.
It's such a wasted resource.
It is what it is.
It is. It just.
I've got to feed myself somehow.
Yeah, I'm going to miss going and having kombucha, and please, he's become a really good friend.
Would you ever think of standing, either of you, politically on this issue? Saying we're going to stand in the next election? Please, Kiwis, if you want us to help reopen this. Would you ever think about that, Craig?
I have approached a couple of people regarding those sort of things, and we're open.
You're open?
We're open.
Right.
We have to see.
That's a difficult question for me to answer because I know the nature of this government. Once you know the nature of it, you kind of inclined to want something else created. So
the thing I feel, for all its corruptions, if good Kiwis can get their foot in the door and bring some light into the darkness of Parliament, we can begin these conversations, we can begin to make the changes, we can begin to devolve power. But while they run the show, the rotten ones run the show, we can't even begin those conversations, can we?
that's true, but I'm also for governance, and governance has express constraints created by the beneficiaries of said trust. This structure doesn't.
No.
It doesn't. When you sign a contract to become an employee for the Crown, you may likely be signing up to contracts that the other idiots have already signed. So if I was to stand, I would have to have full knowledge over what I'm standing for, and I would have to constrain myself in some way to the wishes and wills of my constituents. Maybe that's by putting a party or myself in an express trust and binding myself to the constitution of said express trust. I don't know. I'm still learning all those law type things. But that's what it would have to be. I would have to be chained through good legal documentation to what my constituents need to thrive. If there's none of that, I can't do it, because I don't want to live long enough to see myself become the enemy. I'd rather die a hero.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, and yet I think on the most simple level, if you said, I'm going to reopen Marston Point and I'm standing on that, I think given how important this issue is, you might even get my vote. I
would have to prove that there was a proven pathway to do that.
Yeah.
Right?
So you're not willing to make empty promises.
Right, yeah.
That already puts you well apart from most politicians. I mean, it's bringing the people with us, and we hope this interview has been a start for that. It raises so many issues. I'm going to ask something of both of you that I ask of everyone. If Jacinda Ardern had just walked in here and she was standing right in front of you there, and you had this minute to give her a real eyeball, say, use her name, Jacinda, start with you, Brad, looking down that camera, what would your message to her be? Jacinda, she represents the corruption and the government and the overriding of the people's wishes. What is it your message would be?
If you think that these actions that you've signed up to is going to bring about the greater good by removing the good so you can pursue that, at what point, or have you even bothered to look in the mirror to ask yourself whether that makes any sense at all? Because I have no idea what you're doing. I listen to your speeches on the UN World Stage, and all I hear is contradiction. The only way to pursue something better is to Work towards being more consistent with your words. You speak with a forked tongue when you speak in contradictions. To me, I have an issue with that, because if you're pursuing the greater good and those are your words, what is good?
Interesting, Craig. There's someone whose life has literally been turned upside down because of this and other governments. Look down that camera and use the name.
I'm probably not quite going to be quite as rude as you.
Yeah.
That's me.
Excuse me, Cindy. Can I actually talk to who's really in charge?
Yeah. That's better. That's better.
What a note to end on. What an interesting conversation. Thank you both. And let's follow up again. We need to keep this Marsden Point now. Really, every month, a little update to see what's happening and how we're going. And I pray that lots of Kiwis now sign up.
It is the best kept secret in this country. Even people that live in Whangarei don't even know we've got a refinery.
Yeah.
Or how important it is to every Kiwi life.
Well, they will know how important it is when they start getting rationed.
Yeah.
I've already seen on the national telly that they've been talking about they brought back Carlos Days as a conversation piece. Is that the preemptive strike?
And none of this needs to happen if we had competent people running this country. Thank you both. Really appreciate the talk.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the latest in the series of the Manhattan Institute streaming events. Today, I've got the pleasure of hosting the event with Steve Koonin. Stephen is an eminent scientist, now a famous scientist, for some an infamous scientist, a professor at New York University, NYU, formerly the head of the Department of Energy's research portfolio, Undersecretary of Energy, in other words, a Senate-approved post under President Obama. Prior to that, he was the chief scientist at BP. For those of you who may remember, that used to mean British Petroleum, then it meant Beyond Petroleum, and then it went back to BP. We'll be talking about that. And prior to that, he was a professor and then provost at Caltech, which is, I'll confess, I'm jealous because that was my first choice where I wanted to go to school. I went to Queen's University in Canada, some of you know. I like to think of it as a good physics school. Caltech is it's the genuine mothership. So, in short, Steve is a scientist of, I'll just say some concepts. He's not a dilettante. We're going to talk about his book. If you're joining us, you know why we're talking about the book. It's titled Unsettled, What Climate Science Tells Us, What It Doesn't, and Why It Matters. It's just published. Steve is on the circuit. I know what that's like. It can be fun. It can be annoying. But, you write a book, it's a lot of work. So you want people to, you hope people will read it. So we're going to talk about the subject of the book, which is the science of the planet's climate. We're going to talk about the nature of scientific debate, not just this debate, but this issue of talking about science in the public space. And we'll talk some about the idea of changing civilization's energy, how we get energy. We need energy to survive. No energy, no life, full stop. And in a full disclosure, I reviewed Steve's book. I've not known him before. I've gotten to know him. I like him. I thought I'd like him when I read the book. But, I reviewed the book for the Wall Street Journal very, very favorably. Caused a bit of a flap, which if you haven't followed it, you all can go to the Manhattan Institute website and see about the Facebook sort of quasi-cancellation. Which was good. It's, I guess you could say cynically, publicity. It helps people focus on why the book is written. And it's a preamble. As a fellow physicist of less note than Steve, I should point out some history here. Humanity has known that the Earth has had an atmosphere for about 400 years. So scientists figured this out a while ago. CO2, carbon dioxide, was discovered about 250 years ago. I think a Scottish chemist discovered it. The Scots invented everything, I think. Electricity, you name it. I'm not Scottish, British roots, but they did a lot. And 200 years ago, almost exactly, it's only a couple of years of the anniversary, the idea of the greenhouse effect and the very words were created, invented, and identified by a mathematician, which is kind of fun. Fourier. Fourier was Fourier transforms. Anybody who's been in math or science knows what Fourier transformed. And Fourier was a mathematician to Napoleon, and he figured out that the Earth was kept warmer than it otherwise would be. But if it didn't, the atmosphere functioned like a greenhouse. If it didn't, there'd be no life on Earth. So humans have been interested in climate science for a long time. They've been also very interested in the weather, which is a related, as we'll talk about, different phenomena, for even longer, because we care about the weather. It affects our lives. In fact, nature's been trying to kill humans with weather for most of, forever. So understanding the climate and weather matter. It matters because it's consequential. It matters because it's interesting. So that's my bias. It's why I'm interested in books like what Stephen has written. So let's start out with this the title, because when you're on the circuit, typically you'll find people who have nothing better to ask you, why did you title the book you title it? I have a specific reason for asking this, given the nature of the title. So enough about me, Stephen. Why the title, and it gets to what we're going to talk about. Why'd you write the book?
First of all, pleasure to be talking with you this afternoon. I think we'll have a great conversation. The title is actually a double entendre. It refers to the science itself, namely that there are still important things about the Earth's climate and human influences on it that we don't understand. But it also refers to my state of mind when I found out that the science was not as solid as I had previously believed.
Well, I think this gets to an interesting point you wrote about. There's two things that struck me in your book. You write when that happened and how it happened. I think that's important for people to understand, that the epiphany that the science wasn't as settled as you thought occurred because you were looking into the science, not because somebody paid you to do that. You were the Undersecretary of Energy, but nobody paid you to in the kind of ad hominem world we live in now when it comes to the climate issues, nobody paid you to disassemble the narrative that we have a solid view of the climate science.
So give the audience a big picture of what you were doing. A story about that. So about 2005, when I joined BP, up until the time I left the government, 2012, I was working to develop and demonstrate emissions-like technologies of various kinds we can talk about. But in 2013, I was asked by the American Physical Society, which is the professional society that represents 50,000 physicists, to do a refresh of their statement on climate change. In 2007, they had issued a statement to great controversy among the membership because it used the word incontrovertible. And if you're a physicist, you know that that is a red flag for physicists. And so in 2013, it was time to look again at the statement. And I thought, rather than like many professional societies who issue climate statements, just rubber stamping what the UN IPCC says, I thought, heck, we're physicists, we should have a deeper look at the issue. And so I convened a workshop, and my panel, which was 5 physicists who were not climate experts, sat and listened to 3 consensus scientists, some of them, I think all of them IPCC authors in one way or the other, and 3 credentialed skeptical scientists. There were presentations and we talked for a day or so. And I came away, again, with the sense, gosh, there is a lot here we don't understand, and some of it very important to know that we didn't know. I was also surprised by how I had not heard about those shortfalls in the time I had been studying the matter. And so it was both a revelation about the substance of the science, but also how poorly it had been communicated to even the literate public.
Well, you know, it's funny, your epiphany was similar to mine some years earlier on a different subject. It was on nuclear energy, which we'll come back to. I happened to have spent the week of the accident at 3 Mile Island when I first came to the United States as a documented immigrant, so to speak, from Canada. And I'm an American citizen now too, so it's proud to be. Despite all our trials and tribulations, I'm still proud to be here. Although it's challenging these days, you know. Canada's looking a little weird, but anyway, enough about Canada. So, I was thrown into the debate around nuclear energy in 1979 because of the accident. I spent the week of the accident at 3 Mile Island and was immersed earlier in Canada in what was called the Porter Commission hearings, which looked at non-proliferation issues for nuclear energy, primarily, and then the safety issues. But the Kennedy Commission was a mathematician again. He did a spectacular job at doing what you just described, right? The accusation then was nuclear power is too safe to operate. We should abandon it. Government set up the Kennedy Commission to examine the science and the engineering around what do you know, what don't we know, what's uncertain, how dangerous can they be. Anyway, great experience, but what I learned was, to your point, is this profound difference between what people thought they knew in the public space, and include policymakers, what scientists thought they knew, and what they debated about was a big chasm, and the people across the chasm were a minority. A lot of scientists they just don't want to get in. Then I can tell you, I tried to get a lot of scientists in your community, because I wasn't in it then, to come and join me in the debate about the safety of nuclear energy. We were being told the world would end. We have prominent scientists at the Union of Concerned Scientists, to name names, and other places like that. The day we almost lost Pennsylvania because of 3 Mile Island, all these things are going to happen. Scientists did not want to join me. I got a bunch to join. I have to say I felt very fortunate. They didn't want to join the public debate for a variety of reasons then on that subject, and that, I would say, felt a lot like where we are now, but now it's on steroids. So you learned that there's something to debate. There was a bit of a blowback on that, I think, when you wrote a piece in the Wall Street Journal, I think it was 5 years ago now?
2014, September, yes.
7 years ago, you remember. Seared in your mind.
Right, exactly.
So, were you surprised? This is what, I guess I wasn't surprised, the blowback I felt, because I'd been in the middle of an accident. There was a trigger event that caused hyperbolic media coverage. I mean, blowing up $1 billion reactor, they didn't blow up, but melting down $1 billion reactor and blowing up the investment was a consequential event that was a trigger, so you saw a lot of emotion. This was a little different.
Yeah, I would say that the climate discussion now compared to nuclear energy, and full disclosure, I'm a nuclear physicist by avocation training, so I think the difference with the climate is two things. One is that we have now an allegedly authoritative set of documents that are, in fact, the UN reports or the US government reports, and they allegedly define the science. The second thing we have is that this has been building for quite a while, but I think it's getting more serious now as you see governments proposing actions that will, in fact, affect people's lives more directly in terms of reliability of energy, cost of energy, and even their behavioral patterns. And so I think there's a much greater desire now to be looking at the allegedly authoritative science than it was, say, 5 years ago or thereabouts.
Well, you know, I do want to get to the one thing you wrote in your book that I thought you handled extremely well, and it's it's the language of the debate when people have decided to call those who argue about the science deniers, right? This construct that was created, which I was offended with when it happened, it was created. You wrote eloquently, briefly, but right up front. But I think it's important that, you know, you've been asked this by others, but I think it's important in every venue to take head on this issue of being labeled a denier when you try to talk about the science of climate.
So, first of all, let me just say, were I into microaggressions, I would be really offended. I have been called denier pretty recently in some of the media. You know, 200 of my extended family died in the camps in World War II from the Nazis. So, were I into microaggressions, I'd get really mad. But I'm not. This is about science. We should try to take the emotion out of it. When I wrote the book, I was very careful to quote almost entirely from the official assessment reports, both the UN and the US government. So if somebody takes issue with what's in the book, we can then have a conversation about who's denying what. Because in fact, some of the people who are criticizing me actually wrote the reports themselves.
I have to say, so like you, when I write in the public space, and this is just the nature of the space we're in, whatever the subject is on energy and climate science, one tends to use research that others have done because no individual can do all the research. So you go to the primary sources and then you look at what they said and you do your best to accurately reflect what they've said. You can't do it perfectly. And then you write your own synthesis. That's what research is like. In this particular debate, the science debate around climate, this is what struck me early on. I mean, I would say 20 years ago when I first started looking into it, is that if you read the literature, including the IPCC reports, you find, there's a friend of mine, Dick Lindzen, who you do know.
I do know Dick. Yeah.
Dick is, and I'm paraphrasing him, frequently saying in the public space to colleagues who fall into the camp of, let's say, debating the science, not skeptics, don't keep saying that the science is false. He's very adamant about it. The science and the scientists are actually very good. It's the vast majority of the research in the IPCC is honest, solid, interesting, important. If to the extent Dick can get angry, he gets borderline angry when people label the science as bunk. It's not. It's the translation of what's there into public discussion, some by scientists, not all by scientists, and media, where we get those distortions happening. Look, there's no answer to the question, but I want to phrase it this way. So in science and public policy, they merge. You can't avoid it because public policy supports science. So it's not like it's a bad fusion, it's a difficult one. But the process of science and reaching a, quote, consensus is an important one to understand. And understand the difference on the continuum of consensus from, let's say, knowing the Earth is round to knowing that the temperature of the planet will be in 2 centuries are very different parts of the continuum. you undertook this examination, I would say based on that kind of simplistic premise. How do you, not how does one, but how do you bridge that divide when people say to you, well, it's a consensus. So many scientists say different than you saying, you're cherry picking.
Yeah.
Dave, you're cherry picking. It's the consensus is we got a problem. Well, what do you say?
So, you know, you have to distinguish between what the science says from what you or anybody thinks we should do about it. And I try to be very careful about that. We can discuss what we might do, what society might do afterwards, but let's just talk about the science. You know, there is this long game of telephone, I like to say, that starts with the research papers, it goes into the assessment reports, to the summaries for policymakers in those assessment reports, which are heavily influenced by government. Then you get to the media and the politicians, and there are so many opportunities to distort the message. As I wrote the book, I tried very hard to stick with summary statements in the reports, and so circumvent that whole chain of distortion and give the public, the non-expert readers, some insight into what the science actually says. You know, I often like to quote the line from the movie The Princess Bride, where, you know, Inigo Montoya says, "You keep using that word. I don't think the science says what you think it says." And in fact, a lot of people are surprised when I say no human influence is detected in hurricanes, or the economic impact of warming will be minimal, etc., etc. So there are some real surprises there that the process has buried, and I have tried to elucidate them. If somebody thinks I'm cherry picking, you know, show me the other part of the tree. All right?
Well, so, you know, you date yourself, like me, by enjoying one of the great movies of all time, Princess Bride, and the great line when Inigo Montoya tells him that I don't think that word means what you think it means. But I think it was Fezzik that said that, by the way.
Well, we can go back and look it up.
We'll have to go back and get the clip here. This is probably more important than settling anything else. But that's when they were following them. And Fezzik looks anyway. So look, you put your finger on something here that's really important, and especially in the public policy space. So you went to great pains in your book to use primary sources, the same source as others, so that you reach a different conclusion than people using the same primary sources. Perfectly reasonable form of deliberation in any...
Actually, I would say I don't reach a different conclusion. Okay. I've tried to, again, IPCC conclusions, or right. U.S. government conclusions, but sometimes they don't put quite the proper context in that conclusion, they truncate the history, right. or don't give a sense of scale, and so on, and so I've done that.
Well, you're right. It's right to correct me on that, because I think, again, it's a precision in language, which is difficult in sound bites on TV, as you know, where you get...
Absolutely.
You may get, if you're lucky, as you know, you get 3 to 4 minutes of airtime, and usually the host wants a impact thing like, you know, it's a hoax, or, you know, Obama was wrong, or Biden did this, or Trump did that, you know that. Radio, and you get hammered for that if you, and you need to come back with an answer. You can't equivocate. You have to reach a conclusion, and in 3 minutes, it's hard.
Yeah, I would say, you know, this science in particular is so complicated and nuanced that it does not adapt well at all to sound bites. Not at all.
Well, in fact, you and I have talked about this after I published my review, which I could share with the audience. So as I looked at your book and the graphs in it, which are very helpful, again, I will tell those who are listening, if you haven't read it, you should order it and read it. It is I would characterize it in my review as a distillation of a lecture in printed form, where you're carefully explaining what's happened, where we are, what the data mean, where they come from. So I look at the sea level rise graph, and of course it oscillates, right? Sea level accelerated, and then it decelerated with the rise. So you see this graph, and what you don't see is a signal saying there's a clear trend over the last 2 centuries.
150 years, yes.
So you don't have a straight line this or straight line that. You have this oscillation.
In the rate. In the rate.
In the rate. There's actually, to your point, again, this is the precision. There's a clear trend towards the sea level rising for the last, was it 10,000 years now, I guess?
Yeah, 20 almost, 20,000 years.
And we know a lot about the sea level rise because human beings have had docks at the sea and measured it carefully in the Gulf City for a long time.
Couple of millennia, right?
Yeah, it's one of those measurements that's pretty solid. A lot of other historic measurements are not, temperature's a sloppy measurement because we didn't have thermometers of any value for this. Anyway, so you look at that and you say, how do you distill that? Well, you distill it in a soundbite that you don't see any acceleration. You don't see any signal because it's a noisy phenomenon, which simplistically is, for those who say, well, the sea level is accelerating. Well, for how long? The sea level rise has accelerated for the last few decades.
I would say 40 years.
And before that, it decelerated, the sea level rise.
Yep.
So what does it tell you? Well, it tells you maybe we don't know that much about what the factors are. I mean, that would be the conclusion.
I think the thing you have to add to that for people who are up to date on the subject is that human influences were a quarter of what they are today if you go back to 1950, and maybe even less than that. So the sea level was doing ups and downs pretty much on its own, and that makes it hard to understand the recent up.
In fact, the challenge you have, let's do the iconic one, which is temperature. I mean, we used to call it global warming. The nomenclature changed to climate change. I won't speculate on why, but just say it seemed like a better description than talking about warming only. And then now we're now, this is not, it's reported that, I'll just phrase it carefully, that there's a coterie that would like to have this called a climate crisis, or rather than climate change. So we've got this nomenclature problem, which is pushing it towards catastrophizing what's going on, and attaching, we should get to this because it's in your book, it's a really important point, attaching weather, short-term events that are geographically located, to atmospheric planetary events, which are long cycle. They're related, but they're different. I think it's important for you to explain. Yeah. Again, we may have experts in the audience, but I think it's important to explain how they're related and why they're different.
So weather is what happens every day, every second day, whereas climate is defined as the long-term average of weather, typically 30 years, although sometimes people talk about 20 years. And so if you tell me the last 3 or 4 years have been unusually dry, well, that's still pretty much weather. If you told me the last 2 decades are dry, then we can start talking about climate. And I've got this wonderful graph in the book, not my data, but it's the height of the Nile River over about 1,000, maybe 800 years, as measured at the rhodanilometer in Cairo. And what you see, the Egyptians were very good and precise at measuring these things for a long time, is that it's got long-term trends superimposed on the ups and downs of every year. And you can be sure that there were some Egyptian farmers who got really worried that they were entering a drought when it was going down for a couple decades, but then it turns around again. And of course, that had nothing to do with human influences because it was long before the large-scale use of fossil fuels. So
I think that's one of the most delicious graphs in your book for me, because and I'm sure you have this experience with graphs and books in the public space. Generally speaking, editors tell you to get the graphs out of your book because it scares people away. When I see a graph, it's a real graph, I don't mean an illustration, it just yells at you what information, the old adage that picture's worth 1,000 words. It's all true. It's very dramatic and evocative, and then words to explain it. But that graph speaks volumes to that specific phenomenon. Again, I commend the book.
These long-term trends. And it's interesting you mentioned the graphs. As I started to put the book together, we had a big debate, the editor and I, and the publisher, the agent, should he put the graphs in or not? And wound up there's something like 70 graphs in the book, which is quite unusual for a popular level book. But as you say, the graphs are the way in which you talk about data, and data are the language of science. And you can't talk about it any other way. Although I have had some non-numerate or less numerate friends read the book and say you can perfectly well read it without looking at the graphs.
I like how you qualified non-numerate to less numerate.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, it's probably because they can do arithmetic, but they can't. Anyway, I'm just joking.
Well, no, look, people who look at stocks and so on, I mean, the graphs are no more complicated.
I agree. In fact, the point I've made to friends of mine and colleagues in these debates is that it's like every other skill. People who are good at reading balance sheets on financial reports can just look at it and smell a company that's lying or not lying, like, boom. I mean, I was amazed when I was working and helping an investment fund, and I'd watch some of the guys I worked with. They would just look at the financial pages and just smell it, the numbers. I could just tell. I feel the same way what I was trained in. You like what you're trained in. But you're right. You explain the graphs. You don't have to understand them. You can read the book. The narrative's there. So let's go to the enough about climate, as they say. But let's just stipulate that those who think that we shouldn't be in a hurry to change the energy system of the world have for the time being lost the debate. Because the world, at least the Western world, is trying hard to change its energy system. It hasn't changed it. You know this. I've written about it. You've written about it. I mean, this audience surely knows this. The world gets about 3% of its energy from wind and solar, and another roughly 10% from other non-combustion sources. And otherwise, it's 80+% burning oil, coal, and gas. And 84% 20 years ago. So here we are, going to spend hundreds of billions of dollars. We've already spent, by my accounting, in the last two decades, somewhere between $1 and $2 trillion in Europe and the United States on non-hydrocarbon energy sources, where hydrocarbons still utterly dominate. So here, you worked for BP in the height of the Beyond Petroleum days, when Lord Brown wanted to, whatever reason they had in the public relations side, to signal that there's a long transition to a post-petroleum world, I guess. Let me ask you, we'll talk more about energy and nukes and fusion, but let me ask you this question, and I get it all the time too. So you're a scientist, you're an expert, you study this stuff. So you gotta put a marker down. It's 2035. We're forecasting to 2035 based on what you know about the physics of energy, the economics of energy, the inertial systems. I'm biasing everything by saying all the preambles. With 2035, is the world still using a lot of oil? I don't mean sippy cups worth of oil, but super tankers worth of oil. Is oil still the dominant source of transportation?
Look, energy systems are recalcitrant. They change slowly. And there are very good reasons why they change slowly. Two of the most important are they need to be reliable, and you don't make changes in a system that's going to deliver electricity with 4 nines reliability or a fuel supply that needs to be there every day. That's one. The second is that there are large capital investments involved. You put down a nuclear power plant or even a gas plant, you expect it to last many decades. And so it's still there. It's still running. And so it takes a long time. And what's being proposed now, at least in the U.S., is to force the system to do something unnatural. I like to say you change the energy system by orthodontia, not by tooth extraction. And if, to make the kind of radical changes that are being proposed without actually detailed plans of how it's going to come about, I think we could be headed for trouble, both domestically in the economy, but also in our geopolitical posture.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I couldn't agree more. I mean, for me, I have taken a position publicly, and it's not a tough one to take, but look, we're going to build more non-hydrocarbon energy machines and systems. That's locked into the system. A lot of that's good and normal because the machines are better than they ever were. We need lots of energy. But accelerating it, forcing it through subsidies doesn't create new physics of energy, doesn't create new machines easily. It takes very long times. The geopolitical part, when you were in the Department of Energy, one of the things that I know you learned, and I learned this when I was much younger, I would guess I call myself a young man in the ninth office in the Reagan White House. I date myself with that. You at least worked the Obama administration. I must have been in diapers when I was in the Reagan administration. I'm just saying I'm not very young. The geopolitics of energy matter enormously because wars have been fought for millennia over energy. And to distill it to the challenge we have today, if the world's going to still use a lot of oil in the future, let's stick with oil. Natural gas is its hydrocarbon cousin. Given who produces the oil, and you sat in meetings on the geopolitics of DOE, I'm sure. Now the two big players, Saudi Arabia, Middle East broadly, and Russia. They're the number 2 and 3 players. We'll go back to number 1 and 2 if we shrink. And the rest of the world imports oil. The 3 producing, exporting regions primarily are us, Russia, and Saudi Arabia. I mean, I think it's not just frightening. I think it's a formula for serious challenges.
Yeah, you know, I mean, the current administration seems to be headed for slowly strangling the domestic oil and gas industry here. And I remind people that that employs 10.5 million people and accounts for 8% of the GDP. And it doesn't, you know, produces about 12% of the world's oil, something like that.
I've got a question regarding SBS and NTIB use that says always was, always will be. Do you think that sends a inclusive message to non-Indigenous Australians that the land they're on isn't theirs?
Sorry, Senator, the question is, does the slogan always was, always will be seek to exclude non-Indigenous Australians?
Well, it may not seek to exclude, but the message that it sends is that it is excluding non-Indigenous Australians, because ultimately, you know, people shouldn't be judged on where they're from or what their ancestry is. I mean, this land belongs to all of us. So why is the SBS running a slogan that, to me, seems counterintuitive to inclusivity?
Well, I don't think it is intended to be counter to inclusion, nor do I believe it is counter to inclusion. I think NITV is the National Indigenous Television Service, which we are proud to have as part of the SBS family. It's been part of the SBS family for 9 years now, I believe. It is a channel made by and for Indigenous Australians. It's a showcase of Indigenous production capacity, Indigenous storytelling, creativity.
Yeah, that's fine. I've got no problem with the channel. I have a problem with the slogan that, to me, is sending a message that somehow, you know, it's not, the land doesn't belong to all Australians. That, to me, is what the message is saying.
I don't think that's the case. I think the message is intended to send the message that the Indigenous Australians are the longest continuous culture on the planet and are the first custodians of this land in which we all live. And I think it's important for...
And that's fine, but that's backwards, going forwards. Yeah.
And so therefore I think it's entirely appropriate for NITV to be proud about their slogan, which was, always will be Aboriginal land. I think that is a very important statement of their role, their presence and their relevance in the Australian media landscape and the importance of acknowledging First Nations people.
Yeah, I mean, I disagree to say that it always will be. I mean, that's just not sending a very welcoming message to immigrants or, you know, people, non-Indigenous Australians who were born here. To me, it seems as though you're excluding them rather than including them. That's right. That's a statement. I'll leave it at that.
Authorised G. Rennick, LNP Chermside.
questions about the 2021 threat assessment. And ASIO talked in there about right-wing groups were able to use COVID-19 restrictions as propaganda to further embed anti-government sentiment by portraying the government as overreaching. And it also makes some comments about the use of globalisation, multiculturalism and democracy as being a flawed concept and statements to that effect. Does ASIO take the position that, for example, those that believe that there are flaws in globalisation and multiculturalism are right-wing extremists?
We use the terminology global as we know they are violent extremism. There are some people who have an ideological sense of humanity that gets put in the right wing and they try and stay out of the political assignment. We focus on the individuals and beliefs that go to violence, which is our principal concern. So we don't normally say, well, that must be right wing, because it's not, in terms of there's a vast range of grievances that or conspiracy theories or beliefs in not in favour of authority that drive people to have those views, and we pay concern to those people who then go to violence in support of those views.
So is the concept of an anti-government sentiment in itself an extremist position in ASIO's?
Well, it can be extreme. There are many things which can be extreme. I could be an extreme football supporter, passionate and extreme supporter. Our focus is where we go to, where we look at people who are extreme in views and think violence is the answer.
So in the case of people that, for example, were protesting 6-month lockdowns under the Andrews government and did so passionately, was ASIO, were those people flagged as, broadly as extremist groups?
No. So we were watching obviously that, because we were looking for signs of violent extremism, so we would have politically motivated violence, and whilst we saw violent rhetoric and in some cases some violence in protest, there was no active planning of violence extremism, and there were no acts of terrorism identified during the lockdown protests.
Historically, a lot of assertions about right-wing extremism. I know you've used different language now. What is the reason that we never hear about left-wing groups? I mean, whenever I'm out on the street, all I see is Extinction Rebellion gluing themselves to stuff.
So I definitely think that the majority of stuff we hear about is National Socialist or neo-Nazis. That is the predominant threat that we've seen rise here in Australia. We have other individuals across the spectrum, if I should call it that, but they are much lower in terms of prevalence, and certainly not currently appearing in those groups that we have concerns that we think violence is the answer, or have the potential to attract people that go to violence at this stage.
What assurances can you give there that ASIO is not specifically targeting or monitoring people who simply have differing views to their government of the day?
People are entitled to their political views. We don't investigate people for their political views, but we will investigate them if it looks like they believe that violence is the answer.
Reports from the United States that Facebook and the FBI have been collaborating with Facebook employees, reporting users who posted anti-government or anti-authority sentiments, and then the FBI acquiring data on those individuals. Does ASIO work with social media companies in a similar fashion to spy on Australians who might have anti-government views?
Well, again, we would be focusing on individuals that actually think violence is the answer. Where we work with social media companies or companies that provide data, we would do that lawfully under law, by legal.
Hello, I'm here to tell you more about Elon.
I believe what's happening on the streets of China this week is the most important story in the world. Brave Chinese freedom fighters are literally risking their lives to stand up against the evil zero-COVID policy that President Xi has used to blight their lives and gain total control over the citizens for nearly 3 billion. Here's the thing, zero-COVID is about removing all freedom, putting the state in control of indigenous government, social credits, airborne virus with a 99.8% plus survival rate. I repeat, this is a long COVID that is everything to do with control. And that's why I believe it's very important that we never forget the British politicians and British public health extremists who wanted the UK to follow such a sick and dangerous policy. First up, and actually most chilling from a policy perspective, Chairman Jeremy Hunt, our highly unpopular Chancellor, inflicted on the country with an anti-democratic and globalist coup. Perhaps it's no wonder, given his fervour to enforce China's policies on this country, which he admitted while speaking to the equally terrifying lockdown fanatics at Independent Stage during the pandemic.
I very much agree with the central point in Gabriel's paper that we should be aiming for zero infection and elimination of the disease, because that is basically the approach taken in countries which have a SARS strategy as opposed to a flu strategy. My sister lives in Beijing, and she flew back to Beijing in the middle of lockdown. And just to give you an idea of the contrast, she was escorted from the airport in Beijing to her home by Ministry of Health officials. She had a police car sitting outside her house periodically. And I'm not saying we go that far in this country, but I just think it's an indication of how serious they are in the countries that have had to deal with SARS about stopping at the root every possible source of infection.
Just clarify, the then Health Minister, Nadine Dorries, confirmed to me later that Chairman Hunt lobbied the government to follow a zero COVID policy, which would have involved the British public being forcibly removed from their homes and locked up if they tested positive for COVID.
Jeremy contacted me as a health minister, said you've got to speak to Matt. It was at the time we had to go to hospital, that's what it was. You've got to tell him that we don't put sick people in hospitals. We follow zero COVID policy. My wife's family have experience of this. When someone tests positive, we take them from their home and we take them to an isolation centre and we leave them there in the isolation centre. That's the only way you can beat COVID. And I said, Jeremy, the British public will not stand for mothers and fathers and families and children being removed from their family and their home and put in isolation. He says, who said they won't? And I said, well, the Behaviour and Insights team, who I've discussed this with, they won't wear it. He said, I don't believe it, I don't believe it. Show me the evidence for that, because I don't believe it. That's the way we have to deal with this, is a zero COVID policy. Now, we would still probably be in some sort of lockdown if Jeremy had to be made Prime Minister instead of Boris Johnson.
She's right, of course, because that's the issue with zero COVID. It also means zero immunity. So the hellscape of constant lockdowns continues in perpetuity, as we have seen in China. So while Hunt is the most concerning because of the powerful decision he now holds, he is by no means the only British politician who has embraced zero COVID is on the record. So in February 2021, this is over 1 year into the pandemic, with all lockdowns by that point should have been long gone. At that point, a group of 47 MPs backed an early day motion demanding that Boris Johnson urgently, quote, adapt a zero COVID plan that seeks the maximum suppression of the virus. So I'm going to show you now that full list of shame, which includes the likes of Labour's Diane Abbott, Richard Bergen, Val Romero, Abby Crawley, Greg Nadia, Whitto, John McDonnell, and Dawn Butler. The Lib Dems, Tim Farron, and Nathan Moran. The Green Party's Caroline Lucas. The most disturbing, actually, was the number of SNP MPs who backed the zero COVID policy, including its Westminster leader, Ian Blackford. No doubt they were inspired by the truly mad zero COVID zealot Debbie Schroeder, a regular face on the BBC writing in the Sky News, who was one of Stephen Sturgeon's main advisors during the pandemic.
And I think what I would have liked to see is a formation agreement on an elimination strategy. With the anti-lockdowns are reducing compliance, and compliance goes and your numbers go up, we are forced into a lockdown. What do we need to do together to get there? And a zero COVID strategy is the best way, in my view, coming close to this chance.
The best way. She still thinks, by the way, that China should maintain its zero COVID policy. That is a madness. That is a complete madness. I also understand some of you want me to stop talking about it. It was such a nightmare, so we just must move on. But the economic calamity we are now facing is almost all down to lockdown. It is the cost of lockdown crisis. The politicians just don't want to admit they got it wrong. And China must serve as a reminder to how authoritarian policies that control the population never work in Europe. So shame on Germany and all of the UK politicians who back such measures. I repeat, we will not
and we have a diverse set of speakers, multiple disciplines represented here, and multiple perspectives on how we can decarbonize our energy consumption in the next couple of decades. And so it's a great pleasure to have you all join us for this event this evening. We have a packed 2 days of talks, and I hope it will be a productive conference for everybody. We're going to get started with a keynote talk for today by Steve Coonan, and I'm going to ask Dr. Evan DeLucia, who's the director of the Institute, to come in and introduce Steve. After the talk today, please don't leave right away. We have a reception plan, so stick around and get to know the speakers. So with that, I'm going to ask Evan to introduce the keynote.
Hi, I'm Evan DeLucia, the director of the Institute for Sustainability, Energy, and Environment. How's the leg going? Yeah, very slow. Very slow. Someone coming in?
Looks like, but I'm not sure. Maybe the... Yes. Now I don't know if it's the gate or the battery.
Speaking a couple different things, eh? I'm expecting a shirt and a couple of CDs from America.
Oh wow, that's I'll be back.
Go, you do it, yep. No worries.
third year in a row, the Institute has gathered leading national and international scholars to tackle.
I'm here to motivate Kiwis on their health journey. Tweet actually use our Twitter poll running. Now, the company make up your mind. We've got a third net zero proponent. He is the conservationist and former MEP, Stanley Johnson. And tonight he's going head-to-head with Professor of Economics at Edinburgh University, Gordon Hughes. Great to have you both here. Stanley Johnson, does the British public have a right to vote on a policy that's going to fundamentally change our way of life in the decades to come?
I wouldn't say so myself. I would say so not. Now, this issue was put to the government because the guy called really less than a year ago. I think a petition was launched, and under some new proviso, when a certain number of people asked for something to be considered, the government was to be reviewed. Now, I didn't read the government's response. I was rather impressed by it when the government said, I'm not always impressed by what the government said, but in this case, the government said, in our quote-unquote unwritten constitution, just remember, reserved for hugely important constitutional systems. That's where we do things in this country. And I think, as all of you rightly said, to stick in that line, it's not because I fear that a referendum is necessary to give the wrong result, but I just don't think it is the right way to approach this particular problem.
Professor Gordon Hughes, you disagree. Why?
Well, the Swiss are a relatively serious country and are very concerned about their environment, and they have managed to have a referendum on the main elements of their net zero policies. In fact, they rejected them. That shows that it is perfectly possible to have a constitutional arrangement by which very big issues of this nature are indeed subject to referendum. Therefore, there's a further point at stake, which is a matter of consent. The original legislation was passed by a very large majority of Parliament, but with no discussion and with no serious analysis of the costs. If we are going to commit ourselves to costs that are probably in excess of 5% of GDP for the next 30 years, we really ought to have an active consent, not a passive virtue signaling by Parliament.
Stanley Johnson, we were hoodwinked, weren't we? This was just slipped into the Conservative Party manifesto. There was no genuine public debate. Labour didn't have any debate over it. The British public had no idea what they would want.
Well, hold on,
this is going to change our lives.
Hold on, Pedro. I can remember way back in 2008, and 2008, the Labour government was in power. The Labour government introduced for the first time a target, a climate change target in our national legislation, the paragraph of 2008. So we're wrong to say this is not being a political issue. It has been a political issue now for almost 20 years.
I feel it's understandable. The other day, you caused quite a lot of consternation on a GB News programme with my great colleague Nana Aquila, because you pointed out that something British folk might have to commit to in part of the march to net zero is no longer being able to fly. I mean, we haven't consented to such a dramatic change to our way of life, have we?
Go back to Plato, and Plato's line was ruled by the logic. I'm not saying we should have a platonic structure of government, but I do think there are some unbelievably complex issues where it is right to say we have an electoral system, we have parliamentary elections, parties who discuss things, in which manifestos, those commitments come forward in the manifestos that are endorsed by the electorate, not necessarily a majority of the population, but certainly.
But even say, let's think about the realistic changes to our life. Even if that means we can no longer fly to a family holiday, even if that means we're no longer able to eat meat, even if that means we're no longer able to own and drive a car, I think when you actually put the practical reality to the British public, they realise, hold on a minute, this isn't what we voted for. As Gordon says, this isn't what we consented to.
Well, I think you want to bring a little opinion to the British public, British public, you really do. I do believe that when the British public gets absolutely aware of the situation, as indeed it is increasingly aware of the situation, I think you will find there are an increasing number of people who are willing not to fly, who are willing not to eat meat, who are willing not to build
Well, I'm not willing to do any of that, Gordon. You?
Anything new?
Stan will go back to 2008 and the original legislation. Point is that the costs rise very, very sharply as you go up above the kind of levels that were set then to net zero. And that's really the issue. It's not that we do nothing about climate change, but whether we should go all of the way and bear these extraordinarily high costs and burden on our way of life. And as I said, the issue is genuine public consent.
Final word for me, I don't want to be arguing one side details or another, but I do feel very strongly that people like Professor Gus Sculpture and Gina Helm have done a huge amount of work on environmental economics, and they come back in the long run, the economic positives far outweigh the negatives. Okay.
Business figure and thinker, author, and agent provocateur, Peter Thiel, from Fiesole, Italy, Uncommon Knowledge, now. Welcome to Uncommon Knowledge. I'm Peter Robinson. Peter Thiel graduated from Stanford and then from Stanford Law School. A few months after joining one of the most prestigious law firms in New York, he decided not to practice law. He returned to California and soon co-founded a tech startup. After selling that startup, PayPal, he became an investor making the first outside investment in Facebook. Since then, he has invested in companies such as LinkedIn, Palantir, and SpaceX. Peter Thiel has also become a public intellectual. Worldwide. In the last quarter century, economic growth in the United States has slowed. Real wages in America are stagnant. More to all, but computing power per dollar will effectively double every 18 months, as in 5 years. Instead, we've got to end the parity of Moore's law, which is Moore's go backwards, that the price of a new bottle of Pepsi doubles every 7 years. And in field after field, even theoretical progress seems to have slowed. Physics in the last 50 years, nothing like the enormous creativity of the first half of the 20th century. From Einstein's general relativity in 1916 to putting a man on the moon in 1969, just over half a century, the last time we put a man on the moon, half a century ago. Peter Thiel, neither promised flying cars, all we got was 140 kilometers.
Well, I think you just gave a very good summary of what happened. Somehow we had a sort of multifaceted, multidimensional progress in the first half of the 20th century with refined technology in the late 1960s. It would have meant rockets and aerospace and the green revolution in agriculture and computers and new medicines and all sorts of things. Whereas today, for the last quarter century, the world of technology is synonymous with information technology, which is we've had some continued progress in this world of bits in computers, mobile internet. Maybe even that's slowed over the last decade, or at least become much less charismatic.
Hey, sorry, I got late.
It's always it's quite a
Sorry,
complicated
I was
topic,
busy with it.
sort of value
Thank you very much.
all these different
A
things.
pleasure.
So,
I was going to bring it over thinking he's not coming, I'm going to have to walk over soon.
smoothness of the outcome,
See
versus
you.
the lack of on the car, how do you
Have
sort
a
of,
great afternoon.
how do you sort of measure and quantify all these things? I think the difficulty of quantifying is one of the reasons that we've not talked about it enough. It has taken so long to figure out that we've actually been stuck. That we think of human consciousness as forest and mountain over 40 or 50 years or something like that.
So essentially, what is it? How do you handle the catalog? Which is perfectly straightforward. Your process takes place in fits and starts. It's not smooth and continuous like APA. And we have had a communication revolution, which in this period of time is now, well, we didn't get quantified for 18 bits or bits and watches. We think that we have that with internet, which means that we're here in Italy, we're connected. You get the picture. That's the kind of idea.
Well, again, I think the challenge is to somehow try to quantify all these things. How big are they? How significant are they? And also on the level of politics, culture, the macroeconomics, there is this profound sense of struggle. There is this profound sense that we in this generation, not we have the parents of some kind of generational compact that's that we work, and we still have progressivism in politics, we still have it as a word, but it's sort of that we don't have it in anything else in our society. And I think even, I think the computer internet revolution is the one big exception. And it is striking how uncharismatic that has become over the last 6 or 7 years, where even in San Francisco or Silicon Valley, the felt sense is that most people are somehow being left behind. That it is it's not this utopian, inclusive future at all.
Again, importantly, this is something I mentioned just the other day. There's a sense that science and tech are a trap that humanity is setting for itself.
There's always a question, why this slow down has happened, and I'm always hesitant to answer the why question, because these things are so overtrained and sclerosis over the large government to raise education institutions and arrange. It's possible in certain areas it's just become harder to discover new things, where even if you're building particle colliders in physics, how many particles are you finding? And so there sort of are a whole range of components to it. But if I had to, anchor on a single narrative, the one that I've come to believe very strongly is that there's something about science and technology that is very dangerous, that feels somewhat like a trap, where so many of these technologies have sort of very dark, violent, apocalyptic dimension. The paradigmatic example of having nuclear weapons, where bombs didn't stop immediately after 1945, but it was some kind of a delayed quarter-century reaction where, say, in 1970, world cup funding was, you can blow the whole world up 20 times over, sending people to the moon to build ICBMs to send nuclear bombs instead of being faster. At some point, what's the point? And then I think what happened with nuclear technology is true of so many other areas. There's a question about AI. This is a fundamentally dangerous apocalyptic technology. There's a recommendation, maybe you can generalize to various other forms of environmental degradation. There is, ironically, I've often suggested we should have a ticker tape parade for the scientists who invented the mRNA vaccine. Impressive breakthrough in biotech. I think we're uncomfortable giving the ticker tape parade because immediately adjacent the mRNA vaccine is we're immediately reminded at the ticker tape parade, the word pattern, of sort of in-function research and conducted in the lab. So this Orwellian word maybe for bioweapons programs. So all these things are deeply adjacent.
So the notion is that every one of these technological and scientific advances that we used to be so thrilled about, every one of them has to be double-edged.
It at least has it's at least double-edged. It doesn't mean we shouldn't be doing them. I'm still on the acceleration camp. I'm still on the deregulation side. I still think it's a catastrophe to do things in I would like there to be all, we've made very little progress in cancer research. I'd like there to be more progress in biotech. But maybe if we had a lot of progress, there would be some dangers with that, and people who are very, very scared of change. So there's a nuclear power plant. We've got debate in Germany, why would they shut down nuclear power plants? It's the dumbest thing ever. But so many of these nuclear power plants, in ugly waves, create plutonium, and you can build bombs. And it's not that easy to separate the civilian from military uses. But
so the idea here is we've slowed down for all kinds of little reasons that we can see, increasing regulation, just that there's a big piece, almost at the level of the reptile thing, something so deep that we don't often talk about it, we aren't often perhaps even conscious of. Tech and science is hard. So we're just as happy to have it slow down.
if you look at, I used to, as a teenager, I used to love science fiction. I haven't read much science fiction in my book. It's all just dystopian and depressing. And maybe that's some reflection of our culture, but maybe it's also telling us something about the logic of science and technology, that so many of the paths to the future are extremely dangerous. And if you had a warp drive like they have in Star Trek, you send weapons at warp speed, and they hit you faster than the speed of lightning, even exceeding it before they hit you. And so there are all these sort of plot holes in the original Star Trek universe that over time people figured out.
We'll come back to that. China. The late foreign policy quote, when will China become a democracy guarantees around the world? 2015. This prediction is based on China's steadily repressive economic growth, which in turn fits the pattern of the way in which freedom is growing in Asia and parts of the world. Close quote. First economic growth, then democracy. Not for the suggestion of your growth structure and therefore on that. But of course, the prediction that China will become a democracy in 2015 is totally why couldn't it be?
Again, why question is always hard to answer. It's one thing I always have in China is that they learned from the fall of the Berlin Wall in 1989. They think about perestroika without Glasnost. They're going to have a sort of liberalization economy without sort of being an open society. There certainly were a lot of indications well before 2015. It wasn't quite trending all that. We had a great firewall around China where the big U.S. internet companies didn't have any effective presence in China. 2010, 2005, 2000, it was pretty effectively walled off. And I think that's when it started to manage it in 2005, 2010. There was still some creeping on the inevitability law that China would have to open up to the U.S. tech companies. It wasn't obvious whether that was true even in 2005 or 2010. But I think somehow there's always a question how much these things are personal or structural. So if there's a personal version, you can say that there's something unusually crazy about Dave, or the second coming of Stalin or Genghis Khan or something like this. And then maybe it's not personal, maybe it's just structural. That China could be moderately free, not completely totalitarian, as long as the economy is growing 8% a year. And at the point when that's slowed down, all exponential things eventually slow. You have actually happening a lot more. But once China grows at 3 or 4% a year, and the growth is uneven, it's actually going to become more authoritarian, more totalitarian, something like that.
There's like two quotations I can give. The historian Stephen Cochran, who when asked to name his main finding after a lifetime of studying in the Soviet archives, quote, great economies, close quote. President Xi Jinping of China, he's speaking to the Central Committee in 2013. This is a speech the Chinese republished in 2019, and that was, as far as I can tell, from a different view that American analysts discovered in 2020. Xi Jinping in 2013, the Central Committee. There are people who believe that communism is an unattainable goal, He even told us that Martin English analysis is now at risk, capital is bounded by that, close quote. So, in the conflict with China, GLSF are facing chicken and egg cows strategy. They think about Russia as the Soviet Union, right? Well, it's just an egg, you know, it isn't. They're different because they're communists. Same question.
Yeah, I would agree with that, that you need to take it more seriously at face value, because as it comes, take it right up to it. You should take that at least at face value. There probably are a lot of sub-questions one can ask, so maybe they're not strictly Marxist, but they are strictly Leninist, and so it is sort of this totalitarian one-party structure. Maybe there are elements of it that are also fascist, where, you know, the Prague Spring is communism with the human face, and maybe China with a communist face, or something like that. And then, of course, there are some ways in which it's also different from fascism and communism in the early 20th century forms, where both fascism and communism were fundamentally youth movements. So, and then China is kind of a gerontocracy, and so it is a, it's sort of
distinctive.
So it's I don't know, it's sort of a half fascist.
Ask you first of all about the online safety bill, because that we've learned that we're going to lose that phrase, legal but harmful. Labour still thinks that should be in the bill, don't they?
Yes, we do.
Why?
We're worried that this is weakening the bill, and that content such as anti-Semitic content or racist content can still too easily go unchecked.
No, but that's illegal, so it wouldn't be. Oh no, Jonathan. If it's anti-Semitic and racist, it's already illegal.
Well, you can still find material of that nature.
Yes, and it's illegal, and it should be taken down. Why should?
Well, it isn't though, is it?
Why should legal content be taken down?
That's the problem. It doesn't get taken down.
Yeah, but that's a different argument. But that's a different argument, isn't it? The argument that they should actually comply with the law is a good argument, and they should do more.
That you should use all the tools at your disposal to take on this type of anti-Semitic content. And having this clear in an online safety bill, we think, is an important way, an important additional tool.
Okay. Why should legal content be taken down as opposed to illegal content? We've already known that we all agree, don't we, that illegal content should be taken down.
Well, if there's harmful content,
who decides?
We do have a responsibility, I believe, in public life to ensure that the social media sphere is not causing people harm, because we do have had.
Who decides?
We have had. Well, the state always decides.
No, you're saying the social media. You're saying the social media companies should decide. So, for instance, a trans woman. Here's my statement. A trans woman is not a woman. A trans woman is a biological man. Many people, lots of Labour MPs, seem to think that that's an offensive statement. Should that be allowed online?
It's not for me to offer an opinion. You know, there will be proper guidelines.
You're an elected member of Parliament.
It's not for me to offer an opinion on what's on that particular point that you've made there. But we know that there is harmful content which has too often gone unchecked on social media around glorifying perhaps self-harm, things of that nature, which adolescents have been able to access. That cannot be right, and we need to use whatever tools at our disposal to deal with that.
All right, again, we know that there are going to be more checks and what under 18s can see. Let's also talk about China. The Prime Minister last night...
Under 18s can get on it, can't they? That's the problem. They can easily social media stuff. I mean, they get around all these checks like that. I mean, I've got a 9-year-old who got around all these social media checks by setting up her own TikTok account. And then she went
why has your 9-year-old got a mobile phone?
Sorry?
Why has your 9-year-old got a mobile phone?
She's got her own mobile phone, but she steals her parents' mobile phone.
Well, why is your 9-year-old stealing your mobile? My child doesn't steal my phone. Didn't have a mobile phone when she was 9.
Well, I mean, you obviously live in a... You're obviously better at looking after your mobile phone in your house than I am.
It's called parenting, isn't it, Jonathan?
Well, you're obviously a better parent than I am.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying there are... I want to get on...
You. Well done you for being a better parent than me.
Well, I do try to be a good parent, yes. I thought we were all supposed to do that.
Well,
I don't allow my 9-year-old on social media, no. She wasn't allowed on any social media till 13.
Well, neither is mine, but, you know, she has stolen my phone from time to time.
Do you want me to come round and super nanny your kids? I can sort it out for you.
I would love that, actually, yes.
Seriously, now there's a Channel 4 show if everyone wants one.
Yeah.
Right, we'll sort
that would make better TV than Matt Hancock in the Jungle.
Oh, that's for sure. Right, 2 more things. We've only got...
know what's hit them.
We've only got 2 minutes. Let's race through. China, Rishi Sunak and China. I just want to hear from you quickly. What do you think he meant by saying that the golden era of relations between UK and China are over?
Well, I mean, I think he's right to say it, but what will that actually mean in practice? I suspect very little, frankly. I mean, I suspect it is a sort of... I can imagine sitting around with his speechwriters thinking, oh, what a great phrase. But is he actually going to change any policy? We'll see.
Okay, let's also get to what you're announcing today at the Work Foundation think tank, that basically you're outlining plans to get Britain back to work, particularly for over 50s like myself, and the long-term sick. What help are you going to offer them?
Well, we know increasing numbers of people are out of work, some for sickness, and the benefit bill for those out of work for health reasons and disabilities is going to go up by over £8 billion a year. And yet many people, up to 1.7 million people from ONS surveys, suggest that they would return to work with the right help and support. Now, one of the problems with the system at the moment is we spend £20 billion across 49 different schemes delivered by 9 different departments, and yet only 1 in 10 disabled people or older people are getting any help to return to work. So it's clearly not working. So one of the proposals that we're putting forward is, instead of the national contracting, let's give local areas who best understand their economic needs, they best understand the needs of Mansfield or Bolsover, give local areas the budgeting, the funding, the resources and tools to put in place the tailor-made schemes that are needed locally and are better linked up with the local employers, the local skills providers, so they can work out the best scheme to help people that suits a local economy.
Well, we do have a big issue with a lot of people leaving the workforce in the last few years who would otherwise be considered people who would be expected to work till their mid-60s and a bit longer, who've left. That is going to be a real issue going forward, isn't it?
Well, it is a real issue. Now, obviously, look, some people can't work. But some people have taken early retirement, and, you know, no one's forcing anybody. And equally, there'll be some people who, through disability or sickness, simply cannot work. And and in those circumstances, of course you deserve security and dignity. But if you're one of these up to 1.7 million people who are asking for help to return to work, then you should get that help.
All right.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you. In a previous speech, I called for Australia to reject the World Economic Forum's Great Reset and instead mount a Great Resist. These were not idle words. Video is circulating online of World Economic Forum crook and mastermind Klaus Schwab bragging about penetrating the cabinets of Western democracies with his young global leaders. Some Klaus Schwab disciples are in this Senate and one is in the cabinet. How this has not triggered a national security investigation is beyond one nation. We certainly would be taking a much closer look given the coordination we are seeing in the policies being enacted by WEF disciples like Jacinda Ardern and Justin Trudeau. One Nation will resist the transfer of wealth from everyday Australians to predatory billionaires. This was the inevitable and deliberate outcome of profligate government COVID spending that the Liberals, Nationals, Labor and Greens waved through this parliament. One Nation will resist exposing our children to adult sexual content in our libraries, in school textbooks and now in kids programs on the ABC. One Nation will resist the dehumanisation of women through genderless language that erases the very concept of a mother and of a woman. We will not allow the family to be undermined. One Nation will resist the reduction of sex to a soul-destroying, meaningless transaction, the very thing Aldous Huxley warned us about in A Brave New World. One Nation will resist the war on farming that seeks to destroy family farms, rewild the bush and shift food production to corporate-owned, near-urban, intensive factories producing chemically driven food-like substances for everyday Australians to eat, while the elites gorge themselves on red meat and seafood. Something they did again last week at COP27 in Egypt, indulging in luxury while spreading poverty. Disgusting. We are one community, we are one nation, and parliaments belong to no one but the Australian people.
It's bad enough that lockdowns wrecked life and liberty. To discover that vast support for them was funded by fraud and fakery is a deeper level of corruption that not even the most cynical among us could have imagined. Well, you're not cynical, but you did imagine it. And imagine is the wrong word here. You did see it coming at some level, to some degree, and as it was happening, you did predict it, and that's what this time traveling
money printer.
It's a terrible set of words together, but this time traveling money printer concept of yours is getting at.
Well, there's one more thing it's getting at, unfortunately. This, believe it or not, it gets far worse soon if we are not wise about at least figuring out whether this is going on and getting to the bottom of FTX. And I believe that in some sense, the game you were about to watch unfold, and I will say, we had predicted the middle ground scramble with respect to COVID, and we have now seen so many versions of it that that prediction has done very, very well. This is another prediction like that. What are we about to see? And one thing we are about to see.
I don't know what you're about to say, but I hope you're wrong.
Me too. Okay. Oh God, yes, totally. Let's hope I'm wrong.
Okay. The prediction is.
The prediction is what we are going to see is a very studious and careful investigation designed not to find out what's going on, right? To limit the damage, and that behind the scenes, I would argue, what is taking place at this moment is what is called a Mexican standoff, where 14 people are pointing guns at each other in different ways, and the linkages that have been erected during the movie are so complex that who wants to shoot who, and then somebody switches, right? That thing is happening behind the scenes because the true elites behind schemes like this are not dummies, right? They don't go into these things vulnerable by doing bad stuff and not having a backup plan.
So they all have dirt on each other. And so the question is, well, who's going onto the bus? And some of the people who should go into the bus can't go into the bus, because if they go into the bus, then they're going to take other people into the bus. So
This
we're
has
going
a lot more than shades of Jeffrey Epstein.
Well, and don't be surprised if this turns out to be connected to whatever the Jeffrey Epstein thing was.
Yeah.
But first thing we're going to see is we are going to see a seemingly hopeful effort to get to the bottom of this story by the powers that be, that will in the end amount to what we got with Enron, which was a story limited to a tragic series of some things that.
And that one floor that was so alarming, that one trading floor. Yeah.
Right. Okay. We're gonna get another version of. We're gonna get the blue version of Enron, right? And what is really going on will be protected, because it has to be, because if it ever came out, wow, would the blue thing come tumbling down, right? But
well, you say that, but I just increasingly don't believe that there's anything that could be so amazingly clear and obvious and reprehensible.
Well,
that
here's what it is.
That anything would come tumbling down.
You know the World Economic Forum and their embarrassing little.
I mean, not personally.
You will own nothing and you will be happy. And if you think carefully about what they're saying, they're not saying we will own nothing and we will be happy. They're saying you will own nothing and you will be happy, more or less, or else, that thing. Here's the problem. This story already has.
The FTX story.
The FTX story has critically damaged crypto, which was already reeling from a somewhat inexplicable collapse in the last several months. Let's just assume that the collapse of the value of crypto is just a normal correction. But the FTX story has now taken crypto and it has shaken everybody's belief in it, okay? And it is therefore...
everyone who never invested in crypto is feeling real smug.
Right, well, maybe they should. But the problem is that it has kicked open the door for something that appears to have been marching forward anyway of its own accord, which is truly frightening and which most people do not really fathom yet, which is a central bank digital currency, right? Now, a central bank digital currency is effectively something that functions like crypto. It has the advantages of being a virtual currency, but it has the disadvantages of being a fiat currency, and then it has a bunch of brand new disadvantages, which is that effectively the money can be controlled by those who own the structure. And this threatens to basically erect...
It's a shortcut to social credit scores and just having... It's loss of freedom in one step.
It is totalitarianism in an app and a currency. And the threat that this poses to the values on which the West is built really could not be overstated. And, you know, many people have seen this. There's a very good discussion of it between Majid Nawaz and Joe Rogan on Majid's last...
months ago at this point.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's very good and quite predictive. There's also a piece that I'm going to point people to, which I hope they will look at. It's volume 2 or episode 2 of a series. Both of the items in the series are excellent, and I believe we talked about volume 1 many months ago when it emerged. It's called This Pivotal Moment. And so volume 2 is now out. I will tell you, and this will give you a hint of what's really going on.
I have no, what is it about? Like, what's the...
It is a video, high production values, that lays out the case for the fact that these central bank digital currencies are coming, that they are part of a plan, that they will be used to control behavior, they will effectively be used to reward people and punish them based on whether or not they adhere to the kinds of behaviors that the power structure wants them to adhere to, that it's a social credit score for the West. And in any case, it is well worth a watch. And actually, maybe Zach, do you want to show us? We've got the beginning of the intro to volume 2 here. Yep.
In episode 1 of this series, the case was made that we stand on the threshold of a radical civilizational change in which the nature of freedom in democratic societies, a system we have lived under for centuries, will be transformed beyond recognition. Where we are currently free to live the lives we choose, go where we please and behave as we wish, except where our actions are prohibited in law, under this new system we will only be allowed to do the things that we have been given explicit permission to do. The nature of freedom in democratic societies will thus have become inverted, with our cherished and hard-fought-for freedoms being transformed into mere privileges granted to us for compliance and total unquestioning submission to the edicts of those who control the system. As unlikely as it may sound, the first critical step in this radical transformation was the introduction of vaccine passports. For vaccine passports were just the first internationally coordinated attempt to roll out a digital ID platform that itself is designed to rapidly evolve into a social credit system, similar to the one that people live under in China today. In this news...
It's an excellent piece. It lays out the case very well, and I will tell you ominously that what has happened to this piece, it took off when it was first put onto YouTube over a week ago, and then it hit this phenomenon I call molasses, where suddenly the growth of something that is apparently getting people's attention just stops, right? Where it hits the level of viscosity of the system changes. What's more, YouTube seems to have put some sort of a strange limitation on this object that corrals how it is viewed. So anyway, it's not surprising given what YouTube has done to us, to Matt Orfalia, to others. It is not surprising that YouTube would do what it could to limit the reach of this piece. I would ask Dark Horse viewers and listeners to watch it, to give it serious consideration. I would suggest going back to episode 1 as well and checking that one out and sharing it, which doesn't mean you have to agree with every element of the case, but I think the case is well worth airing.
Mm-hmm.
And the last thing I'll say is I believe that what we've said here today, what's laid out in this pivotal moment, episodes 1 and 2, also suggests something very important about what's going on at Twitter.
In episode 1 of this series, the case was made that we stand on the threshold of a radical civilizational change in which the nature of freedom in democratic societies, a system we have lived under for centuries, will be transformed beyond recognition. Where we are currently free to live the lives we... We all know that we're living through challenging and troubling times. We're in the midst of a pandemic. Cities and whole countries are being locked down for months on end. People are losing their lives, their jobs and their businesses. Mental illness and suicide are on the rise, and the debt that is being built up will take generations to pay off. Censorship and polarisation seem to be the new norm, with nuanced debate and mutual respect giving way to a pro versus anti, with us or against us mentality that has a chilling and deeply divisive effect on our previously open and tolerant societies. But far more disturbing than any of these troubling things is that we stand on the brink of a civilizational change that is so far-reaching in its consequences and so profound in its implications that few are able to discern the imminence of the danger or to fully comprehend the Rubicon that we were about to cross and the dystopian world that awaits us on the other side. How is this fundamental change being ushered into being, you ask? Through sleight of hand, through misdirection, and through the introduction of the seemingly benign vaccine passport. Such a claim seems extraordinary, and you would be right to be sceptical. But please allow me to explain. Most of us living in democratic societies today have been born into freedom. We've simply never known anything different. Now, liberal democratic societies are certainly not perfect, but we are essentially free to live the lives we choose, go where we please, and behave as we wish, except where our actions are expressly prohibited in law, such as stealing, committing acts of violence or taking another's life. But we've not earned the freedoms we've enjoyed. They've been handed down to us by successive generations who wrestled them from the hands of monarchs and tyrants, who campaigned, fought and died so that we could enjoy the freedoms that we now possess to live the lives we choose. Yet today we stand on the brink of having these priceless, hard-fought freedoms stolen from us as we look the other way, of relinquishing them without resistance or debate because we are told we have no choice but to accept vaccine passports if we want to get some semblance of our old lives back. At first glance, accepting vaccine passports into our daily lives may seem like a trivial change. After all, many of us have already become accustomed to scanning QR codes as a condition of entry into restaurants and shops. But do not be fooled. The universal adoption of vaccine passports is not a trivial change. It is no less than a fundamental inversion of what is meant by freedom in democratic societies, and it will facilitate a radical restructuring of our civilization. No longer will your personal freedom be expansive, constrained only at the periphery by long-established and mutually agreed laws. Instead, what will remain of your freedom will be limited to those things that you've been given explicit permission to do by some unseen algorithmic power mediated through the screen of your smartphone, one green tick at a time. Let me say this again, for it is critically important to understand. Today, we are essentially free to do anything we choose except where our actions are prohibited in law. However, after the introduction of vaccine passports, that concept of freedom will be consigned to history, replaced by a completely new system in which you will only be allowed to do the things that you've been given explicit permission to do. This is what I mean by a fundamental inversion of freedom. Almost overnight, our enshrined and protected freedoms will become mere privileges, temporarily granted to us for compliance and good behaviour. Can I go into this restaurant, this concert, this sporting event? Can I get on this bus, this plane or in this taxi? Can I go into this shop, this doctor's surgery or even into my place of work? Participation in such trivial day-to-day activities will be contingent on permissions granted to us via our smartphones, permissions which themselves will be liable to change from one day to the next. And don't think for a second that because you are now double vaccinated, this won't apply to you. Australia, a country of under 26 million people, has recently signed contracts to secure a further 195 million vaccine doses, on top of the millions of doses already purchased. That's about a booster shot every 6 months for the next 4 years. So in a couple of years from now, if you are 2 days late getting your booster shot for the latest COVID variant, you might as well forget that dinner with friends at your favourite restaurant. Those privileges will have been automatically revoked. And it won't stop there. Vaccine passports are just a Trojan horse. Behind the seemingly benign functional facade lays a digital ID scheme built on a software platform that is designed to be extended over time. Today, you'll just get a simple binary green tick or red cross indicating your authorised inclusion or exclusion from everyday society. But tomorrow you'll be rated on every aspect of your life. Points added for behaviour deemed supportive of the government and big business. Points subtracted for anything deemed to be divergent from the required norms. So how many times did you inadvertently break the 1.5 metre social distancing rule today? What about that mildly critical post on social media about some government policy? What about that video you shared with a friend raising legitimate questions about the current approved narrative? Watch your social credit score tumble, and as it does, your access to the services essential for everyday life revoked, one privilege at a time. This sounds extreme, but the social credit system is already a reality in China, where people can't even board a train if their score falls below a certain threshold. Make no mistake, this is coming soon and to the entire world, and it's coming hidden in the vaccine passport Trojan horse. While such a world may seem implausible to us, if we stop and reflect for just a moment, it becomes clear that COVID-19 has already given us a taste of a world where what is permitted, and with it the boundaries of our freedom, changes on a day-to-day basis. The desensitisation has already begun. Although this vision of our imminent future is shocking enough, the true dystopian power of such a scheme only comes into view when we situate the vaccine passport digital ID platform in the context of the high-tech, highly surveilled world we already live in. It's no secret to anyone that the global tech giants monitor and record our every online action. With each post liked, every article shared, ad clicked and video watched used to build detailed profiles on us. These big data generated psychographic profiles are not only used to determine what products we may want to buy, but also, more chillingly, to infer our political preferences, our opinions, attitudes and beliefs, and even our innermost drives and fears. It really can be argued that, armed with big data, AI algorithms and near infinite computing power, Google, Facebook and Amazon really can know us better than we know ourselves. Furthermore, after Edward Snowden's revelations about the NSA's illegal and ubiquitous surveillance programs in the US, working hand in glove as they did with their Five Eyes partners in the UK, Canada, Australia and New Zealand, most reasonably informed people know that governments collect and store vast quantities of data on their citizens, including almost all telephone calls, text messages and emails. Every aspect of our lives today is monitored, scrutinised and profiled as part of the national security apparatus of the state or the for-profit apparatus of big business. To date, the Faustian bargain that we've made with big tech seems to result in little more than a gentle nudge here and there from an online ad, or an eerily accurate Amazon recommendation to purchase something that we didn't even know we wanted. However, this will all change, and change forever, if we allow the vaccine passports to roll out. Why? Because the vaccine passport and the social credit system it will rapidly evolve into is the final missing piece in an automated architecture of total surveillance and social control. George Orwell has made us all familiar with the watching and monitoring aspect of surveillance, and we all intuitively know that the act of being watched puts pressure on us to conform to certain rules and norms. Think speed cameras on the roads and CCTV cameras in shops and town centres. But there is another aspect of surveillance that, apart from the occasional speeding fine, few of us have experienced, and that is the disciplinary aspect of surveillance. The punishment for non-compliance is received at the sharp end of the surveillance architecture. Until now, that piece of the puzzle has been missing, but with the advent of vaccine passports, the mechanism to automatically discipline those who do not submit to prescribed norms and mandated rules will be carried in everyone's pocket every moment of every day. There is a term that's used in the academic discussions on surveillance known as turnkey totalitarianism. This is the idea that the surveillance infrastructure for a totalitarian system has been constructed around us, but it has not yet been switched on. The machine is ready, but the key has not yet been turned. Vaccine passports are the last part of that infrastructure, the last cog in the machine. They are the disciplinary sharp end of the totalitarian system of surveillance and control. Once we allow this final, critical part of the infrastructure to be slotted into place, once we accept it as just a normal part of daily life, the key will be turned, the Rubicon will be crossed, and there will be no going back. There will be no crucially important space for debate, difference and non-conformity disappears, so too will the possibility of ordinary human beings collectively steering the direction we want our societies to go in. The machine will be on, eternally and automatically watching, profiling and scoring, guiding our behaviours and, when necessary, punishing. We will be, forever, at the mercy of our masters, those with the key to the machine, those who keep score, and those who set the rules, those who decide if we are deserving of a green tick or a red cross, those who decide whether we can be included in society or pushed to the precarious margins of existence. If we allow this to happen, it will be, as Aldous Huxley termed it, the final revolution. There will be no coming back from it. Freedom, as we have known it all our lives and for generations before us, will be extinguished forever for all but the privileged few at the pinnacle of the pyramid. In time, maybe in a generation or two, we will be so conditioned by the continuous gaze of surveillance and the rewards and punishments that it will automatically issue, that we'll simply police ourselves, self-monitored, self-censored and submissive. The freedom we enjoy today, even the very idea of freedom as we conceive it now, will become all but unthinkable to our children and all the generations that follow. It is said that totalitarianism is, first and foremost, the extreme focusing of surveillance devoted to securing political ends. Under the cover of COVID-19, without debate, discussion or informed consent, we're about to let a new totalitarian world of total surveillance, control and compliance be ushered in, welcomed by many in the name of doing their part in the battle against the virus. It is tempting to think that those of us living today in our high-tech, media-saturated world are far too informed and far too smart to have such a trick played on us. Yes, people may have fallen under the spell of fascism and totalitarianism in the past, but we are simply far too sophisticated to fall into such a trap. But is that really true? Are you sure? Look around you. Look at the censorship. Look at how little deviance there is from the approved narrative on the mainstream media. Look at how fear is being used to corral and control us. Look at how we are becoming divided around the ideas of masks, vaccines and lockdowns. Look at the in-group, out-group mentality that's beginning to form. Look at how far we've come in less than 2 short years. When the scales are peeled from your eyes, the propaganda and control become all too clear. The destination lay bare for those willing to see. Given the gravity of what I'm suggesting, I ask you now to pause for a moment and consider this. For centuries, perhaps millennia, the torch of freedom has been passed from generation to generation, often paid for with blood. The flames of that torch fanned by the hands it passed through. Those of us alive today who are fortunate enough to live in democratic societies now hold that torch. Now imagine yourself looking into the eyes of your parents, your grandparents, and all the generations before them stretching back through time. Look at all those who gave their lives so that we might live free, who fought, who campaigned, who protested, who faced down despots so that individual liberty could be secured for them and for their descendants. Are you willing to look them in the eyes and tell them that you let the torch go out forever because of a virus? That you let the flame die because you were too fearful, too apathetic, too trusting, or too easily manipulated to stand firm, stand tall, and keep the flame alive? Now imagine yourself looking forward in time and bring to mind all your descendants, your children and your grandchildren, be they living or yet to come, and all those generations that will follow us. Look them in the eyes and tell them that the gift of freedom was handed down to us, but we allowed it to be taken from us, and hence from them, because we didn't see the sleight of hand trick that was being played, or if we did nothing to stop it. Can you feel the weight of responsibility that rests upon your shoulders now? Will you be able to live with the shame of knowing that you were one of those who stood idle, locked down, cowered in your home as the precious gift of freedom through sleight of hand, manipulation and misdirection was stolen from you and from all future generations to come? It should not matter where we find ourselves on the political spectrum, what our views are on masks, vaccines and lockdowns, whether we are rich or poor, or even if we are in the police or the military. We may disagree on many things, but surely we can all agree on this, that the freedom we enjoy today is the most precious of gifts, that it's been passed down to us, and that it must be cherished and nurtured and defended at all costs for the generations to come. It should be clear by now that the vaccine passport, COVID pass, green pass, or however they choose to brand it, has absolutely nothing to do with your health. And despite how it's being sold to us, its global rollout is not the way we will get our old lives back. In fact, the reverse is true. Vaccine passports are the perfectly engineered gateway for creating a completely new type of controlled and surveilled society, the likes of which we have never seen before. Therefore, under no circumstances, no matter what pressure is applied to us, must we allow vaccine passports to be introduced. Make no mistake, we stand at a pivotal moment in history, like the Spartans at the Battle of Thermopylae or the young men and boys on the beaches of Normandy. The true scale of what is at stake cannot be overstated, but this is not a message of fear and division. This is a message of hope, and it is a message of unity. I share this as my way of sounding the alarm, of calling attention to the imminent danger we all face. We are born free, sovereign beings on this beautiful earth. We are all brothers and sisters. We are one human family, regardless of colour, creed or nationality. No weapons need be forged, no ramparts stormed, no buildings razed. We simply need to stand up, to stand united and say enough is enough. We've seen through the tricks. We see the plan clearly now, and we will not allow our freedom to be taken from us. The torch of liberty will not be extinguished, not now, not ever, and certainly not on our watch. Our moment has come to defend it for all future generations, to fan its flames and to pass it on intact and invigorated to the generations that follow us. To our descendants, we must say, in unison, we will not let you down. If this message resonates with you, I ask you to share it with your family and friends, for the time to act is now. In episode 1 of this series, the case was made that we stand on the threshold of a radical civilizational change in which the nature of freedom in democratic societies, a system we have lived under for centuries, will be transformed beyond recognition. Where we are currently free to live the lives we choose, go where we please and behave as we wish, except where our actions are prohibited in law, under this new system we will only be allowed to do the things that we have been given explicit permission to do. The nature of freedom in democratic societies will thus have become inverted, with our cherished and hard-fought-for freedoms being transformed into mere privileges granted to us for compliance and total, unquestioning submission to the edicts of those who control the system. As unlikely as it may sound, the first critical step in this radical transformation was the introduction of vaccine passports. For vaccine passports were just the first internationally coordinated attempt to roll out a digital ID platform that itself is designed to rapidly evolve into a social credit system, similar to the one that people live under in China today. In this new system, every action will be monitored, scrutinised and evaluated, and our access to the services essential for life will be determined by our social credit scores. If we allow this system to be introduced, it will be the most significant transformation in human society since the dawn of agriculture. We will have unwittingly crossed the Rubicon into a new dystopian world, and there will be no going back. We will live in what could be described as a techno-feudalistic total surveillance state that will permanently solidify a new caste system with billionaires and technocratic elites at the top as the new techno-feudal lords and everyone else as a surveilled and controlled neo-serf class. It is not an exaggeration to state that such a transformation in the structure of our society will literally herald the end of human freedom for all but those at the top of this permanent and immobile caste system, and, even more significantly, it will fundamentally change the very essence of what it means to be human. But a major question remains to be answered. Why? Why introduce such a dystopian system of surveillance and control, and why attempt to implement it at this particular historical moment? The answer to these questions, together with a more comprehensive description of the structure of this totalitarian control architecture, will be the focus of episode 2. We are all intimately aware of the rapid advancements in technology that have occurred over the past 20 years. Most of us carry devices in our pockets that would have looked like science fiction a couple of decades ago, but the developments we've seen in recent years only hint at what is to come. We are in the midst of a dramatic technological revolution, with multiple exponential technologies mutually reinforcing one another. This revolution will be far more significant than the industrial revolutions of the 18th and 19th centuries, and it will occur over the course of a few decades, not centuries. The exponential rise in computational power, coupled with similar increases in data harvesting technologies and rapid advancements in the field of artificial intelligence, lay at the heart of this revolution and have the capacity to transform our world in ways few of us can begin to imagine. Artificially intelligent deep learning systems are increasingly capable of outperforming humans in a wide and ever-expanding variety of tasks. Developments in natural language processing and voice recognition mean that these systems can interact with people in ways that are almost indistinguishable from flesh and blood humans. Advances in image recognition mean that these systems have the capacity to interpret the world around them and outperform humans at even highly skilled tasks such as radiological diagnosis and the identification of cancerous tumours. Multi-layered neural networks, modelled on the way our brains process data, allow these systems to interact with novel environments and successfully navigate situations that they have not previously encountered. Self-driving cars are the perfect example of this. These emerging artificially intelligent systems, coupled with advanced robotics and sensors, are about to replace human beings right across the workforce in numbers that are hard to comprehend. Although estimates vary, approximately 50% of the jobs in advanced economies will be able to be performed by AI by the middle of the 2030s. And as the technologies continue to improve, that number is only set to increase significantly in the decades ahead. These transformations in the workplace are not limited to low-skilled jobs and are completely agnostic to the colour of someone's collar. Radiologists, copywriters, legal secretaries, drivers, graphic designers and artists, computer programmers and even doctors and surgeons are in the firing line as these intelligent systems are rolled out across the economy and take on ever more complex and challenging tasks. This technological revolution will not create more jobs than it destroys, as some techno-optimists may argue, and the tsunami of technological unemployment does not lay far off in the future. It's happening right now, and by the middle of the 2040s, when children born today are about to begin their working life, 75% of today's jobs may have been automated out of existence, with comparatively few new jobs created to replace them. It is not difficult to grasp the incredibly destabilising impact that this surging wave of technological unemployment and the emergence of a vast, permanent and ever-increasing economic underclass could have on society. Increasing inequality, deepening polarisation, rising crime, social unrest and authoritarian crackdowns seem all but certain if we continue on our current trajectory. But although the scale of these challenges and the pace of these seismic shifts may come as a surprise to many, it has not crept up on those who sit in the boardrooms of global corporations, work in the higher echelons of government, or who congregate at the annual meetings of business leaders and political power brokers at events like the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland. In fact, the impending societal transformation has been obvious to anyone willing to look closely at the trajectory of our technological developments for at least the past 2 decades. For instance, Jeremy Rifkin's book, The End of Work, published over 25 years ago in 1995, clearly outlined how advances in computing power and the emergence of increasingly intelligent machines would lay waste to entire categories of employment, stating then that 75% of jobs were simple repetitive tasks and therefore extremely vulnerable to automation. Their introduction was hardwired into the dynamics of capitalism and the market system. The only question that remained was how to manage the enormous societal dislocation that would occur as a huge percentage of the population was exiled into permanent economic irrelevance. Armed with such foreknowledge of the transformation ahead, I simply ask you, is it not obvious that those who possess power and influence would have been developing their plans for the future of this radically different world? Of course, these technological developments are not a force of nature, and humanity could collectively choose how they are utilised. These technologies could be deployed in such a way as to benefit all human beings, heralding an age of abundance, instead of concentrating unimaginable wealth and power in the hands of those who win the AI arms race. The enormous productive capacities of these technologies could be shared more evenly amongst humanity, instead of being hoarded by the few, thus liberating many from dangerous toil and soulless drudgery, finally reducing the length of the working week and freeing us to pursue our passions, indulge our creative impulses, and enrich our human connections. But it seems clear that those in positions of power, those who have the most to gain from this technological revolution, have chosen a different path. They have decided to reap all the benefits of the revolution for themselves, further consolidating the wealth and power, while simultaneously utilising these new technologies to control the masses as we transition to a workerless post-Labour world. Artificial intelligence, voice and facial recognition, big data and psychographic profiling, attention harvesting and behavioural modification technologies are all being deployed to surveil and control the ever-increasing masses of humanity that will be excluded from the potential benefits these technologies could bring. In so doing, our new feudal overlords will permanently solidify their position at the pinnacle of the new social hierarchy and simultaneously create a new global totalitarian surveillance state from which there will be no escape. The historical confluence of an approaching tsunami of technological unemployment, coupled with the simultaneous development of technologies that can automatically surveil, manipulate and control billions of people, is a major reason, although not the only reason, why this dystopian techno-totalitarian control system is being rolled out at this particular moment in time. AI automation and the post-Labour world is an extremely important topic we will return to later, for it has implications that go far deeper and are far more disturbing than the technological unemployment and the ubiquitous surveillance described here. But for now, let's move on. The second factor that is being used as a reason, or perhaps more accurately, a justification for the development of this new system of surveillance and social control, is the environment. Now, it should be painfully clear to anyone that humanity's relationship with the natural world is radically out of alignment. The litany of damage we are causing to this beautiful jewel of a planet is truly shocking, and the scale and breadth of the problem can feel overwhelming. Overfishing of microplastics in the oceans, the extinction of countless species, the die-off of insects and pollinators, widespread deforestation and the loss of biodiversity, the silent but catastrophic destruction of our topsoils through the use of harmful pesticides, glyphosate and unsustainable industrial agricultural practices, the desertification of vast swathes of our once fertile land, and the widespread use of hormone-disrupting chemicals in our plastics that leach into the environment and into our bodies. The disturbing list goes on and on. With these misaligned and unsustainable practices, we are seeing a dramatic rise in the sicknesses of affluence, increases in a raft of seemingly unrelated illnesses and allergies, and a simultaneous deterioration in the ecological systems that all earthlings, both humans and animals, depend upon. It is clear that we cannot continue on this trajectory for much longer without catastrophic consequences. We have arrived at this point not because humans are a cancer on the earth or some sort of virus, as some amongst the elite would have you believe, but instead because we have become estranged from nature and forgotten what 1,000 generations before us knew in their brains, that we are an integral part of the natural world, different from the other earthlings we share this planet with, primarily in our incredible tool-making abilities and the commensurate capacity we possess to transform the world around us. We are not separate from the natural world, nor do we have dominion over it. We are just one miraculous strand in the multitudinous web of complex connections that shape the planet we call home, completely dependent upon the bounteous, self-renewing systems of nature. To solve these complex environmental problems, we must again come into harmony with nature and see the natural world as having intrinsic, innate worth, rather than only for its utilitarian value as a resource to be exploited, monetised and then discarded. Contrary to what the doomsayers will have you believe, and despite the scale of the challenges, we have everything we need to do this. For although we live on a finite planet, the two resources that are most critical to this transformation have no such limitations: our ingenuity and our adaptability. Utilising our modern technologies and guided by ancestral wisdom, we can remove our dependencies on pesticides and poisons and instead deploy regenerative agricultural practices to heal our soils, our ecosystems and ourselves in the process. We can free ourselves from the empty and unfulfilling hamster wheel of consumer fetishism, end the illogical and egregious practice of planned obsolescence, and transform our single-use, fast-fashion, throwaway culture into one that values connection, community and integrity. And whether you see global warming or its rebranded variant, climate change, as an existential threat predominantly caused by the burden of fossil fuels, or conversely as a largely natural, cyclical phenomenon that humans are having little meaningful impact upon, it seems somewhat archaic that in this world of particle accelerators, space telescopes and supercomputers, we still derive most of our light, heat and energy in the same way our ancient ancestors did, by simply burning combustible materials, albeit instead of wood, dung and animal fat, we now burn ancient energy-dense hydrocarbons. Surely we can do better than this. After all, there is a vast fusion reactor in the sky, known as the Sun, that provides more energy than we could ever need, and the technology to collect, store and utilise that energy is becoming cheaper and more efficient with every year that passes. If just a fraction of the resources currently spent on developing and deploying high-tech weapons of war was diverted to further improvements in the generation and storage of solar energy, we could shift to a clean, reliable and most importantly decentralised energy system that would no longer pump particulates into the air, risk devastating deep ocean oil spills or catastrophic nuclear meltdowns. That's not to say that we could do this overnight, or that it will be easy, or that continued technological advances will not be required to improve efficiency and drive down costs. And of course, we should not make such rapid, radical and one-dimensional changes so as to disrupt the economic and agricultural systems we all depend upon and risk widespread deprivation, conflict or starvation. Nor should we greenwash over the downsides, dangers and complexities of transforming our energy infrastructure. But making these changes is completely within our capabilities, and that's without even considering the exotic energy generation technologies that are almost certainly locked away in black projects, funded by our taxes, which have never seen the light of day. But once again, rather than take such a life-sustaining and life-affirming path, The elites have seized upon the environment, and anthropogenic climate change in particular, as the perfect way to justify and extend their control agenda, with human-generated CO2 characterised as the prime driver of climate change and posing an existential threat to humanity. The case is being made that every aspect of our lives must therefore be monitored and controlled to curtail its production. But just as vaccine passports were deceptively promoted as an essential tool in the fight against COVID, but were really just a Trojan horse used to introduce a digital ID scheme, carbon credits will soon be rolled out, marketed as a critical mechanism in the battle against climate change, but in reality, there will just be another mechanism for social control and surveillance. Through this sleight of hand, the environment is being weaponised and turned against us by those who wish to create this new totalitarian system. Tied to the vaccine passport digital ID system, personal carbon credits will be issued to nearly every human being on the planet, the exact amount you are allocated being dependent upon your social credit score. The freedoms we have all enjoyed for all our lives, the freedom to live the lives we choose, go where we wish, enjoy our leisure time as we desire, and even eat what we want will in an instant have been taken from us. We will be little more than livestock, tagged and monitored, prodded and punished, grateful for whatever scraps of food and freedom we are given by our masters. However, digital IDs, social credit scores, and carbon credits do not complete the architecture of technocratic control that is planned for us. There is one further element of the envisioned system that is missing: a new type of money. The global financial system we have lived under for the past 50 years, a fiat-based money system built upon the US dollar as the global reserve currency and the de facto currency of global trade, is rapidly coming to an end. As the elements of the new surveillance and control architecture described here are manoeuvred into place, the current financial system has consequently lived beyond its usefulness for those who have ambitions to reshape the world. The financial system we live under today is a vast collective illusion. Nearly every dollar, pound, euro and yen in existence today is created out of nothing, simply conjured into existence by typing on a computer keyboard, when commercial banks make loans to individuals and businesses, or when central banks buy bonds from governments in the financial sector. It is nothing more than a giant Ponzi scheme of unimaginable proportions, and, like every Ponzi scheme, sooner or later it has to collapse. This is a mathematical certainty. Each round of quantitative easing, a euphemism for creating new money out of nothing, may appear to breathe life into the system for a while, but like injecting a dying patient with adrenaline, the boost is only temporary and it makes the inevitable demise all the more certain. The tens of trillions of dollars, euros and pounds created during COVID, as businesses were forced to close and whole countries were locked down, has served to prime the charges and seal the fate of the financial system. Perhaps, along with the introduction of the digital ID system, that was the part COVID was always supposed to play. The inflation we are seeing around the world today is the first sign of this impending crisis, and despite what the talking heads on the news will have you believe, it is not primarily caused by global supply chain issues or Putin or the war in Ukraine, but because trillions of dollars, euros and pounds were created out of nothing and pumped into the global financial system. It is not cyclical, it is not transitory, it is not a blip, it's systemic, and the economic convulsions we are beginning to witness are going to get a lot worse. At some point in the coming months or years, when the stage is set and the technical infrastructure is ready to go, the global financial system will be consciously and deliberately imploded. Like knocking over the first domino in a world record attempt, a big global player or G7 country will get into trouble. Automated trading systems around the world, like BlackRock's Aladdin, will start liquidating trillions of dollars of assets, and the contagion will be unstoppable. As people rush to pull their money from the banks, their accounts will be frozen, ATMs will be emptied, and food shelves will soon follow. In our just-in-time, high-tech, interconnected world, the right push on the right weak link at the right moment will be enough to initiate a collapse, not a recession or a depression, but a cascading systems failure. A controlled demolition, if you will, of the financial system and the global economy that relies upon it. But to what end? Why deliberately bring down the whole house of cards? The goal is the creation of a completely new global financial system, based upon new digital-only currencies that will enable complete surveillance and control of the most intimate aspects of our lives and, more importantly, demand our absolute compliance. To achieve that end, the old system must be destroyed, but this is a small price to pay for those who want to create a new world out of the rubble of the old. When the chaos has unfolded for long enough, and fear and despair have overwhelmed all but the most grounded and prepared, the new solution to the manufactured problem will be revealed to the desperate masses. Central bank digital currencies, or CBDCs as they are termed, will be rushed to market at warp speed as a solution to all our woes. A new system, a global reset, salvation from our far-sighted financial overlords who just happen to have a pre-prepared solution to the global financial contagion. To sweeten the deal and ensure swift and widespread uptake, Universal Basic Income, or UBI, a monthly allowance issued to everyone to cover their basic material needs, will be offered to all those who subscribe to the new system. As with the vaccinations before, for the sake of safety and security, many people will take the bait. Despite superficial appearances, this digital money is not a new version of your bank card or Apple Pay. It possesses novel features that make it the perfect tool to permanently solidify the system of control in the hands of our would-be financial masters and technocratic elites. First, the new money is only digital, with cash completely abolished. Therefore, if you want access to the basic necessities of life, you will have no choice but to participate in the system and have your every action recorded. Second, these digital currencies are programmable, meaning that unlike the money we use today, this digital money can be programmed to only be used to purchase certain types of goods and services. This will undoubtedly be linked to your social credit score, so that compliant individuals with sufficiently high social credit scores may be able to purchase certain luxury items, whereas individuals with low social credit scores will be restricted to only spending their digital money on basic necessities. Third, this programmability can extend to the ability to add an expiry date to the money, meaning that once you receive your allocated UBI, it must be spent within a matter of days or weeks. Ostensibly, this design feature is to increase the velocity of money through the economy, keeping the wheels of business turning, but in practice, it will simply prevent people from accumulating any assets and thereby securing some form of limited independence. And finally, if you do not demonstrate the requisite level of compliance and conformity demanded of the new techno-feudal serfs, your access to the financial system and the necessities of life can be withdrawn instantaneously at the touch of a button. With the introduction of digital money, the picture of this new dystopian architecture of totalitarian technocratic control comes into sharp focus. The digital ID is the critical core of the system, linking all other aspects of the surveillance and control architecture into a unified whole. The new digital-only currency is facilitating the monitoring, evaluation and control of everything we consume, and the social credit score assigned to each person used to determine the privileges that they have access to, the amount of resources they are allowed to acquire, and the carbon credits they are allocated. Overlay this system with ubiquitous surveillance of everything, literally everything we do, both on and offline, and it becomes the perfect feedback loop for behavioural modification and operant social conditioning. Of course, these restrictions will not apply to our new feudal overlords, the billionaires and technocratic elites and their mouthpieces in the media and government. They will not be required to have their regular mRNA shots or have restrictions on where they can travel, what they can purchase and the food they can eat. And they will not have to submit completely to the will of the technocratic state in order to get access to their monthly UBI tokens. That's just for the rest of us. That's just for the serfs. At this juncture, it is important to briefly return to the topic of AI automation, for this has other deeply disturbing implications that are critically important to understand. Throughout history, the ruling classes have had a dependency relationship on the greater mass of humanity. The aristocracy and the feudal lords needed the peasantry to work in their fields and fill the ranks of their armies when called upon. And the industrialists that followed them needed the lower classes to fill their factories, man the production lines, and take their places in the mechanised armies of the 20th century. But in the new world that is fast emerging, where robots and artificially intelligent systems are capable of performing ever-increasing swathes of what was once reserved for human beings, the dependency relationship between the elites and the masses will finally be severed. The techno-feudal elites in this new world will simply have no use for the billions of marginalised and technologically excluded flesh and blood humans. Given the utter disdain that the wealthy and powerful have repeatedly shown towards the masses throughout the ages, with hundreds of millions of young men callously sent to their slaughter in pointless wars of conquest and extraction, where the civilian populations of entire cities have been incinerated with firebombs and atomic weapons, and tens of millions starved to death during great leaps forward, or murdered en masse by their governments in vicious ideological purges. This changed relationship should give anyone with even a cursory understanding of history cause to be profoundly concerned. For although the development of an automated total surveillance and control architecture, as described here, may be an efficient and cost-effective short-term mechanism to keep a lid on the social turmoil that this technological revolution will bring, it may not turn out to be the elite's ultimate solution to the perceived problem of a rising mass of humanity that has suddenly become surplus to their requirements and a drain on the precious resources that they covet. Once we exchange our individual freedom for the illusion of security, and relinquish sovereignty over our own flesh and blood, who knows what the next step in their anti-human, anti-freedom, technocratic agenda will be? I suggest we don't wait to find out. So given the gravity of what I'm suggesting, once again I ask you to pause for a moment and reflect deeply upon the world that is described here. Imagine the experience of living in such a world where every action is monitored and controlled, a world in which where you can travel, the food you can eat, and what you can spend your money on is completely dependent upon your unswerving compliance to the diktats of the technocratic state. A world where you have no inherent rights or freedoms, only temporary privileges that are granted to you based upon your total unquestioning submission. A world in which you and your children are born into a permanent caste system from which there is no escape, where there is no hope for meritocratic progress or betterment beyond the marginal enticements of a higher social credit score. A world where ingrained deep within you is the knowledge that the slightest deviation from prescribed norms or mandated rules, the most minor infringement of action, speech or even thought, will lead to immediate and automatic restrictions on your ability to travel, consume or even access information, and where exclusion, expulsion or worse awaits those who do not submit completely to the will of the technocratic state. In such a world, your inherent value as a sentient, living, feeling human being will have been reduced to a mere cybernetic node, a collection of 100 million data points to be monitored and optimized by an all-knowing AI system that targets you with behavior modification technologies to condition you into unconscious compliance through rewards, punishments and omnipresent panoptical surveillance. Forced to live in smart cities with little or no access to the natural world, you will no longer be a free human being. You will be something else, and your children and all those that follow will be condemned to live this same inhuman existence in perpetuity, never able to break free or even conceive that another type of world was even possible. Feel into this world. Allow yourself to be immersed in the horror of this dystopian nightmare. Feel the visceral, organic knowing within you that this is not right. You know in your heart that this goes against everything it means to be a sentient, living, breathing, loving, feeling human being. You know in the very marrow of your bones that this is not what we came here for. This is not our future. For no human wants their children to be born, live and die in a prison. But this is what they have planned for us. This is their great reset. And this is what will come to pass if we stand idle, silent and do nothing. For hundreds of thousands of years, humanity has strived against adversity, overcome incredible odds, grown and flourished on this planet. Our species has persisted through ice ages and devastating global cataclysms, survived famines, floods and plagues and all manner of challenges that are now lost to the depths of mythical time. We have built unfathomable monuments of stone and steel, created artistic works of mesmerising beauty, written great literature that illuminates the human journey and philosophies that attempt to make sense of our very existence. We've ventured to the bottom of the oceans, peered out into the farthest depths of the universe and looked back into the most distant epochs of cosmic time. We've wrestled with the biggest questions of all. What is reality? Why are we here? What is the meaning of existence? What is the nature of love? And we've looked deep within ourselves and explored the nature and the mystery of our own consciousness. For we are explorers, we are poets, we are builders, we are intrepid, fearless adventurers, and together we are hurtling through infinite space on this beautiful, precious ball of rock, water and life we call home. Each one of us is the culmination of an infinite number of miracles that stretch back to the beginning of time itself. We've not come this far, overcome so much, created such beauty, only to become mere cybernetic nodes in some soulless AI-driven machine, mere automatons in some vast, inescapable digital prison, to be corralled and tagged like cattle, or worse still, rounded up and exterminated like vermin. This is not our future. This is not the next chapter of the human story. Great wonders await us that are beyond our wildest imaginings. But first we must collectively wake from our slumber, see through the lies and propaganda, and have the courage to fully acknowledge the world that these self-appointed high priests of technocracy, these architects of dystopia have planned for us. Only then, when we face the Leviathan head-on, when we stand together, united in purpose and reject unequivocally their diabolical plan, can we begin to start building the more peaceful, harmonious, beautiful world that our hearts know is possible. But let us not underestimate what we are confronted by. For if the last 2.5 years have taught us anything, it should be that those who are behind this agenda do not value life, they do not cherish liberty, and they certainly do not care about the well-being of humanity. They are ruthless, they are determined, and they are completely committed to creating the dystopian world described here. For them there is no room for negotiation, and there is no plan B. They know that humanity is awakening, and they are making a dash for the finish line, and I believe there is nothing they will not do to see their plans come to fruition. Cyber attacks on critical infrastructure, starvation and societal breakdown, The release of biological pathogens, regional and even global conflicts are all in their playbook. But in reality, deceit, division and fear are their most powerful weapons, and therefore the best way to derail their agenda and avert this catastrophe is to collectively awaken, to see clearly the world they have planned for us, to be courageous and above all to stand united. It is vital that we do not succumb to fear, fall into the trap of violence, fall prey to the tactics of division, or retreat into isolation and pure self-preservation. We must listen to the better angels of our nature and support each other as we rise to the challenges that lay ahead. For if we look within ourselves, we will find deep wells of strength and boundless reserves of love that lay at the core of our very being. Together, we the people have the power, and we owe it to our descendants to bequeath to them a free and harmonious world. Brothers and sisters, this truly is a pivotal moment in human history, for the future trajectory of the human race will be decided in the decade to come. Will our future be a global techno-feudal totalitarian surveillance state, populated by transhuman cybernetic nodes, in which the human spirit will be completely crushed and real freedom will be all but unthinkable? Or will it be the beginning of a new era of peace, prosperity and harmony, a new renaissance in which the human race will wake from its trance, rise to the challenge to become a wise steward of this beautiful planet we call home, and ultimately take our place amongst the stars? It is up to us, every single one of us alive today, to decide what that future will be. Now is the time to choose. If this message resonates with you, if you know deep within your being that something is wrong, I ask you to share this message with your family and friends, for the time to act and the time to awaken is now.
crash of 2008, almost 30 years, the United States was the lone large, rich society that was at replacement or slightly above the replacement level. Above this, let's say, 2.1 births per woman per lifetime level, roughly speaking. We have slumped steadily since 2008. We've been on an escalator going down, and of course the COVID shock didn't get everybody into the bedrooms having babies. It actually had the opposite effect. The United States is now maybe on track to be 20% below the replacement level if current trends continue, which is a weasel word we always have to use because demographers are really pretty clueless about forecasting fertility into the future. But if current trends continue, the United States would be on a track without compensating immigration to shrink 20% for each generation, each succeeding generation.
And this is entirely new in our history.
We had a blip in the 1970s, which some of us are old enough to remember weren't a super great time in the United States, where snapshot calculations of replacement rates had us below replacement for a while. What was really going on in those days was that there's a big shift in timing of kids. Women were deciding to have they ended up deciding to have about the same number of babies. They just decided to have them later. If you did the snapshot for a couple of years, it looked like there was a dip below replacement. What's going on now does not look like a shift in timing. It looks like there may be a shift in the total number of desired children that young people wish to have.
All right. So this is tremendously arresting, to put it mildly. You get a country growing and growing and growing, and now, in historical terms, quite suddenly, it looks as though the growth may stop. Absent immigration, we'll come to immigration. The next question, of course, is, well, what does it matter? The European Union is ahead of us, if that's the way to put it. They expect their fertility level has been down for several decades. They expect their population to begin shrinking, within a decade or so.
At the end of this interview.
At the end of this interview, Russia's in worst case. China, from the point of view of population, is in worse circumstances still. In spite of having eliminated the one-child policy, Chinese just aren't having children. The birth rate is, I think, the number you gave is 1.3.
Yeah, it's plunged since the end of the coercive one-child policy for some fascinating reason.
All right. So the question would be, for those immediately seeking reassurance, well, this may be happening to us. It seems to happen all over, let us call it broadly construed, the modern world. And other countries are in worse shape. We're still retaining a relative position. We still have relative growth. And then Nick Everstedt says, well, maybe, but the formula by which the U.S. ascended to its current status of wealth and power was predicated on over 2 centuries of continuous and exceptional population growth, unique among Western countries in tempo and scale, close quote. We don't know how to be a country without population growth.
The last time that we faced the specter of population decline, which might be a clearer term than demographic decline, the last time we faced the specter of population decline was in the Great Depression, for reasons that we can imagine, right? Not a time of great optimism about the future, almost no immigration, and the projections from the 1930s had us peaking and declining by 1960s. those were as wrong as demographic projections so often turn out to be. It didn't happen that way. But we're back to a moment where it is very plausible to think our population may peak and decline. The latest information from the Census Bureau reports that U.S. population growth, measured U.S. population growth, never been as tiny as it was last year. And that's births, deaths, and immigration made for the total. We've never had a confluence of births, deaths, and immigration that ended up with such a fractional increase in U.S. population since we started collecting statistics.
And the question would be, why does that matter to our health, our buoyancy, our economic growth? I mean, I'm thinking crude thoughts. You can count on thoughts that come to my mind to be crude thoughts, Nick. So I'll offer crude thoughts.
That can be pretty crude.
But I think to myself, all right, real estate. All those overbuilt neighborhoods in Las Vegas, all the building in Florida, those huge tracts being erected in Texas. What happens if nobody is around to live in them? You get a whole there's a banking, borrowing, legal system that does property. You get a whole sector of the economy predicated on the existence of growing numbers of human beings. And that just goes away if the population stops growing. Is that correct? And there are there's some tie between economic growth and population growth. And if population stops growing, economic growth gets harder. It's more complicated than that, but tease that out for me.
Yeah, so we can look at it two ways. We can look at it as kind of like the head count rancher sort of way of looking at population. If we look at its components and what we might call the productivity or human capital or quality of human resources. If we want to get into this a little bit more. I was always a skeptic of the population scare back in the 70s and even into the 80s. The idea that we were going to end up denuding the world like locusts by just having too many people. Because looking at the components of population change, the population explosion wasn't driven because we, were breeding like rabbits. It was because we stopped dying like flies. It was because it was a health explosion. Well, if you have to deal with a population problem, I'll take a health explosion any day of the week, right? Because you can mess it up, but you've got a lot of potential. I'm also, I would want to caution against people who are alarmist about population decline in a world that is bursting with health and bursting with innovation and technological potentialials. We've got an escalator that we can work with that's moving in the right direction there. You have to be pretty mindful about what you do, but if you surf that wave, aging and shrinking society can not only maintain its prosperity, but improve it. If we look at what's happening now in the U.S., you can see what's troubling if we break it down into births, deaths, and immigration. People will have a debate about what the right number of births is, and I don't think that I can tell parents how many children they should have. People know themselves. They think they want their children. Leave that aside for a moment. Everybody agrees that less deaths is better than more deaths, and longer lives and better health is better than the opposite. The United States has been moving in a very troubling direction for the past decade. We've basically flatlined in improvements in life expectancy. Even before COVID, we were creeping along. With COVID, of course, we've had a severe, almost catastrophic setback in health levels for the United States. And apart from COVID itself, as you know, Peter, we've had this problem of deaths of despair in the United States with suicide and drug poisonings and cirrhosis and all of the rest, which looks a little bit too much like Russia for comfort, I'd say.
It doesn't matter.
So the increase in deaths that we have seen over the last decade and more,
even though they're good,
it should be a flashing red warning sign.
They're not getting any coverage from people who aren't looking for them.
The arithmetic of American population growth has been the arithmetic of our exceptional immigration flows, which came in a wave up to World War I and then resumed again in the 60s, really. During the COVID calamity, despite all of the comedy or tragedy that we see on our southern border today, it appears that immigration tanked and that we don't have any good immigration statistics. No other open society has good immigration statistics. We find out in the rearview mirror by looking at the residual after we look at births, deaths, and population change. It appears that our net immigration has tanked as well, and we're already seeing the effects of that in the United States with the spike in unfilled job openings since COVID. So immigration is a hot button political issue. I happen to be of the variety that thinks that on the whole immigrants have made terrific Americans and that we've benefited tremendously from the international talent that has come to our country. If we want to fix the immigrant welfare problem, fix the welfare state, then
but you're not going to find anyone in the legacy media at all that is going to give you much leeway.
Can I?
And if she could find
pause on that, because you're getting into a handful of items that you mentioned in this article.
We can have their own opinion. Yeah, as long as they're allowing these people on the platform to have conversations.
In theory, it should be perfectly possible.
They might have a strong opinion,
for modern
but at least they're
society not
allowing
only
them
to
on
maintain prosperity, but to increase it in the face of pervasive population aging
if you kick that in the
and the
back end,
demographic
girlies,
stagnation of
that
the
might be
population.
really hard to get
So
back.
The population gets
And Liz
older,
Gunn is one of
it begins
those.
to get a little bit smaller, but as long as they do this and this and this, and this would involve innovation, it would involve being smart about education, you list the thing, then there's no reason why an older and smaller population shouldn't continue to be perfectly prosperous. Always. This path entails advances in research and knowledge creation with incessant innovation in the business sector, labor markets, and the policy realm. Now, let me take you through the Nick Everstat checklist of how we're doing. Dynamism, economic dynamism, quoting you, Nick. Knowledge creation may still be proceeding apace. It is devilishly difficult to measure. And wealth creation continues at a remarkable pace. Yet dynamism in our economy and society is on the wane in some significant and easily verifiable respects. America's vitalizing churn is heading down, and America's health progress has gone badly off course. You discussed health a moment ago, but what do you mean about churn, vitalizing churn?
Well, there are lots of different ways you can look at the kind of dynamism of a society and economy. One way of looking at it is new business creation, new startups in relation to the existing number of enterprises or businesses. As best we can measure this, it's been going steadily south since we started to collect these numbers in the late 70s, early 80s.
In spite of the rise of Silicon Valley.
Despite the rise of Silicon Valley, despite new McDonald's everywhere, despite everything that we see, if you measure dynamism that way, it's been less. Another obvious measure of mobility is like whether people get up and move. I mean, Americans used to be get up and move
If the
places.
jobs are in Florida, you move to Florida.
So leave aside COVID, because that was a lockdown time and it's completely unlike any other time. From the mid-'80s until the day before the Wuhan virus came to the United States, America's proportion of population moving in any given year, even to an apartment next door in the same building, was heading south. And it's dropped by about half since the mid-'80s. Now, you have to qualify that a little bit by saying, well, there's a lot of remote work. You can do stuff at home that you never could do before, and that's all true. But I'm not sure that that gets us over this particular hump that we just described.
Education, again, I'm quoting you, between the end, this is a staggering thing, between the end of the Civil War in the late 1970s, got a little over a century, between the end of the Civil War in the late 1970s, the United States was almost always the global leader in education attainment. But over the past 2 decades, adult educational attainment has been advancing at scarcely a third of that historical pace, even as other countries surpass us, close quote. What happened?
We still haven't got a good answer to this, because this is one of the big problems in America that somehow is managing to hide in plain sight. Elsewhere on another homework assignment, I talked about the new misery in the United States, and things like the deaths of despair. It took our health sciences economy a decade and a half to realize that the poor whites were killing themselves in these tragic new ways. This problem of slower improvements in educational attainment has been in our face for almost 40 years, and so far as I can tell, not more than a handful of economists and educators have even noticed it. I do not have the answer for why it has happened. I can tell you where it has happened. The epicenters are native-born Americans, native-born American men, native-born American Anglo men. There's a big overlap with the deaths of despair problem. I can identify it. I can't explain to you why it's happening, but its results, its consequences are alarming. There's a general correspondence between improved educational attainment and improved productivity. If you do back of the envelope, and I like to be simplistic, if you do back of the envelope, the slowdown in educational attainment improvement looks like it's costing us at the moment about $4 trillion a year compared to our previous historical trend. It's a lot of money.
Here's a related item. I think it's related. You'll explain. The labor force. Again, quoting you, Nick. In an aging society, making the most of existing manpower is of the essence. But America is also failing at this task. The backbone of the U.S. workforce is still the so-called prime age male cohort, men from 25 to 54 years of age. But the current prime male work rate is 2.5 points lower than it was in 1940. 1940 sounds like the Second World War. It's not. Pearl Harbor isn't bombed until 1941. 1940 is the tail end of the Depression. And prime age male workforce participation is 2 points below what it was then. This is staggering.
The work rate, this is another part, Peter, of this new misery, the big problems hiding in plain sight in America for some reason. The work rate, the employment to population ratio, as we'd say, for men, civilian, non-institutional men, 25 to 54 years of age, is, as we speak, worse than it was in the 1940 census, which was taken, as you indicate, in March of 40, when the national unemployment rate was 15%. So we right now have depression-level employment rates for prime-age men in the U.S.
All right. Government, quoting you once again, budget discipline and social policy reform are necessary for maintaining prosperity in an aging society, but America appears to have no appetite for either. Pay-as-you-go arrangements for old age pensions and health care may be an ingenious contrivance for a society where working age taxpayers greatly outnumber elderly beneficiaries. But the arithmetic becomes unforgiving if the ratio of funders to recipients plummets. All right, if I'm not mistaken, you're talking about Social Security, which accounts for roughly a quarter of the federal budget, and you're talking about medical spending, Medicare, Medicaid, the Children's Health Insurance Program, and Obamacare. Those four programs account again for another 25% of federal spending. What you are saying is that because we have set this up the way we've set it up, 1/2 of federal spending is simply becoming untenable.
We've got a kind of a Ponzi scheme problem on our hands. And as you indicated, Peter, as long as you've got a growing base to the pyramid in relation to the recipient peak, you can be pretty generous. When things flip around, you get whipsawed really fast. We do not seem to have any appetite in either political party for balancing our budget and controlling our national finances the way we would with our household budgets. And we have gotten into the very dangerous habit of borrowing to pay for current consumption. It's one thing to borrow money for a national emergency or for a war. You might even make the argument that it's okay to take out bonds to build infrastructure where you can amortize and such ROIs there. But when you are basically using your credit card to go to the Safeway, things are not going to work out too well because today's consumption for seniors, like myself, are being financed by the unborn. And that's
as long as there was an experimental T-shirt that did weird things
immigration.
to you,
I'm going to quote you one more time.
and created
Only
division
one
and
policy
segregation.
can hope to affect long-term consequences
Don't have one of those
in
T-shirts.
population size, and that policy is immigration.
No, I mean.
On the whole, this is a straightforward, simple declaratory sentence, but it's not straightforward. On the whole, assimilation works well in America. I have to come back and ask you to explain that. Yet the Biden administration's witness posture on immigration, its maddening insouciance about our southern border, and stubborn lack of concern about illegal immigrants, seems almost designed to provoke anti-immigration outrage. So, assimilation works well. I'll ask you to explain that in a moment. The larger point is, because assimilation works well, some kind of sensible immigration policy where we control our borders but let people in according to sensible criteria and then don't demonize them ought to command bipartisan support. And in fact,
that's what I was tending to.
It creates people running around this town, pulling out their hair, gnashing their teeth. It's as maddening an issue as we have in American politics. But let's start with assimilation works well in America. On the whole, assimilation works well.
Take a look at what happens with the children of newcomers in the United States. Overwhelmingly, they end up as loyal and productive Americans, as great citizens.
They learn English, they get jobs.
They learn English, they get an education, they work hard, and they believe maybe more than native-born Americans in the American dream. They're brought here. attracted by the American dream. And risking all of your human capital in a passage to the United States takes a certain amount of guts in general. Pluck, grit, let's put it that way. Compare us to, for example, Europe, which is a prosperous, democratic area full of open societies. Assimilation works well for a lot of newcomers there, but if you do the compare and contrast, I know which country I want to have the assimilation record of. It's going to be the USA. There is much more problematic record in Europe's a mixed bag, but on the whole, there's a much more problematic record with becoming citizens, with getting education, with going into employment, and with resentment of the country that they've chosen as their home, or their parents have chosen as a home. Our record of assimilation is very good by international comparison. There are other countries that also look pretty good, like Canada, like Australia, like New Zealand, Israel. But for a large country, there's no country that's got an assimilation record as good as ours.
But you'd stop short. I know you'd stop short. I'm stating this just to give you the chance to address it. There may be a tickle of a worry here. You've just said native-born American males, especially native-born white American males, are underperforming.
Yes.
Despairs of death are up.
Yep.
Workforce participation is down. We have here a sorry group of people. Let in the immigrants to do the jobs these guys should be doing.
So I took economics also. I mean, admittedly, it was back in the Stone Age. But I learned at that time that if you have more of a supply of something, you make it less expensive. We have a big supply of lower skilled labor from abroad in the United States. The economics one I took back shortly after the Civil War would tell me that that would have a depressing impact on wage levels for less skilled Americans. And I think that is true. I think that is true. That being said, the patterns of employment for less skilled American men bear no correspondence to what we would think of, we would be recognizing from that natural experiment. The differences in attachment to the workforce seem to have to do a lot with things like family structure, which has not got to do with wages, and with attachment to various social welfare programs, with one's criminal record, which again isn't necessarily a jobs wage question. And we've just ran a complete, almost perfect natural experiment in the COVID time. We had a drop-off of about 1 million immigrants who would have been in the labor force. And what happened? We had an increase in unfilled jobs by about 4 million during the COVID time. Employers are begging for workers. I don't know, there was no time in my life, I don't think, when workers had as much bargaining power as they have now.
Right.
And this isn't all for coders and hedge funds. They're not just looking for those. It's in the service industries, in restauranting, hotels, and other things where really the only skills you need are showing up on time, every day, drug-free. Right. And there may be a longer-term impact from this natural experiment, but we've had 2 years of it, and it has not been drawing people back off the couch.
Population growth is slowing. It looks like a permanent trend. Soon enough, the population will begin sinking. To remain a prosperous, vibrant economy in these circumstances, we need to do this, and this, and this, and this.
Very rare.
And we're not doing this and this and this and this.
Rare
Which brings us right back to the first
Just like
question.
the blood is
Why don't we just get the birth rate right back?
Perfectly safe.
If the federal government is so good, I would almost be willing to argue this is the only thing the federal government is any good at, and that is spending other people's money. Why don't we just encourage higher birth rates through various forms of subsidies, tax relief, and so forth? And Nick Everstadt's reply is, again to quote you, incentives to boost birth rates are likely to be costly and to elicit only modest and perhaps fleeting demographic results, close quote. How come? And we have experiments attempting to subsidize increases in births, attempts to subsidize it one way or another taking place in Singapore, France, Hungary, I think Sweden as well. So we must know something about these experiments, right? The results?
Well, we've seen the results of the experiments. I will give you my reading on them. My reading is not uncontested because baby bonus programs have got a lot of proponents in Europe and some here in the US already. My reading is that it's very expensive for temporary passing blips in fertility increase, which lead to subsequent slumps. The Swedes have been
you can buy babies forward, so to speak.
Yeah,
but you
can change timing. If some parents are on the fence about a second or third child, let's say, and all of a sudden there's a baby bribe that's offered to them, and they may decide to have the child now, but instead of having it 3 years later or 4 years later. And if you look at that in aggregate, you get what the Swedish demographers call the Swedish roller coaster, which is you put in a new subsidy for kids, the birth rate goes up, and then it goes back down further to below where it was when you first put the subsidy in, because you haven't changed people's mentality, you haven't changed people's desire about family size. If you really wanted to get into the business of turning women into baby ranchers, you'd have to do something about the opportunity cost of their time. So maybe you'd want a program that involved, let's say, 50% of the GDP. I don't think anybody's going to be proposing that anytime soon.
All right, this gets us right to the heart of your essay and of the matter. Quoting you yet again, the single best predictor for national fertility rates happens to be wanted family size as reported by women. Now you note there are polls that ask women how many children they'd like, and you note that this doesn't correlate perfectly with birth rates, but it's the best indicator. In one sense, this is a reassuring, even heartening finding. It highlights the agency at the very heart of our humanity. We're talking about free will there, people choosing their family size. But if we permit the non-material realm of life to figure into our inquiry, we may conclude that proposals to revive the American birth rate through subsidies vastly underestimate the challenge. The challenge may ultimately prove to be civilizational in nature, close quote. Okay, so I look at, first of all, that hits like a 2x4. Civilizational in nature. And on the one hand, I think to myself, wait a minute, aren't we all supposed to be delighted that in this modern world, women are in a position to participate in the workforce, they're in a position to choose more carefully, more explicitly, more intentionally the number of children they'd like to have? Aren't we supposed to believe that that's a wonderful thing, and that releasing that many women to the workforce should increase the dynamism and growth of our economy? All that. Good, 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 good. On the other hand, I think back to what little I remember about American demographic history, and we got low birth rates during the Depression because everybody was poor, and they were discouraged, and they didn't want to bring children into that world. And then we got low birth rates during the Second World War because life was frightening, and the men were away risking their lives.
You're not eating well, and there's stress
And then we get Harry
That's what he did,
Truman
babies in those
and Dwight David
days.
Eisenhower. And
You know?
my own reading of that history is that it's complicated. Truman was probably a much better president than he's generally granted. But set all that aside, what happens is, whether you agree with this or that policy, whether you think Ike should have pushed back harder against the New Deal, both of those presidents said with regard to domestic policy at least, let's just leave it alone. Let's give people a settled set of rules, a settled America, so they can have families. And they did. And you and I are both baby boomers. We are both products. And we think to ourselves, this is an achievement of American history, that we struggle through the Depression and we win the Second World War, and then we achieve enough stability and prosperity to permit people to do what they most want to do, and that is to have children. And that is good. It is a triumphant moment in American history. So what's going on here? Why should it be? May I put it one more way? I'll put it a different way. You have 4 kids. I've got you by 1. Shouldn't don't those of us who've had children feel that having children was the biggest thing that we'd ever done in our lives, the best thing that we've ever done in our lives? Why aren't children a luxury good? Why don't we have more of them as we become a richer society instead of fewer? All right, these are the bundles of questions, Nick. In my head, when I read that, we've got a civilizational challenge. Our civilization no longer likes life. Why?
So the demographers have all of these really neat little tools. And if you give them assumptions, they can calculate what trajectories are going to look like in the future. But demographers cannot tell you what those assumptions should be. They cannot actually put the parameters into the black box. And for that, I think economics is fine so far as it goes, but we really need, instead of a Nobel laureate in economics, is a Nobel laureate in literature. Because you're talking about zeitgeist, you're talking about the human heart, you're talking about all of the things that bring meaning to humanity and fears of humanity in ways that economists aren't so good at calculating, much less demographers. As parents, we know how wonderful children are and what a blessing it is to be a parent. But one thing that I will say about children is, for all of their boundless benefits, they're not convenient. And we have moved increasingly into a world, and this is just one take on a much more complicated set of questions that you've asked, but we've moved into a world in which convenience is prized, and in which autonomy, personal autonomy, is cherished, and in which constraints on personal autonomy are increasingly viewed as onerous. You don't have to be Leo Tolstoy to see what that means about desire for children. Add to that the big change in lived experience, in the lived reality for young people today as compared to those, we can all talk with grandpa's war stories about what life was like back in the 1980s. But people who are thinking about having children today do not live in Reagan's America. They live in a place that's got this new misery shaping it so much.
Europe provides a case study in how a sea change in values can lead to a sea change in demography. Over the last 2 decades, the worldview of American youth and younger adults has become much more European. That's what you're saying.
Sure. And not in a good way.
And not in a good way. All right. Again, I go back to this. going back and forth, back and forth. On the one hand, I struggle against the thesis. It's not a thesis, it's a set of observations, very beautifully laid out. I'd rather it weren't so, let's put it that way. And then I keep, well, all right, this is civilizational challenges. There's very little that Little Robinson or Great Big Everstat can do about that. So again, how do we find a way to live with this? And I go one more time to the question, what difference does it make? Europeans lead good lives. Despite the difficulty in assimilating the 1 million immigrants that Angela Merkel permitted to enter Germany, despite the lack of dynamism in their economy, they rely on us in all kinds of ways for technological innovation, for military protection. So still, in decline, though they may in some basic way be, Europe's a comfortable place to live. So why not? Why not just settle into a comfortable decline? And Nick Everstat replies, consider the moral and ideological baggage that sub-replacement fertility is likely to drag along with it. Pessimism, hesitance, dependence, self-indulgence, resentment, division. Do we really think there will be less of these in a 1.5 child America? Explain that.
Well, if we were well-behaved robots and each robot mom and dad had an average of 1.5 robot rising generation entrants, we could manage population decline perfectly well for all of the other reasons that I've mentioned. Improving education, improving health, improving technology, all of the new possibilities that are coming forward. The devilish difficulty, I think, is the swamp of attitudes and values that are associated with sub-replacement fertility in the richest and most productive societies that humanity has ever yet created or seen. And in Europe and in the United States, in affluent societies, we have seen this ideational, moral, if you will, revolution over the past several generations that has led to the triumph of solipsism, if you will, and the downgrading of the very sorts of obligations that are necessary to nurture a rising generation and to continue a society. We can outsource. We can increase immigration from abroad to take care of the headcount question. What we can't do without a sort of an ideational, call it a moral transformation, is get back to a place where people are confident and brave enough to maintain a natural rate of replacement for society.
The land of the free and the home of the brave. And bravery ought to be construed as the guts to have kids.
Well,
roughly.
If
it's good for national character.
Yeah, I mean, we get out a little bit. We get on a bus or a subway, metro. What strikes me so strongly about young people I meet today, and I realize I may not have a representative sample, is just how afraid they are. They're afraid of everything. They're afraid the planet's doomed. They're afraid about committing to a job, much less committing to a relationship, much less committing to having kids. It's beyond. It's a sort of an angst that we don't it's hard to find a good historical analogy for this honesty in our country.
Further, you're right. Would a 1.5 child America really be willing to make incessant patriotic sacrifices to defend itself and its allies, or to preserve the post-war liberal economic and political order upon which our prosperity and security so greatly depend, close quote. In those list of items we went through on what we as a society need to do and are failing to do, we were talking about just that, what we as a society need to do. Here is the question of what we need to do in the world. The world is a dangerous place. And for all its faults and all our crudenesses and stupidities and the way we've conducted our foreign policy over the last 75 years, the world is a freer and a safer place because Americans are willing to sacrifice. Would a 1.5 child America really be willing to make the sacrifices?
There's no scientific reason that a sub-replacement population shouldn't be able to step up to patriotism or see the challenges in the world and deal with them. What I was suggesting there is that if we look at the real existing situation that we have, if we look at the tangle of perverse values, attitudes, outlooks that seems to accompany our particular slump into below replacement fertility, that tangle is also a tangle that has big implications for not just sacrifice within the family, but sacrifice outside the family.
You do offer hope, or at least an example of one way out of this. The civilizational undertow now drawing Western societies into ever deeper sub-replacement is not inevitable. I cling to those two words right there, not inevitable. Israel provides proof to the contrary. Explain that. Explain Israeli demographics.
When I started trying to understand population trends a couple of generations ago, I wrote a study with a dear friend of mine about Israel, and we were more or less entirely wrong about this. We argued back in the late 1970s that Israel was going to have to release the West Bank and Gaza for demographic reasons because they were a Western society that was going to head down towards sub-replacement fertility, and the population of Palestinian origin was 8, 7, 6 babies, and you could just draw the lines and see where things went. But a funny thing happened on the way to Palestinian demographic dominance of Greater Israel. It didn't happen. And the reason it didn't happen is because Israeli Jewry did not agree to go into sub-replacement. Instead, over the last generation, fertility levels in Israel have actually gone up. And now
and it's not just the Orthodox.
Not just the Orthodox, even people who describe themselves as not terribly observant. It's across the board so far as we can see, and for Israeli Jewry as a whole, it's above 3 births per woman per lifetime on average, which is, I don't need to emphasize to you, way different from any other affluent open democratic society these days.
And the Arab birth rate has declined at the same time?
The Arab birth rate has plummeted.
Right.
Which is, by the way, is true in all of the rest of the Arabic-speaking world.
I just want to repeat this because I had this wrong myself, and so other people may have a We're told over and over again that among the Orthodox in Israel, the birth rate is very, very high. And that's true.
Yep.
But your argument is, not the argument, simple observation of the facts, actually even among secular Jews in Israel, the birth rate is well above replacement.
On the whole, yes, on the whole, and it has been going up.
And it has been going up. Ours has been going down. That of Europe has been going down.
Yep.
China has been going down.
Yeah.
And Israel has been going up.
Yep.
And so that says something, well, it says something spectacular about all kinds of things, but in particular, the role of women. What do we know about Israeli society, at least among secular, non-Orthodox Israeli Jewry, is that the women participate in the IDF, they fight in the army, they're fully integrated into the workforce. This is not a choice between a modern society and a high birth rate. This is a modern society with a high birth rate. Is that correct?
Absolutely. It's a serious country with a serious approach to its demographic future. And it's one that this is not the result of government policy. This is not a particular government policy or a particular baby bonus. This is a mentality.
Perhaps you're right, it would be crude and simplistic to say that Israelis want their country to have a future and want their descendants to be part of it. But then again, such a reading might not be all that far off base. So it's what people believe. I found myself in a conversation with a young Israeli woman. This is in France a couple of years ago, and somehow or other, we'd only just met. It was a business conference, actually, it had nothing to do with think tanks. So somehow or other, this question of demographics came up. And I asked why Israeli demographics were different from those in the rest of the West. And she said, I think my country, Israel, I think my country is still a cause. Is that it?
Until you come up with a better explanation, Peter, that sounds like a pretty good one.
Okay. Nick, our friend Roger Hertog, major figure in Wall Street for many, many years, put me up to interviewing you on this. He said, what he said is Nick is the only person doing really serious, sustained work on this. Apart from anything else, Roger said this because he knows Wall Street in detail. The economic implications haven't even begun to be taken seriously on Wall Street, where they have incentives for getting these things right. You write something about this, and everybody stops action to see what the latest that Nick has written. But we do that because there aren't a dozen other people studying. Why is this? Is it because it's so grim, so unrelievedly grim, that there's, even among intellectuals, even in think tanks, there's a kind of denial? We'd rather not look at that. Why is this not really part of the national conversation?
Peter, remember what I was saying about big things that are hiding in plain sight.
Mm.
We've got this data revolution, we've got this information era, we've got these fantastic statistical tools, but they don't do that much good if you don't ask the right questions or you don't see the things hiding in plain sight. And I don't think there's any science to that. We've got a lot of really well-trained demographers, economists, statisticians. But I think that in a lot of the academy, there's an incentive to kind of play small ball. Mm-hmm. There's an incentive to come up with an elegant little permutation on a formula that'll get you tenure. You will notice that I'm not in the university. I'm at a think tank. So I don't have that same set of disincentives to work with. Why people in business are not noticing this is in a way, a more interesting question, I think. I mean, I gather that the richest guy in the world seems to think that demography is
Elon Musk, that's exactly right. Elon Musk does see this, and he tweets about it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
That the biggest challenge we face now is depopulation. All right. So we have Nick Eberstadt and the richest man in the world. That's not a bad start.
I'll take that company.
That's not. Nick, let me quote you another time here. A couple of last questions now. People under 40 do not have much memory of an America with a vibrant, private sector-driven economy. They came of age during a strange historical run of unusually poor political leadership. From Clinton to Biden, They have arguably known only substandard presidencies, red and blue alike. You're talking about our kids, of course. Theirs is an America where public confidence in the nation's basic institutions has undergone a gruesome and wholesale slide. Do we wonder that millennials' expectations and desires about family and children might be diverging from those of their Morning in America parents? Well, that went through me like kind of a knife because, of course, you and I, like so many of our friends, came here during the 80s. And during the 80s, we felt as though the country was going someplace. Sure. Taxes got cut. We thought that was an achievement. Now we understand the importance of low taxes. The federal budget came more or less under control, at least shrank relative to growth in the private sector. We stand up to the Soviets. Lo and behold, the Soviets throw it in, and we win the Cold War. And America seems a pretty glorious place. And my thinking and your thinking is conditioned by that experience. Mm-hmm. And our kids' thinking just isn't. So what do you say? Here's the question, Nick, because you're a wise man. Now I'm going to ask, this is a question to you in your capacity as a wise friend and not as a demographer. Let's imagine Augustine of Hippo in the early 5th century, and there he is in North Africa, and he's receiving bulletins about the sack of Rome. And this high civilization that meant everything to him is gone. He watches as across the Mediterranean Rome falls. And yet he leads an impressive and good enough life that he comes down to us as St. Augustine. If we're stuck with this America of creeping despair and of continuing loss in its relative importance in the rest of the world, what do you say to your kids about how to lead a good life in different circumstances from the ones in which you yourself grew up?
Sure. Well, I mean, the future starts here, and the future starts in your own little circles. And there's no reason that you can't be micro-optimistic, even if you see some pretty pessimistic things going on. And if you believe that you are in charge of your own destiny, that's a pretty good starting point. There's a lot that went on that we missed here, I'm afraid to say, after we won the Cold War. These trends that I mentioned, the failure to generate wealth for the bottom half of our society decade after decade, the slowdown of education. These are not immutable. None of these trends are immutable. And I still don't think that we're at the stage in the game where it's smart to bet against the United States of America. There are things which may be going on now that nerds like me won't be able to recognize for years because we look in the rearview mirror by the nature of our craft. And there are things that government and experts can't predict that have revolutionized and transformed our society before, including great religious awakenings. Mm-hmm. As my much better half, Mary Eberstadt, has said from time to time, she'd settle for a minor awakening. That wouldn't be so bad either.
So, okay, so this really is the last question. And I'm going to ask my boomer friend. This is boomer to boomer.
Mm-hmm.
1970s.
Mm-hmm.
Economic stagnation.
Yep.
By the end of the decade, inflation is in double digits. Arab oil embargoes. Mm-hmm. Soviets advance throughout the world. Yep. They get countries in Africa, Central America, expand their navy, Blue Water Navy, and we have a collapse in national morale, particularly with a defeat in Vietnam, and then the agony of Watergate. And then in the 1980s, through policy, but still, the economy rebounds, and there's a restoration of national morale, which I'm not making up, all the polls pick it up. Yeah. And that Reagan re-election slogan of morning again in America rings true enough to the American people to enable him to carry 49 out of 50 states. And at the end of that decade, the Berlin Wall comes down. We go from 1979, the Iranian hostage crisis, and that national humiliation to the fall of the Berlin Wall in 1 decade. Do we possess the resources, political, spiritual, human capital? Is this country still capable of another act of national self-renewal?
Absolutely, of course it is. I mean, we've got strangely similar circumstances, as you beautifully indicated, not the least of them being an incompetent, humiliating, misbegotten White House at the moment. A lot of Carter flashbacks these days for those of us who are old enough to have the pleasure of having lived through that. And of course, we've got the resources. There really is no close second in the world if you look at China in its particulars, which would be the competitor to us. There isn't really a close second yet. We do not have the same absolutely unlimited reach that we had at the end of the Cold War, but that's such an unnatural, historically unusual situation. We've got the resources in our country, and we've got the people in our country who, of course, can do this again. The one thing that I would caution about is that we have 40 years of poison distributed through our societies through an increasingly malign university system. We have seen a Gramscian march through the institutions of severely problematic points of view that in the old days would have been unmockingly called un-American or anti-American. We have that poison to drain from our society before we can, I think, really flourish again. But that's certainly not impossible either. It looks hard right now, but if you recall 1979, what 1979 looked like, very few people would have bet at that moment where we'd end up on Christmas Day in 1991 with the dissolution of the USSR.
Nicholas Everstedt, thank you.
Thank you so much, Peter. It's always a pleasure.
For Uncommon Knowledge, the Hoover Institution and Fox Nation, recording today in the offices of the American Enterprise Institute in Washington. I'm Peter Robinson. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. I'm so pleased to see you in person. We've missed you basically for the last 2 years. And of course, we're very delighted for Professor Steve Koonin to be able to travel from New York to London and have him here to give tonight's annual GWPF lecture. Some of you may have read his best-selling book, Unsettled, what the title of his lecture. And if you haven't read it, please do. It's one of the best books on the current state
of climate science and the climate debate, discussing what we know tentatively and what we don't know. But essentially what Steve has done is to translate the IPCC reports into plain English. And he has turned what is an extremely complex and convoluted and highly theoretical document into a reader-friendly book that allows ordinary people to understand the main findings, the main conclusions of the IPCC. That's what he's done. Now, here's the thing. Given that he's basically tried to explain to ordinary people what these complex documents actually say, why are climate activists so enraged about it and about his assessment? And I was, this question, I was trying to find a historical analogy to a situation where someone was using a kind of authoritative document and translating it for everyday use and for ordinary people. And then I remembered the 16th century scholar William Tyndale, who basically translated the Bible into English. And he got into trouble. He was eventually burned. But what is interesting is he actually questioned the then 99.9% consensus that the scriptures could only be interpreted by approved clergy, and that his translation allowed ordinary people, lay people, to read, to analyze, to interpret scripture independently. And in fact, I did
Critical battery, please charge.